이번 에픽7 월드 아레나 챔피언십 기대해 주셔도 좋습니다. 혹시 지금 작년이랑 달라진 게 뭐야? 라고 생각하셨나요? 정말 중요한 내용은 뒤에 나오는 법이죠. 지금부터 정말 중요한 얘기를 들려드릴게요. 이번 2023 시즌은 계승자님들과 더욱 풍성하게 즐기기 위해 다양한 변화를 시도했습니다. 첫 번째 변화는 바로 우승자 반지입니다. 올해부터는 트로피 대신 반지가 챔피언에게 수여되는데요. 오프라인에서도 우승자임을 당당히 증명할 수 있는 우승자 반지, 과연 누가 차지하게 될지 기대되지 않으신가요? 두 번째 변화, 바로 옵저버 페이지입니다. 이번 2023 시즌에서는 선수들의 치열한 경기를 더욱 생생하게 시청하실 수 있도록 옵저버 페이지를 새롭게 준비했는데요. 달라진 옵저버 페이지는 저도 가장 기대되는 부분입니다. 이전 페이지는 다양한 데이터를 보여드리기 위해 경기 화면을 축소했었는데요. 이번엔 과감히 경기 화면을 확대해서 몰입감을 높이고 경기 중 제공되는 데이터 및 전투 결과 역시 더욱 명확하게 볼 수 있도록 개편했습니다. 세 번째 변화, 바로 새로운 E7WC 경기장입니다. 이번 대회에서는 몰입감을 위해 전투의 열광 시각 효과를 추가했는데요. 전투의 열광이 쌓일수록 변화하는 경기장. 과연 경기장이 어떻게 변할지 너무 기대되지 않나요? 마지막 네 번째 변화, 바로 오프라인 결승입니다. 가장 전하고 싶었던 소식이기도 한데요. 2022 시즌엔 모든 경기가 온라인으로 진행돼 아쉽다고 느끼셨을 텐데요. 이번 2023 시즌 결승은 대한민국 광명 아이벡스 스튜디오에서 직접 관람하실 수 있습니다. 결승에 진출한 선수들을 만날 수 있는 것은 물론 다양한 이벤트와 상품 그리고 굿즈샵까지 여러분을 위해 준비된 축제의 현장에서 함께해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 오프라인 결승전 관람에 대한 자세한 안내사항은 8월 17일 스토브 공지사항을 통해 확인해 주세요. 에픽7 월드 아레나 챔피언십 2023, 그 성대한 개막이 이제 얼마 남지 않았습니다. 선수들의 열정 그리고 여러분의 성원이 함께 모여 어떤 에피소드가 새롭게 쓰여질지 무척 기대되는데요. 그 화려한 시작과 끝에 늘 동행해 주시길 바라며 저는 이만 인사드리겠습니다. 안녕!
안녕하세요. 저는 한국 서버의 입시 그거 수준이고요. 에픽7은 오픈 때부터 쭉 해왔고 작년 대회도 나왔었는데 그때는 이제 딱 한 분 이기고 광탈했었고요. 올해는 이번에 이제 더 높은 등수를 노리고 나왔습니다.
안녕하세요. 트위치에서 에픽7 방송하고 있는 검픽푸푼입니다. 에픽7을 시작한 지 2년 반 정도 됐고요. HMS에서도 예선 2차전까지 진출했었던 경험이 있습니다.
그 방송하시는 히트님한테 졌는데요. 그분이 제가 하는 덱 스타일을 되게 잘 막으시는 분이시라서 컵작도 못하고 졌습니다.
저희 조가 그때 그 리트라이에버 선수와 그 지금 의강 선수가 있었는데 두 분 다 이겨보고 싶었던 상대인데 아쉽게 좀 져서
네, 1차 목표는 일단 테두리 받는 거고요. 큰 대회에 한번 나가서 다른 선수들과 외국 선수들과도 한번 만나보고 싶고요. 점차적으로 더 대회가 커지면 이제 프로팀도 생겨나지 않겠습니까? 에픽7에도? 제가 이제 T1에 첫 번째로 입단해서 페이커 선수도 한번 만나고 싶네요.
정말 후회 없이 우승할 수 있을 만큼의 지금 노력을 하고 있는데 잘한다고 이기는 게임 아니지만 못해서 지진 않도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
최강의 계승자를 가리는 글로벌 축제 에픽7 월드 아레나 챔피언십, 그 뜨거웠던 작년 여름을 기억하시나요?
2022년도의 왕자는 팬텀에게 돌아갑니다.
여러분이 보내주신 관심과 성원에 힘입어 에픽7 월드 아레나 챔피언십 2023으로 다시 돌아왔습니다. 특히 이번 대회는 계승자님들께서 좋아해 주실 만한 색다른 변화들도 있는데요. 어떻게 준비되어 있는지 지금부터 저와 함께 살펴보시죠. 글로벌 축제인 만큼 짧은 만남은 너무 아쉽겠죠? 걱정하지 마세요. 7월 8일부터 9월 23일까지 장장 2개월 동안 여러분들과 함께합니다. 특히 한국어, 영어, 중국어 번체, 그리고 일본어까지 총 4개 언어 중계진과 함께 예선부터 본선, 그리고 결승전까지 함께하니까요. 전 세계 계승자 여러분들의 많은 시청 부탁드립니다. 대회의 기본적인 방식은 작년과 동일한데요. 한국, 글로벌, 아시아, 일본, 유럽 5개 서버의 예선을 진행해서 본선에 진출한 8명의 선수를 가리게 되죠. 이후 조 추첨식을 거쳐 대망의 챔피언이 탄생할 본선 토너먼트가 시작됩니다. 상금 규모 역시 글로벌 축제답습니다. 총 상금은 무려 10만 달러, 이 중 챔피언에게만 무려 5만 달러의 상금이 수여되며 영광스러운 위너 테두리 역시 특전으로 준비되어 있습니다. 마지막으로 에픽7을 사랑해주시는 계승자분들을 위한 이벤트도 빠질 수가 없죠. 작년에 좋아해주셨던 트위치 드롭스 이벤트와 생방송 시청 선물, 그리고 승부 예측 등 다양한 이벤트까지 빠짐없이 준비했으니 이번 에픽7 월드 아레나 챔피언십 기대해 주셔도 좋습니다. 혹시 지금 작년이랑 달라진 게 뭐야? 라고 생각하셨나요? 정말 중요한 내용은 뒤에 나오는 법이죠. 지금부터 정말 중요한 얘기를 들려드릴게요. 이번 2023 시즌은 계승자님들과 더욱 풍성하게 즐기기 위해 다양한 변화를 시도했습니다. 첫 번째 변화는 바로 우승자 반지입니다. 올해부터는 트로피 대신 반지가 챔피언에게 수여되는데요. 오프라인에서도 우승자임을 당당히 증명할 수 있는 우승자 반지, 과연 누가 차지하게 될지 기대되지 않으신가요? 두 번째 변화, 바로 옵저버 페이지입니다. 이번 2023 시즌에서는 선수들의 치열한 경기를 더욱 생생하게 시청하실 수 있도록 옵저버 페이지를 새롭게 준비했는데요. 달라진 옵저버 페이지는 저도 가장 기대되는 부분입니다. 이전 페이지는 다양한 데이터를 보여드리기 위해 경기 화면을 축소했었는데요. 이번엔 과감히 경기 화면을 확대해서 몰입감을 높이고 경기 중 제공되는 데이터 및 전투 결과 역시 더욱 명확하게 볼 수 있도록 개편했습니다. 세 번째 변화, 바로 새로운 E7WC 경기장입니다. 이번 대회에서는 몰입감을 위해 전투의 열광 시각 효과를 추가했는데요. 전투의 열광이 쌓일수록 변화하는 경기장. 과연 경기장이 어떻게 변할지 너무 기대되지 않나요? 마지막 네 번째 변화, 바로 오프라인 결승입니다. 가장 전하고 싶었던 소식이기도 한데요. 2022 시즌엔 모든 경기가 온라인으로 진행돼 아쉽다고 느끼셨을 텐데요. 이번 2023 시즌 결승은 대한민국 광명 아이벡스 스튜디오에서 직접 관람하실 수 있습니다. 결승에 진출한 선수들을 만날 수 있는 것은 물론 다양한 이벤트와 상품, 그리고 굿즈샵까지 여러분을 위해 준비된 축제의 현장에서 함께해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 오프라인 결승전 관람에 대한 자세한 안내사항은 8월 17일 스토브 공지사항을 통해 확인해 주세요. 에픽7 월드 아레나 챔피언십 2023, 그 성대한 개막이 이제 얼마 남지 않았습니다. 선수들의 열정, 그리고 여러분의 성원이 함께 모여 어떤 에피소드가 새롭게 쓰여질지 무척 기대되는데요. 그 화려한 시작과 끝에 늘 동행해 주시길 바라며 저는 이만 인사드리겠습니다. 안녕!
And welcome everyone to the World Arena Championship with Epic 7 2023. I'm G Clef, of course, and I'm not alone. On my right, we have Jenazad, and on my left, we do have Car6. How are you guys doing? Hello.
Good. Glad to be here, G Clef. Jen and I are excited.
Great.
Of course, exactly why we are here. We got started pretty early today, of course, at the same time. And this is going to be the first day, actually, of the Korean qualifier, so get ready for some massive action. I know that Landy has been breaking a lot of rules here and there, but she is not allowed today. Just letting you guys know that ML Landy will not be available until the main stage. So for the first 4 weeks, we will be having games off of that Landy chaos, if you want to say it. So we're here on the first day for the Korean qualifiers. How are you guys? Are you guys excited for the E7WC? Starting with Jenna.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm definitely hyped for this. This is going to be the first day of the Korean stage, and it's always interesting to see all the different regions and their play styles and everything, and I always have a great time with these, so I'm definitely excited.
Of course, it's going to be exciting
Hyped,
times.
honored to be here. G Clef, like you said, Landy not here today, ML Landy, so I think it's going to be a little bit of a refreshing take on the game, at least until we get to the later stages. But yeah, just like Jenna said, excited. Can't wait to see how Korea plays it out today, and we'll see how it goes.
Yep, as we will go through, we'll have Korea, Asia, and then we'll go through all the regions, the 5 different regions that we have, 5 different servers that we have. So it's going to be packed action, as we might just be taking a step back, because without the Landy, we might just be going back to what last month was really all about, as those type of draft that we had. I think those similar type of draft will actually be happening once again. So we'll see what happens, but you never know. These players come up with some cheese strategy, and those picks that we, of course, like to see. As you probably remember last year, Phantom had that amazing Green Charles, and he was able to come up with a win. And one of that game, which was very crucial, and Green Charles, no one thought about that move. And
승리를 향한 항해를 시작하라. 에픽7 글로벌 계승자들의 치열한 전장 E7WC 2023 챔피언을 가리기 위한 레이스가 드디어 시작됐습니다. 첫 번째 관문이었던 인게임 선발전에서는 무려 65개국의 계승자 여러분들께서 승리를 위해 도전을 해주셨는데요. 이 도전자들을 가려내기 위해 치러진 게임은 장장 63,850판. 64명의 예선 진출자를 가려내는 과정 역시 상상 이상의 치열함을 보였습니다. 자, 그렇다면 승률이 가장 높은 서버는 과연 어디였을까요? 자, 인게임 선발전의 승률 1의 주인공은 바로 일본 서버에서 나왔는데요. 자, 일본 서버는 E7WC 2022의 챔피언이죠. 팬텀 선수가 탄생한 서버기도 하죠. 패자조에서부터 연승 기록하면서 우승 신화를 쓴 이력이 있는 만큼 이번 대회에서도 과연 어떤 활약을 보여주게 될지 굉장히 기대가 됩니다. 작년과 대회 방식과 구도는 같아도 참가하는 선수나 메타에 따라서 승부의 방향은 크게 달라지기 마련이죠. 자, 올해 인게임 선발전에서 보여준 뱀픽의 구도를 보면 그 차이를 느낄 수가 있습니다. 먼저 지난 대회에서 높은 프리맨 횟수를 기록했던 빛의 천사 안젤리카, 지배자 릴리아스, 벨리안이 이번에도 역시 탑7에 이름을 올렸습니다. 자, 그 중에서도 가장 큰 변화는 루아가 압도적인 프리맨 횟수 1위에 랭크된 점이겠죠. 특히 루아는 정규 시즌에서도 높은 프리밴율을 보여주고 있는 만큼 작년 HMS의 화영처럼 아주 높은 밸류의 픽으로 예상이 됩니다. 변화는 벤 영웅 순위에서도 찾아볼 수가 있는데요. 에드워드 엘릭이 벤 영웅 1위, 그 뒤로는 지배자 릴리아스, 지오, 자하크 등의 영웅이 순위권에 들었는데요. 지배자 릴리아스를 제외하고는 E7WC 2022 서버별 예선과 본선에서 순위권에 들지 않았던 영웅들인 만큼 메타의 변화를 크게 느낄 수 있는 부분이었습니다. 자, 마지막으로 픽 영웅 순위도 한번 살펴보도록 할까요? 자, 환영의 테네브리아, 화란의 라비, 조율자 카웨리, 이 세 가지 영웅은 작년에도 엄청나게 많은 분들이 선호하셨던 영웅들임에 틀림이 없습니다. 그러나 이번 시즌 새롭게 구원자 아딘, 바다향기 루루카 같은 영웅들이 합류하면서 새로운 메타의 변화를 이끌고 있습니다. 이런 데이터의 변화들이 과연 이번 시즌에는 어떤 변화를 불러오게 될지, 그 변화에 최강자의 자리는 누가 오르게 될지 무척 궁금해집니다. 전 세계 계승자들을 위한, 그리고 전 세계 계승자들에 의한 에픽7 글로벌 축제 E7WC 2023 챔피언을 향한 항해에서 누가 과연 최강의 자리에 오를 수 있을지, 누가 세계 최강의 계승자가 될 수 있을지 지금 함께 확인하시죠.
And that's the intro for E7WC 2023 for you guys. If you haven't noticed, of course, a lot of heroes that we've seen before, and also some new heroes kicking in compared to last year. As you can see, what type of heroes that do you think will be the key for the World Championship this year?
Well, I'm starting to think we're not going to see a whole lot of Lua in this tournament, going by those stats. But some characters, you know, getting buffs like Last Rider Crow, for instance, we're probably going to see a whole lot of him. And definitely, this World Cup's going to be a little bit different than last year's.
Yeah, it's going to be, but in terms of format, it's going to be very similar as we have seen from the video. And here's the overview. The champion will be getting $50,000 by the player himself or herself. So that's going to be a big, huge prize. Runner-up, $20,000. Third, fourth place will be $10,000. Fifth to eighth place will be getting that. As long as you make it into that main stage, you'll be getting yourself 2.5K at least, to say at least the schedule. We'll be starting today from the Korean qualifiers, and we continue tomorrow with Asia, next week Global, Japan, and EU. And notice the dates, Japan server and EU server, they're happening on the same day but different hours. So make sure you tune into both so you don't get to miss some of your favorite players, of course some of your favorite region. We did have a previous champion from Japan, so you might want to look into that, especially as I've seen Phantom's name on that server once again. And then we will go to the group jaw and then main stage. So it'll be a 2-month-long journey ahead of us. Very excited, as this is going to be the rules for the qualifier single tournament. For the qualifiers, it'll be the single tournament but best of threes happening for Korea, Global, Asia, Japan, EU, and then we have the draw. Then we take a week off, and then we have the dual tournament, double elimination format. You might be a little bit more familiar with that. That'll be the main matches with 8 players. So here's the tournament tree for today. This is the Korean server, the top 16 players from the E7WC that we have in-game. And we have a lot of these names that sound very familiar, like ReTryEver, Mr. Pong, Cryingleader, who's known as Ulmok Dangju from last year, and Merit Gomyang-mi. This is one tough lineup for the Korean server here, guys.
Yeah, I think Jenna was also mentioning Uigang as someone also that is played before.
Yeah, that he actually changed his name from last year, but that's Dam if anyone remembers. He is actually probably one of the top Korean players from what I remember. He got
very
really far
strong
last year.
Yeah, I think from the list up that I have, I believe we're actually going to be seeing a couple, not all of the round 16. We will only be having 2 of the round 16 matches because they will be happening at the same time. But from round of 8, we'll get to see every single one of the match. So we'll see who comes up to round of 8. We might be missing some of the players from round of 16 in their matches, but the better player will win. And I believe Uigang is actually going to be our second match to be seen, so we'll see what that's about. And I believe our first match will actually be ReTryEver from ReTryEver and YimSiwan, the top match that we have in the round of 16. So those 2 round of 16 matches that we will have on the screen will be very, very nice to see.
Yeah, I'm excited. So that's going to be our first seed ReTryEver, I believe. First seed as they're ordered in that kind of placements, which is nice.
ReTryEver, he's actually been in every World Cup, I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
and
I believe so.
You might see them on the ladder. That guy's playing all the time. He's a pretty consistently strong player, and I mean, you see right there, their first seed, they were #1 on the ladder, so they seem to be doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, we'll explain again. As seed will be going against, like first seed will be going against 16th, and then second versus 15th, and that's how they were matched up. It wasn't random, just to let you guys know. And we do have Twitch Drops event, and as long as I believe you're watching, you're going to favorite F7 content creator channel, at least watch the 15 minutes of broadcast, and you do need to do a few things to actually get these charms and leaves, but make sure you have it set up and you don't miss it. Go to your inventory and make sure you actually receive it. Just watching it won't actually deliver these things into your account. You need to do a couple more, so make sure you don't miss those details. And of course, we do have a lot of events for you guys. Check out the gift box with the coupon revealed during the live broadcast. How come I didn't know about this either? So we'll have coupons revealed during the live broadcast. So I don't know when that's actually going to be, but guys, I guess we have to either have some type of have a pen, or we need to have the game open on the side so we get these coupons.
I need those leaves. I need those charms. I see a special gift there too. I'm excited.
Imagine not having this game open at all times.
That's kind of true. Yeah. Everything. Every single time, except for even when I'm sleeping, the game is
playing right
okay.
now.
The password is right there. That's going to be the coupon. I think E7WC 2023 open. Oh, right there for you guys. So make sure you get that code in. That's not too hard. Easy to remember. 300,000 gold and 3 leaves. I ran out of leaves just with the last sub story. So.
Oh god, that summer event. Yeah, everything.
Oh yes,
everything is gone.
Yeah.
And then we had the hunt event after that too.
Yeah, I know it was exciting times. I know a few of my personal friends actually joined FX7 not too long ago, and then they were like, I'm running out of leaves all the time. What do I do? Make sure you participate all the events. Make sure you watch the broadcast whenever it's on. Make sure you do all the events in game and so on. So that's exactly what you need to do. So as soon as the game is ready, we will hop in right away. I believe our first match is ReTryEver versus YimSiwan. But of course, Jenna, you talked slightly about ReTryEver. Do we have some information about YimSiwan, the opponent?
So I actually am not entirely sure about their opponent. I think that their name is normally in Korean. I've probably fought them on the ladder actually, but I'm not entirely sure who they are.
He's got great hair, I'll say that.
Yeah. ReTryEver is like a pretty consistent player that's always there, and I don't know, I would say he's probably favored in this, especially since he got first seed and his opponent got the 16th seed.
Right, so that's literally the top versus, you know, the bottom seed player, but anyone can win. Just Retry is probably the favorite.
Yeah, just letting you guys know, there are the win rates. ReTryEver does have a pretty high win rate there, 65.4, 125 wins and 66 losses. Most pick, wow, most pick actually see Lius.
I think that you can kind of tell from their bans. Probably when they're first pick, they're picking Lius, and when they're second pick, they're probably banning Lius since there's the most picked and most banned. They definitely don't want to play against this character. They might not even want to pick them. Maybe they feel forced to, but I think overall they're probably a slower player, seeing as they always pick Airwell and Aiden a lot too.
Yeah, the Knights and Lius. So surprised that it was actually most picked, not 100% banned. But on the other side, we have YimSiwan, not compared to the win rate from ReTryEver, not as high, only 46.2%, but all the way up here with very similar picks, but somewhat of a different pre-ban. We have the Rider Crowd and Zio as the most pre-ban.
Yeah, what do you think about this car? It looks a little familiar, right?
Yeah, most definitely. But, you know, the picks, obviously, they're similar. Those are just super strong units. Crow, I think as Jenna mentioned in the intro, just so strong right now. And then Zio, I mean, sometimes you just got to get him out of there.
Yeah.
And then that Auden pick. Is that what you're insinuating, Jenna? This Zio ban?
Well, I'm just saying, I think this guy does not like getting cleaved.
Could be.
Yeah, could totally be.
He's not going to have to worry too much.
Yeah, Zio keeps on getting more combos as basically the opener of the entire game if you just let him through.
Especially ever since Landy, you're seeing a lot more Zio, a lot less of these other cleaves. Zio is an eternal character, and we're going to be seeing him for a long time.
Yeah,
I think we were talking about it, right, Jenna? When you have the Zio, Auden picks together, and then Jacko, things like that, it gets really troublesome.
Oh, wait, are we jumping right into it?
We're jumping right into our very first match of E7WC 2023 of Korean qualifier. His first match, ReTryEver versus YimSiwan. The first pick actually is random. who gets to pick the first pick, and YimSiwan did get the first
Okay.
pick. So we'll see
Well, we
starting off
see
Lilius.
see Lilius first pick. I bet ReTryEver is not a huge fan of that.
And we see
But-
that Summer Luluka, which they were highlighting, you know, one of the newer
immediately.
units, obviously, for this WC.
The thing is, Summer Luluka is a great character versus these openers, but the one problem is that she's actually hard countered by something like Solitario. So sometimes picking her early like this can actually be a little bit risky, and they might actually be picking the ML Koeric not only to take it from their opponent, but also just so that they have some extra coverage against the debuffs.
Yeah, Soli definitely scary. He's gonna have to watch out for that. But I imagine like him picking it first. He's got a game plan prepared, and it's not the end of the world, right? She still brings some value, just not nearly as much as she would without Soli on the field.
Oh, and look at that. There's the Lionheart Surmia recently buffed, so now she gets the CR push when the opponent does an extra attack or counter attack. And she does a little bit more damage too. So they're picking that against the Luluka, so if she decides to use her S3 after MO Lilius, then she's instantly going to pop and be able to mow down ReTryEver's team.
Yeah, which might mean we might not see the Solitaria pick then, right? Because she wants that proc.
That's true, actually.
Glory be
Just
with
wait
us.
until the last second. Wow!
Wow! Just taking the
Whoa.
buff units.
Yeah,
from
first time in
YimSiwan.
E7WC 2023. No surprise for the
No,
first
we were
match.
actually just talking last night, G-Clef,
Oh.
that Ruel buffs weren't that impactful overall. But I think maybe YimSiwan's going to show us something. He's going to prove us
Yeah,
wrong
but
here.
I'm really surprised. A third pick Ruel. So the big thing about Ruel, why you don't see her that much, is she's not that good versus debuffs. A lot of the really meta stuff, like the cleaves and the debuffers, she just has a really hard time against it. Look, Pirate Captain Flan obliterates Ruel because she never has enough resistance to actually be able to beat it, and her cleanses don't affect the whole team. She's too slow against it.
So,
I think that's a really good pick by ReTryEver.
So Jenna, are you saying that YimSiwan might need another type of cleanser in the squad?
He either needs a cleanser or something that just crushes ReTryEver's team. You see, since he has Emma Lilius, he has that first turn advantage, and he needs to push his advantage at this point. And we
like
see
these little
the
first
shoot.
Oh, that rat! The first rat is here, and shoot, did crush. If you guys remember from last year, she did crush a lot of opponents whenever she was
Oh, yeah.
picked.
And look, they're using the skin from the last World Cup. It's perfect.
That's right.
Very on brand.
Now, something you'll notice that neither player's done yet is there's no tanks yet. They have not picked an actual Aureus holder tank,
That's
no Airwall,
right.
even though apparently they pick them all the time, and there's no Aidens yet.
Which I think is actually okay for now because if you
Mort!
look at the picks, right?
Wow!
There's a
Oh
Mort.
my...
So,
What
G-Clef,
the-
when you mentioned Charles from last year, I was thinking the new Green Knight for this year is going to be Mort. Just got buffed. He's placed kind of nicely in this meta. I've seen people pick him, especially when ML Landy's going to be available later. People still, deny his power, but I think he's going to make a big splash.
Okay, but wait. Why did they pick Lionheart, Surmia, Mort, and Ruel? They were just
don't
all
like-
buffed. What is this?
Is this
That,
the
yeah,
patch
that is
notes?
interesting.
Me again?
And Green Celine.
Well, okay, so Green Slay's actually interesting here because she's actually pretty good against Pirate Captain Flan. Because when she uses her S1 and has a buff on her, she uses a non-attack skill, so Celine doesn't really get debuffed by Pirate Captain Flan. And they're pretty good against Shu because they're a grass unit. So
Yeah,
that's actually
Celine.
not that bad of a pick.
Very good pick there, right? Celine kind of built to fight Flan when you think about it with the Flan's defensive abilities with the damage share, and Celine has, some counter potential against that. And last pick is Miller.
Well, last thing I'd like to say is the Mort pick's not actually that bad. It actually makes some sense because he can't be stunned by Pirate Captain Flan, and he puts a ton of injury on to beat Shu. So he's pretty protected. Look at that. They
Respected.
Mort
respected
has
the
to be
great
banned.
Mortellus.
More banned. You love to see that.
Oh, the first game, first match, we had Mort, of course, post-banned, and Milim Karsix's favorite has also been banned on the other side.
Miller's my favorite. Okay. I'm more of a Mort fan, but you know what? We'll go with Miller.
Oh, you heard it here first.
Oh, yeah, okay. But Flan does seem quite dangerous on YimSiwan's side still, even with Celine. Let's see what happens as we go right into our first game. Here it is, starting with, of course,
Oh, look at
Lilius.
the arena.
Yeah, this is the
This looks so good, guys.
improved
Let's get
new
hyped.
I can't wait to
UI,
see it transform.
bigger game screen for all of you to watch. And on the bottom, you have the cooldowns, actually,
Yeah,
for
the
all the
UI
skills.
is amazing.
If you wish to live.
See the cooldowns actually going on right now. You'll be able to see every single skills.
I won't.
So, obviously Luluka is going to take the next turn, and is probably going to cleanse. But if they do that, then the Celine's going to proc and the Lionheart, so they're actually kind of in a bind where it's like, can I really afford to use my S3 here? They might actually have to hold it, but
I think so too. He's debating as well. Time is clicking down
Yeah.
really fast.
So YimSiwan actually chose a very reactive team where if you press any sort of non-attack skills, like he pops off. Like look, here's the first pop off. Ton of damage, but she heals so much back from the ice crystals plus the ice stream buff that she had.
The attack from Celine also went into the Lulika,
Yeah, so she was
is
on the random
telling us to
attack.
EE, right? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But she's silenced now. The thing, she cleansed when she used the S3, but not after the S2. So this Celine's kind of just useless right
Yeah,
now.
that S3
Look
was
at
not
that.
available.
No damage.
No damage.
Oh god.
Yeah, the defense buff plus the mitigation.
The ice cream. popping
Yeah,
off
and the
right
ice
there.
cream buff. So much damage reduction that she just takes 0 damage. And Queric's like, oh, should I just S2 for the shield here? Like, this Celine is doing nothing so far.
Even that damage went into Celine was quite a lot.
As Jenna mentioned, right, since she was silent, she doesn't get that S3, doesn't get the evasion up, which is her main mitigation.
I'm not afraid.
Yeah, so right now, ReTryEver's team is deceptively tanky. Like, sure, he doesn't have an Aureus holder, but he has defense buff, he has anti-crits, there's the RNG, there's the ice cream, like, the shield. He's actually so bulky, even without picking any sort of real tank.
Yeah, this Lionheart is not going to do much here, even if he manages to get through the anti-crit.
Yeah, Pirate Captain Flan is one of the premier debuffers. So, like, Lionheart, she might S3 here, but then she's immediately going to get stunned by that bomb if she does.
A lion.
So it's like, well,
It's a
I guess I
lose-lose
have to do
situation
it.
almost.
No matter how
Yeah,
small it
this is
may.
one reason why Ruel's not that popular is characters like Pirate Captain
that
Flan,
did no
Solitaria.
damage.
Guys, that was negative damage. I think we even healed past it.
Yeah,
Oh
the
my
ice cream buff. Ice cream's so tasty. It's too powerful.
Yeah, no, everyone loves ice creams.
Victory is within our
And even
grasp.
with that defense buff, yeah, for me, it did not quite do as much damage. It seems like a lose situation for YimSiwan. Can he actually come back with the squad on the right?
I don't know. He's definitely on the back foot here.
I gave
He's
you
in
a
I
such
only have like
precarious
Ruel skill
position.
3.
I really,
Oh.
you see,
Too
this
late
is the
to
thing
say
with
sorry.
Ruel. It's like, she can't deal with many debuffs, but oh my
Well,
god!
the crit though, that's what he needed.
So much damage. He got the 50-50 as the damage increase because it's grad. Well, actually, wait, no, I'm stupid. Sorry. Ignore
Not
that.
this time, you're so
But,
hyped.
but she ignores damage sharing from the
Yes,
front
right.
unit,
We were
so
outlining
just-
that in the draft phase, so she was able to get that. That's her main mitigating factor on the side
Oh,
of
wait,
Clan.
Shu?
We're getting some pop-offs.
Is she gonna go into the whoosh?
We
She
landed.
does?
Oh!
Oh my
God, that
god!
damage
That
is
burns
disgusting.
through
Nice
the defense.
defense buff.
Uh-huh.
Just completely ignores it. And now you might be saying, like, okay, well, Celine should probably beat Shu, right? Shu is never out.
Yeah, I believe
You can
that's
never count her out.
That means he's never
70%
played Guild
penetration.
Wars.
Look at this. Look, another unit
May
gone.
the light guide
The
us.
touch of death. The moment somebody gets hit by Shu, this Ruel is looking kind of shaky right now.
And we'll
See the skill
see.
3 though.
Reach the depths of your heart.
Shu seems to be breaking the rules again.
I'm assuming we brought back the Lionheart. Yep.
Yep, there's the Lionheart.
Now we won't have the defense buff though, and there is still some anti-crit on the field.
Yeah, the problem is, like, look at that bomb. This Celine's not getting her next turn. Her next turn is already
You
gone.
name it, I've got it.
At least she'll have the evasion, so Shu won't be able to take her out.
It's true.
Hopefully.
They actually cannot hit them. Oh! the
Yeah, and can't
Finals
push
Cheer.
either because the push needs to be crit on the first hit.
Yeah, look at the amount of damage that they took just from that one bomb, though. And if you notice this Lulika, she's about to use her S2 again.
My turn now.
Okay, no push that time. Ruel's
I was
still alive.
born
Does have a bomb on her though.
By my
So this
destiny.
Lionheart Surmi is immediately going to pop this, take 2 turns. So as soon as this Lulika S1s,
I'll give
it's
you a
immediately
taste of
going to
defeat.
proc this Lionheart again. This is the win condition, basically, is just like, I hope I can survive to get one more S3 and hopefully take you out. Otherwise, this Shu was on a tear. Oh,
There's a
counter?
counterattack.
Guiding light.
But does she froosh?
Not this time.
No pushes. A little bit of low rolling going on.
Yeah, so that actually really helped Yim's side because
Hey, still in it.
it procced, but then no kill. So
She
is there
won't be able to
enough-
skill 3 this turn though. I believe that was her second hit, right?
He does have soul burn right here. ReTryEver is actually able to burn the shoe for the extra turn. Do
Here
they
we
get
go.
the push block? They don't. He has to now manually use it to take them out.
He might try to gamble. No, okay, going
Oh,
for the
he's
skill.
gambling. Yeah.
Just going for help me cream?
Yeah, just going for the extra chance
Is
to
it
counterattack and hoping that the anti-crit is actually going to protect him. It
Yeah,
also
he-
helps against the Celine damage.
Even with the full focus, did not have the full confidence to break through that defense.
But Selena is so low here. If she gets countered, she'll take chip damage. No proc from Shu.
Oh, look at the Ruel. Almost died from that bomb. Yeah, just one tap. But look, this Ocean Breeze Lilica, what if she strips the buffs off of this Lionheart? This could actually be really bad.
We'll
look
see
at
if she
that.
has enough effectiveness here. Lionheart should be sitting at 80, assuming no
Now-
added bonuses.
I do think that might have been a little bit greedy not using her S3 for the defense buff. Because I don't think she's going to survive till her next turn. I really feel like they should have gone for it, but I guess they were afraid of the Celine's random hit killing the
be.
Shu. It was a 1 in 3 because the Celine would have cleansed and used her S2, possibly doing a lot, but seems like a gambling man.
No crit there. Ice Crystal's actually healing all the damage done. Celine taken out of the picture. 1v3 situation now.
But the
Now
rat.
Shu popping
yeah.
off, and that will be a wipe. And the first round went for ReTryEver.
Yeah. Shu kind of a bad guy, so you hate to see it, but it's a little fitting. She won with that skin, you know. First round of the 2023 WC.
Hey, you
Yeah,
guys never know. We might be getting a second Shu skin.
Oh, I hope so.
After this
God.
World Cup.
Whoever wins, let's get another Shu skin. A
Please,
yearly Shu skin.
no.
Oh God, look at the damage. Damage done by Shu, only 50,000.
Well, you know what's crazy is Shu did twice as much damage as a Lionheart Sturmia that used their S3 like what, 3 times? Isn't that kind of insane? Lionheart Sturmia, traditionally it's like, oh, I got my S3, your team is like basically dead, but somehow in this match she was doing almost nothing. ReTryEver's team was so deceptively tanky.
It was the defense buffs, the ice creams, the anti-crit, and we mentioned that she did get buffed, but she got CR push, and the actual damage buff was on her attack scaling, so it wasn't really that much.
Yeah, it didn't help him enough.
Yeah, it must have been the postman, the Mort, getting banned on YimSiwan's side. I think that hurt him during the draft a lot. ReTryEver, of course, as a veteran, showing what he's got on stage. Leading 1-0, of course, this is best of 3. If ReTryEver takes the second one, we'll be moving up to the round of 8. And here is that second round, beginning of the draft. The loser does get to pick, so YimSiwan will be getting that first pick again.
Yeah, first pick is pretty much always an advantage, I would say. And as you can see, the 2 units that are pre-banned are the ones that were banned in the last match. So Milim and Mort are gone. Kind of strange to see Milim and Mort be the characters pre-banned, though.
Apparently my 2 favorites, according to G-Club.
Both of your favorites. Oh, this match is looking very familiar so
Yeah,
far.
I love it. I want to see
Very,
if we
very-
talked about the Solitaria, Jen. I wonder if Yim might pivot out of the Ruel pick. It didn't do too much there, and if he instead goes for like a Solitaria kind of play.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he doesn't feel that confident. I mean, we saw his Lionheart really didn't contribute that much to his team, so he might feel not that confident to pick it because it really just did almost no damage, and it wasn't that tanky either.
And I believe Sturmia was actually the second pick coming from YimSiwan. Does seem like he's taking more time to change out his game and bring out this plan B. And I wonder what that's going to be.
Well, last match, their second pick was Lionheart Sturmia pretty quickly, and then at the very end of the timer, they picked their next character, but they're really debating, like, do I want to try and do the same thing, or is it just going to be a repeat? Oh!
A Tywin!
Okay.
More control!
Tywin! That's very
I don't know if I like that in the
curious.
Mediator Coeric too much,
Yeah,
but we did still offer the Lionheart in the 3rd spot there.
So, how he's built nowadays is generally as a tank with Aureus for your team. And then he's a tank that only helps cleanse, and then he's also able to, you know, debuff hard if you have no cleansers, but ReTryEver's already like, okay, I got the cleansers, I'm fine. But it does help protect a little bit from this Pirate Captain, but they pick it anyways.
Yeah.
And the Shu!
Okay.
Maybe
the
he's
same
planning
team.
to ban the Coeric, because, you know, you get the proc from the Luluka there onto the Tywin. Get that rage buff, I believe, to get the guaranteed stun.
There is the Solitaria.
Oh, we do pick the Soli.
I'm a little surprised. So Solitaria makes it so that you can't gain focus, which makes it so that this Luluka is not able to do it too much, right? She's still able to buff the team and everything, but she's never able to drive the ice
It's
cream
very
truck.
strong, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good
And
counter.
it's a little curious. I'm a little surprised they did that because they already have Lionheart, who you want to get countered, right? And they have Ambitious Tywin, who is able to help cleanse the team. So I'm a little surprised that they would go for that at this stage in the game.
I think overall it's going to be okay because there's multiple things that will proc both the Tywin and the Lionheart depending on how it plays out, right? We have the Shu now on the side of retry, but it is
agree,
kind of
but
counterintuitive. You're right.
The Shu, I agree, but the Shu kind of just kills, right?
Yeah,
When she procs,
that's the
you're
problem.
dead, right?
So what else do you need as
Problem
a DPS from Yim?
Well, he's got 1 second to figure it
Yeah.
out. G-Clef.
Oh,
What does he lost?
Roanna?
Oh my! Wait a
Here.
second. It's possible. Maybe
Damage
the
only?
Solitaria is not. Yeah, maybe it's a damage or possibly even injury Solitaria. So
It could
be.
to do that.
He may also try to maybe just ban sustain and bring us to a frenzy 10. Who knows what he's planning here, but that's a very interesting last pick.
Whoa, Leafy pick.
Learn
I like
they-
it. Good into the
Okay.
Or sorry,
Well,
excuse me, into the Lionheart.
Yeah, she's actually really strong into Lionheart Surmia, so I'm not really sure about that Rowana pick though. Like, there's not enough constant counterattacks on the left side that are in an area that it feels like it's worth it.
Right, because we even mentioned you don't even get the Lulika counterattacks now for that extra healing. as
Yeah,
well.
exactly. I'm not entirely sure about this. It
Oh,
seems a little bit odd.
So Solly
Oh.
has to be banned. It didn't feel
Okay,
like.
Guys, I thought he might ban the Koeric because he's going for that kind of style. So now we have the Tywin threat, and with the Solitaria banned out, he will get some guaranteed
Yeah,
powers
I
for
mean,
the Lionheart,
uh-huh.
and he'll get the procs on the Tywin.
It's really risky, but like, is this Lionheart going to survive? Because the ambitious Tywin, he's going to try to set up the defense break and stun onto left side that can't be resisted, but like...
The
are we
difference
even
from last
gonna
game,
get to
Jen, is that we mentioned there was no Knight on the field, right? And you highlighted that
That's true.
typically Tywin has some mitigation. So let's see what artifact he's on.
Yeah, not only do they have ambitious Tywin, but also the Rowana with the revive. Maybe that's going to give him the little bit of extra edge that he needs to survive the aggression on left side.
Exactly, starting again with YimSiwan second round.
I'll make
Is it going to be the target for the taunt?
What would
Yep,
you like
you push
to
back
order?
that Power Captain Flange. She is an absolute menace. But does Ocean Breeze Luca actually press their S3? Because
Last
it
time
might
I
actually
went
be
down
really
to 1
bad.
second debating all the possible plays. I like that. Take his time, consider all options.
Very calculative, man.
This
Oh,
time he
and
decides to
this
just
time-
S1.
Before you
Yeah.
know it.
He's just like, let's play it a little bit slower. I think I'm okay. I can spend a little extra time because right side's win condition is essentially ambitious Tywin defense breaks your whole team and then Lionheart Surmia kills it. And so they need that perfect lineup. So if they don't proc the Lionheart Surmia, then they can't really go for that kill on right side. They don't have enough damage.
That makes sense. So ReTryEver is actually going to control his opponent with his own units.
Whoa, a 31,000 health Leafy.
Maximum
That's big
health.
time.
That's probably some massive, close to 50% health here.
Yeah, I mean, her artifact adds a lot of health. I mean, I knew she was
Maxed
sick,
already,
but-
yeah, health set probably as well. Here we go.
So Leafy going for the S3
Soulburn
to
skill
S1.
tree.
The
Now
thing
Tywin
is,
does activate.
yeah, the thing is, once this, oh wait, the dual attack. Wait,
Oh!
this might actually be really bad for ReTryEver. This is just
started.
a free Surmia.
That does trigger.
This is getting exciting.
Does have the
here's the
anti-crit
first
up on
run.
3 units though.
You're not happy.
Yeah, how much damage is this gonna do? It's not a super tanky Surmia. The anti-crit
Oh,
working
so we
on
didn't
half
miss
of
crit
it.
on Lulika, but this time around we didn't have the defense buff. We
sure
didn't have
you
the
can
ice cream
handle
because he opted to hold.
That's
the skill
true.
3.
That did help a lot. The Leafy taking half her health bar because also the damage is transferred from Power Captain.
That's big.
We saw the Stella Harper right there. The bomb went on Rowana, instantly got cleansed off. Like it wasn't even there.
He's opting to skill 3 here.
Protect us.
So the thing though is, if this Leafy does enough damage, then this Lionheart's gone. I don't think this Lionheart can actually survive it because
I don't
she
think so
extincts
either,
as
but
well.
he
so-
has a possible chance to kill or provoke, depending on who he pulls.
Oh,
Not
Not
enough.
enough.
31k
We do have
Leafy.
the Tywin though.
So now here comes the ice cream truck. And with the enough amount of focus.
Grant me power.
So it does land the debuffs, and this ambitious Tywin is blinded.
That's unfortunate.
If he hits the Leafy,
Oh, he also
missed the
misses.
Leafy. Oh my,
That is big. That could be the match deciding factor.
that's huge. He needed to land
I'll
that.
take you all down.
But the Lionheart proc because the Rowana pushes.
Yeah, you just have to go for it.
Actually, able to
By
do
my
it?
destiny.
There's no other chance.
Enough, but we're gonna
We'll see
find
the
out.
damage.
It's
Not
enough.
quite.
And this,
Wait,
Oh,
the
with the-
Soulburn?
Oh,
Might.
this is it.
and Leafy's gone.
That's huge. That 31k
That's
Leafy was
a
100%
huge
going to kill the Lionheart there.
Yeah, this Leafy 100% was going to kill. He was on a time. He gets another perfect dual attack.
Yeah, end of the defense break target. Things are looking up for YimSiwan.
Started.
And he procs again.
Yeah, this shoe's
Ambitious
actually
Tywin
helping
still has a
YimSiwan.
skill up. Yeah, it's the double agent.
And this
It
time,
is
not as
Aureus,
hard.
by the way, so we're
Just the beginning.
yeah, we're stacked on the Aureus plus Proof of Valor. So the shoe not managing to do enough damage this time
A
around.
moment
ReTryEver caught in his own trap in a way.
Yeah, ReTryEver was saying like, oh, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'll just pick the same team again. But this time, it seems like YimSiwan's team actually was working pretty well against it. Very close though, insanely close just based off of that Leafy.
Yeah, there was a lot of factors that could have changed up here and there on both sides.
Come on, I'll take you all
Yeah,
down.
As Chris was talking, but I don't imagine ReTry can come back
that's
here.
gonna be it.
Yeah, ReTryEver's like, wants to save the mental damage. He's like, all right, let's just try this again.
Yeah, no more brain damage, and we are 1-1 tied between the two players.
Wow.
Getting ready for that third.
Look
I
at
imagine
this,
ReTryEver will go for the first pick now.
Yeah,
I was a
generally
little
first
worried,
picks.
guys. You know, YimSiwan debating. We were talking about his second and third pick. He was kind of going down to the wire.
Uh-huh.
But he shows, right? Top seed. He doesn't care. He's going to tie it up.
Yeah, he's got the hairstyle. You have to believe in somewhat. And with SASIMITEA did seem like the key.
Look at that damage.
Yeah, key hero, but maybe it's time for YimSiwan to show something else. SASIMITEA can't be the only factor in
The
here.
exact opposite.
We call
Now-
those hyper carries.
Now you got to keep in mind that they don't get to choose their pre-bans from the last match, so this MO Lilius is just still up. So I would expect ReTryEver might be taking that. He might be tired of fighting against it, and maybe he's prepared to actually pick it. It was one of his most picked characters.
Yeah, it was most picked and most banned, right? So yeah, he definitely doesn't like to have it on the other side. So I imagine he's definitely locking that in.
Pirate Captain Flan apparently did 43 damage, so she was contributing a lot in that last match.
I wonder where that 43 even came from.
Rowana out DPS'd her by a magnitude of over 10.
Rowana, this is her meta.
Certainly, she's popping off everywhere. Imagine we'll see her a lot more once we go into the main stage as well. But here it is, 1-1 tied, as I believe the other ban was actually ML Koeric, so he will also be pre-banned now, along with Solitaria. Here's the third
That
round.
plan was beautiful, by the way, on the side of YimSiwan. I think he was setting up that Meteor Quirk ban from the get-go, and it panned out perfectly.
Well, he might have been playing that, but now he can't pick Meteor
Yeah,
Quirk
so he
into
went in
MO
Jenna for the
Lilius,
round
so-
2, but as we mentioned, ReTry's going to lock in that Silius, and now he's in an even tougher spot than the
The
last two
thing,
games.
though, is that, he picks the Airwolf. We're finally seeing one of the most picked characters. But since Solitaria's banned, wow, I thought they were going to go for maybe the Luluka, but they just
That's an
immediately go
interesting
for the
second
DJ
pick there
Bazaar.
when your opponent just has Lilius. We'll see how
Early
that goes.
DJB.
Yeah, it's a little bit early because generally
Maybe-
DJB, you want to pick a little bit.
Could just be protecting his own R well in case he expects his opponent to take it. I don't really
Well-
like that game plan too much, though.
Yeah, ReTryEver could slow the match down if he wants, though. That's the thing about characters like ML Lilius. Like, you get that first turn advantage, but she's good in all playstyles. So, yeah, look at the Destina right
don't
here. He might
say.
decide, let's slow it down. Like, you pick DJ Bazaar, he's not great in a super long match.
Oh,
wow.
here we go!
Third pick, Remnant Violet. There's no
God.
He's
Solitaria.
confident! Someone's ready
There's
to
no
dodge
Solitaria.
everything.
Yeah, he has got the first turn advantage. Solitaria is gone. There's still characters like Bryceria on the table and stuff, but that's a very confident third pick.
Very confident, but very spicy. Sometimes he does amazing, other times he dies turn 1.
Yeah, well, it's one of those characters where, he might completely carry the whole match on his back, or he might literally get hit on the first turn and you instantly lose and you scoop.
But you know, Jenna, I believe players that play like this, third pick with that confidence on the Remnant Violet, he's going to perform for ReTry.
I mean, look at
I hope I don't
ReTryEver's-
curse it.
Look
but
at
I think he's gonna
ReTryEver's
do
picture right there. He looks so confident. He's got his arms crossed and everything. He knows what he's
You can
doing.
handle this.
well. Oh, man.
Oh, we see that Lionheart Sermium. So
And that's a little scary into the Rylet.
3-4-3.
Yeah,
Violet.
they're doing that specifically to try and counter the MO of Lilius, but like, can this thing survive? We saw how much damage Shu was doing to it. Oh, the Leafy pick to try and take out the Rylet?
Before you
Could
know
be.
it.
Oh, take
No.
the shoe
Oh,
away
takes the
himself.
But where's the World Cup skin?
I
Where is
know.
it?
What a shame. YimSiwan,
What
I
is
was a
that?
fan, but no skin in the WC.
Yeah. Wait a second.
Oh.
Wow, he just decided, like, I'm tired of fighting this thing, it's my turn. But is that really the strongest thing into a Rylet? So far, right side has nothing actually strong into Remnant Violet. There's no
Yeah.
characters that actually counter him. Is he just saying, like, yeah, I'll just get lucky, I'll just hit you. No big deal.
Depending on what ReTry picks, I'm afraid of just a mid ban here.
Yeah. Because you also have to keep in mind, left side has a revive with Destina, too. They have so much support. Look at
And a
this!
blue crowd.
Crowd.
They've got Crow now because as soon as Lionheart pops her S3, he's able
Yeah.
to just revenge take her out, which is so powerful.
Very nice
and
pick
the
into
defense
things like
buff,
Lionheart.
defense buff on the team too. They're gonna take no damage.
If
Wow,
finishing with
Valencia. What do you
Valencia.
think about that?
I don't mind it. You know, we do. It is kind of weird in the Lionheart, but we already have things at procer, and it's a nice matchup into the shoe.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. You can proc it already and then just maybe like strip the buffs after with Valencia or something.
And Karina to finish up for YimSiwan.
That might be highlighting we have to ban the Alencia.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that this Karina can actually kill this Last Rider, or not Last Rider.
There
Sorry,
was the
this
mid ban, guys.
Remnant Violet.
Mitigation ban on the side
Oh
of
my.
Retry. This Remnant Violet might just go insane.
Yeah, wait. This is. I don't see how YimSiwan can survive this because a defense buff on Remnant Violet. He's so tanky. You have Aureus, you have heals, you have defense buff. Like, can Karina really kill that?
Well, we're gonna get an early proc, right? Because I imagine the Remnant Violet's gonna go straight into probably Lionheart.
Okay, we'll see if that
We'll see how it goes.
will be enough. Here's the final
But can he
game.
dodge? You have to keep in mind though, something really important is Remnant Violet's on the left side. That guy never dodges.
I'll make you
Could be.
taste despair. Can you even reach me?
So, pushing that shoe back.
There's a resist. But we have the BJB.
Oh, look at that. A bunch of free damage. Look, that was like 6,000 or 8,000 damage on that Crow. But that's just ramping him up. The crowd wants that. He's happy to take as much damage as possible. Even if he dies, he can get revived and immediately horse somebody with his SD.
Yeah, very nice synergy.
Yeah, that's a synergy with Estina. And ReTryEver is looking for that Violet.
Isn't the time to hesitate.
Will this be
Defense
enough
break
from
does land.
YimSiwan?
Yeah, so we're probably going to see the crowd just S2, and it probably doesn't really matter too much who he uses it on. He just wants that defense buff for that Lilius so she doesn't die.
I'm charging.
We probably don't want to hit the shoe here. Yeah, it just goes on Lionheart.
Yeah, just no need to risk it.
With that defense buff, that didn't do much. Even with the
Yeah.
D-break.
And Destina's like, oh, okay, you didn't really do too much. I'll just heal you back to full. So Conquer Liz is going to proc this Lionheart Surmia. But the
Yeah.
thing is, like, even if you proc it, can Lionheart Surmia even rip her S3, or would that be a mistake? Huge damage from this Remnant Violet. He doesn't even have attack buff yet.
As if you
He's,
have
he's gonna go for the
lives.
Karina kill with the Remnant Violet here.
This world.
Oh, wait!
On the shoe!
what?
Go
going
for
to
the
the shoe?
And she's
Excuse
taking
me.
almost half her health just from the initial hit.
Yeah, she's gone.
Okay, we do proc the Karina. We have the Lionheart ready to go.
Fun, actually.
ReTryEver has no respect for this Karina pick. He's like, I have vigor, I have defense buff, what are you gonna do? So
Yeah, he
what?
doesn't want to push her in that initial hit. He was planning to kill that shoe from the get-go.
A lot of people consider Karina to be pretty good against these evasion characters, but when there's so much tankiness on the left side,
Yeah,
is she
not
actually able to
behind a
do
Crow and
anything?
Destina, right?
Yeah, and her S3, it does area damage. It's only helping the crowd. Look, he just holds it. He's like, I can't use it yet.
How long can you hold
Now,
for?
here's the thing, though. We just gotta hit the Remnant Violet. Twice, probably.
I think that's his plan. I think he's waiting until the defense buff and vigor wear off, and then he just goes, just hit. Oh, wait.
He's going in.
Here's the first run.
He-
Leonard Surmia.
and
is
it
a miss.
misses.
A taste of defeat.
Not really doing that much damage in the grand scheme of things. Like, he's
Yeah,
still
look at this
pretty
Crow
healthy.
health.
Do you just press it?
Getting a big skill 3
In
soon.
the light's name.
Yeah, the crowd is just like, thank you.
And-
So, ReTryEver is kind of in a position where he can just kind of hang out. He doesn't really need to use any skills. He can just kind of... Oh, he's actually just popping this 3. All right.
You did have a weird play there, right? Because now the Crow's not going to be ready for skill 3, but I think he's going for the safer play. Just top off.
Yeah.
He's in a good position. No need to risk anything.
Fear.
She
is
didn't
how
get stunned
others
this
control
time.
you.
But this Remnant Violet is going to hit so hard here. I think they might just go for the Lionheart, honestly. She's going to take a huge amount of damage. Okay.
Oh,
DJ
one
Rosar's
hit.
gone.
Yeah,
gone.
One
he's
kill.
out of there. Look at that damage.
Oh my god. Is she just going to go for the Remnant Violet? No.
Oh,
To go for the Silius.
Goes for that Yes. And it's going to hit hard, but I don't see it killing.
If you're ready, let's go.
yeah, that did some damage, but it's not enough to kill with the defense break.
Yeah, as you can see, this Crow is missing, what, like 9,000 health or something along those lines, but that's not enough to kill anything.
All troops, advance!
Oh, he's just
Force
going for it.
already.
Is it going to be on? It's on the Surmia. So she's on Proof of Valor, so it really doesn't do that much damage.
Yeah, that might be a little risky here because what are our skill? We do have the skill 2 available, so we don't need a procker.
Yeah, I don't know if they really needed to, but I guess they do get to... Oh, I see. Okay, so they're just going to push the Remnant Bite here to try and take her out.
Yep.
So I guess that kind of works out since MLO's
play
did
by
have to
ReTry.
Yeah, ReTryEver taking one
he's got the
small
soul
step at a time.
How long do you think?
Sermia does survive, but for how
One
long?
health, but she's...
Well, survives for 1 second.
We have the
until-
follow-up.
And looking like it's completely Jover right there.
A dodge.
And that's a win. ReTryEver will be the first
What is
winner
our next game?
from the Korean qualifiers, moving up to the round of 8. Congratulations. As
Well,
we do-
that's the first seed. He's third
Look at that
picking
pose.
Rylet.
He didn't
Uh-huh.
even break a sweat, guys. Cool, calm, and collected from ReTry.
Yeah, just a very secure, safe, slow team. He's like, okay, you know, I don't have to rush anything. I'll just be kind of slow. And he was just so defensive. No way he was getting killed.
I loved it, though. You love to see a good Remnant Violet game.
Do you?
I do,
Maybe-
yeah.
Well, as long as you're not on the receiving side, I suppose.
I'd love to see some Remnant Violet.
And on the other side, YimSiwan did try Sermia, the recently buffed. 3-4-3 actually in all 3 rounds. Had 1 win only. Seems like whenever you have a pretty big solution against her, it seems like you can kind of control her pretty easily from ReTryEver's side.
God, that shoe though, when it just completely obliterated the Lionheart.
That game
One hit.
1 was insane.
It was gross looking at that damage.
It was almost rigged to show off the skin. It was so powerful.
Yeah, wait a second. Why did the shoe with the World Cup skin do so much better than the one without? Huh?
Right? Hey.
The skin's giving some power-ups.
Well,
Put
I mean,
those
I'm excited
skins,
for the
guys.
next shoe skin from this World Cup. So.
Please don't. Guys, we gotta stop that joke. I do not want a second shoe skin.
Hold up, guys. We don't even know who the winner is going to be from this qualifiers yet.
Oh, yeah, you want a Willem skin, right?
Yeah, that's my favorite unit.
Yes. It's going to be from now on. As this third draft was insane from ReTryEver with Destina.
How long
Had
do
a
you
backup
think
plan
you
all the
can
time.
I really like it. Overall, it just worked out so well since some of his counters were already gone, and ReTryEver had Lilius, so he had that first turn advantage. So Brightside had so few options to pick against him.
Yeah, he played super well. You saw on certain turns he would go down he would run the clock down to make sure he got the most optimal play.
Yeah, something you really have to keep in mind is because the bans work the way they do, where the last characters that were banned in the previous match are the ones banned in the next one, they don't get to ban any extras. That actually really changes the entire ban phase of this game, where sometimes you have to be like, well, if I ban this, it's not going to be in the next game. So, like, do I even want to ban this character, or am I going to pick it in the next matches?
But it's hard sometimes because you imagine you yourself winning the game, right? And then you don't get to pick the first pick, second pick. So you have to go extra mile for that drafting. So which is going to be very hard. You have to post ban. Thinking about this game, that for me, that's even hard enough already. Thinking about this game only, but you have to think about the next game draft. Thinking about your
We
position
saw that
of winning
a
and
little bit
losing.
in game 2. We saw that in game 2 from YimSiwan. He did win the match, but he set himself up to be a little bit weaker.
Yeah,
in round
exactly.
3.
He couldn't ban the ML Lilius, right? Because you don't get to choose. And then the ML Koeric was banned from the previous one, so he was just like, wait a second, what am I supposed to do here?
And I think we're just about ready to get into our, it says match 6, because we don't have every single round of 16 matches, but it's going to be the match in the other side of the bracket here, as we have Uigang versus hatsunemiku, the 2 players that we're going to be having a real quick profile, as Uigang known to be one of the best.
I like Right Side's name.
It's perfect. It's on brand.
Remember that Uigang is Dam from previous tournaments, and he generally was very high up in the last World Cup as well, and was really, really successful overall. So this time he is a different seed. He's much lower than he was last time, but I'm not sure how strong hatsunemiku is here.
From his profile picture, he looks really strong.
They definitely both look very confident.
As we'll take a look at player data for Uigang first. One of the highest win rate overall.
Look at the win rate.
Yeah.
76.8%. Look at the matches played. He didn't even have to play that many. It just was like, oh, I'll just play a bit, right?
He's got the experience.
And I'll definitely say I really respect those pre-bans.
The Aeola ban?
Holy. Angel of Light and Lua, nobody wants to fight those things, right? And the most picked, look at this. The Last Rider Crow, probably his premier tank that he's picking all the time. Really strong character ever since his buff. And then 2 of the most powerful supports in the game, Emo Kawaric and Emo Lilius.
These 5 units in general, just probably some of the most powerful
Yeah,
in the game.
he likes the strong units. If you just looked at like what someone would make of maybe a tier list or just of units you want to get, like this is 5 of the most wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, very slow player though too. Not a fast playstyle, and we see from hatsunemiku here 64% win rate. Another Zeo banner.
Yeah, interesting. Still good win rate.
But the big differences here is they're not picking as much of the supports or tanks. They're picking Spectre, Tenebra, and Aiden. Maybe he's a little bit more aggressive of a player.
S10 is certainly... We've seen S10 a lot in the past few months ago, but not as much in this meta right now. So we'll see if this data is going to be still contributing to our draft that we're going to be seeing today. As of course, we'll see a lot of Lua, Zeo, see Lilius most pre-banned. I don't think we'll be having too many of a different pre-ban screen from any other players.
I will say I'm a little bit surprised by last game's the Zeo ban we saw, since if both players are playing really slow, generally they're not really going to try to respond as much with that. We might not see as much speed contesting, and it's more just, you know, another slow game, kind of like the previous ones.
And here we go. Yeah, this is not round 3. This is round 1 between the 2 players. The top UI will be fixed immediately.
And it's randomized first pick, right?
Yep, random first pick.
Whoa! Look at those bans by right side.
Interesting.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I believe the right side is Hatsunemiku. So, what's up with that, guys?
Yeah, that's a little bit strange.
Auden pick, I expect pretty early, based on that.
I guess, but the thing is, oh wow.
Okay.
Last Rider Crow into the collaboration characters.
Yeah.
Some more sleep time.
So Shuna's
been pretty powerful.
Yeah, pretty solid character, right? She's kind of like another Angel of Light in a way.
Definitely a solid unit after all the love she received.
So left side might pick an Apocalypse Robbie here possibly. Oh, there it is.
Good call.
This team has become incredibly popular on the ladder recently. It gives you a lot of power where you're able to adapt your team to many different circumstances. You have the first turn advantage, you have the vigor, the attack buff, the shields, and then Apocalypse Robbie is just a relatively safe character and survives well against Last Rider Crow and Shuna.
And actually going for
Right
speed,
side, though.
Heir.
Yeah, so right side's going for just a protect the S10A kind of game. And then based off of what left side picks at the end, they're going to pick, you know, a unit that's basically a force ban DPS, but...
Threatening a lot of control too as well with the Shuna and the pair.
Yeah, so... What do you think about the Para pick here into left sides, though? They do have a cleanse, but...
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Not my favorite pick, but I think I could see it working out, depending on what he bans.
It does make it so that you can't just ban mitigation on right side, because no matter what, they're either going to have the Last Rider Crow or...
A Tempest Surin lock-in!
Tempest Surin.
Where has she been all this time? I mean, she's got the
Well,
EE.
I mean, she got her EE recently,
Yeah, that's right.
Which does make her a little bit easier to gear, and also the buff trick can be kind of nice.
No, she's been popping up in the meta. We were speaking about like what's kind of current. Not like a super often pick, but you see her here and there.
Yeah, that's kind of true, actually. Oh, we see the Belian final pick. So left side doesn't really have any tank, but they have units that are kind of slippery, right? So Apocalypse Robbie's hard to kill. T-Surin has her little trick of turning invisibility and cleansing, so she doesn't care as much about this Heir, for instance.
And I think we're not too worried, right, about the damage. At least on the first 4 picks, it's not too big of a deal. But let's see what YimSiwan... Oh, I'm sorry. The names are hatsunemiku, last picks here.
Yeah, it should be Uigang on the left and hatsunemiku on the right.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Wow, Briseria actually is... Yeah, Briar Witch Asaria as the final pick is kind of interesting as a solo DPS if S10 gets banned. So many debuffs on the right side. Are we going to see like the cleanser get banned from the left side, or how are they going to handle this?
Yeah, it seems like there are lots of candidates for the post ban on both sides, actually.
I think the play is to maybe go for the mediator ban.
Yep, there's the mediator ban and the Para. And keep in mind, in the next game, now those characters can't be used, and they're 2 powerhouse characters.
Right, something very important to keep track of.
Yeah, so right side does have a cleanse with Shuna against this MO Lilia still, and I mean, do they have enough AoE to kill this Spectre Tenebria? The T-Surin and the Blind?
And we'll see we'll have the answer to that real soon as we get into our first game between the two players.
Not fear death. Seizing
So let's see what
victory
artifact this
seizing
Shuna is
the
on too. A
future.
lot of people have like a Turnus and stuff like that to try and counter aggregates. Oh, she's on Soul Constellation, which is the new one from Lulika's banner. So, are they just going to go
I'll
for an
make
S2
you
or push some
for
aggression? They do go for the pushback.
とても危険な相手ですね。
Don't want that Last Strider crowd putting any
リムル
buffs
様
on
を
the
邪
team.
魔する者は絶対に許しません。
Shuna's here.
Opting for this.
You challenge
Oh, some
me?
good sleeps.
Fine.
Big
Ooh,
sleep action.
yeah, that's actually pretty strong overall. And yeah, they just attack her. No defense break though. That's actually kind of a big deal.
It is Alexis, so we definitely can, I think, kill that Stenny if we proc that greater attack buff.
Can we, Card? Look at her health bar, 13,000.
You know what?
Right?
That was before I checked the health. You're right, Dan. Behind that crowd, maybe not now. That's a lot of health.
That's a lot of health. Assuming the stuns, like, they've just gone a full rotation of turns with nothing to show for it. Last Strider crowd, 30,000 health, gives a bunch of mitigation to the team, especially with the shield. So the problem here is Shuna might want to hold her S2. It's like, do I want to cleanse the attack down, or do I want to save it for when I get debuffed by like, this T-Surin? Oh, she does opt for it.
Just going
I'll
to use
take
it
the
early
light.
just in case T-Surin comes up
Is this enough?
early with that AoE.
I accept.
Yeah, but as you can see, it didn't do anything because Last Strider crowd says, okay, you AoE'd me, thanks.
I can
Just
Yeah.
gives another shield.
And this Briar Witch is taking tons of damage here.
So here's the thing, if they S3, then this T-Surin is going to proc and cleanse herself. So he does just opt for it, he says, I want to push the advantage. But
Very
Tempest Surin
risky.
is no longer going to have this attack down, which is definitely a big deal.
I will fight them.
She
No
does
proc,
not
though.
proc the Alexa's basket, which is huge.
Yeah, she was
The greater
sleeping
attack
last
buff
time.
with vigor. Yeah, they
These
might have to-
D-breaks are nasty.
But you still have to go
Yeah,
for it with
they-
vigor.
Those are withering.
I'll
Yeah, they have
show
no
you
choice.
how I
And
do.
as you can see, look how much damage that did. Can you imagine if they had greater attack on top of that? It would have been an enormous amount of damage.
You are an
Get the
Wait,
kill
to
on the
kiss
Tempest
my
Turn.
feet.
Wait a second, that Tempest Turn was not lifesteal. It gained no
Yeah.
health back.
What is the
That
best course
is a
of
little bit
action?
surprising, actually.
And now,
And
All
as
in
you can
play,
see-
maybe.
yeah, without the attack down,
as you
S10 is
can
doing so much damage.
And it's kind of looking all but over almost for Uigang's side, but they do take out the Briar Witch's
So the
Saria.
revive is on the table.
Yeah. Can this Apocalypse Ravi just take out the... Oh, holy
Yeah.
sacrifice!
What?
Not Elbrus, we haven't seen it. Wait, so if they actually kill and revive this...
Will be
Oh, wait a
hailed
second.
on the tallest
Certainly
stage.
enough.
kill? Who
It
we
It
revive?
does kill Tempest Surin's back on the table.
yeah, with the crit buff.
Yes.
Wait a second.
It does have got some lifesteal there.
Is this the 300
Settling
IQ
just
play?
a little bit. She does turn invisible.
This blind, though, is really bad for the side of Hatsunemiku.
Where are they gonna hit?
Lands a
Oh
hit,
my
though.
god!
Oh, is that
the
poison?
poison actually take out Belian? But they're not able to kill the Arabi yet.
No, the poison shouldn't be enough.
Come
No,
on.
not
come at
close.
me.
So I think this, I believe this Tempest Surin is on the EE that gives life leech on her S1.
Oh,
As you can
that
see
could be
here,
right. Yeah, you could be right.
That heal, the EE lifesteal, is actually gonna win him the game here. He's not on lifesteal, but that little
Well,
bit of
let's
health.
see. We didn't proc.
No
She had
basket.
stacking. She had a ton of health.
More mercy.
Come on, Gar, there's no way, right?
I'm hoping. No way. No way.
It's over.
And that was close. But
Down to the
Uigang.
wire.
Oh my god.
Uigang taking the first round. That was close. Holy sack, we were certainly surprised.
Yeah, we saw some interesting things. The Holy Sacrifice, the no lifesteal set. It actually panned out because of the Apocalypse Ravi revive. He got the Briar Witch
Yeah.
Iseria kill. Was able to
Well,
bring it
also,
back.
the Belian just coming back saying, I'm back, suddenly because Holy Sacrifice, which you would not expect in that situation.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's possible that maybe they're on Holy Sacrifice specifically against the Last Shredder Crow Spectre Tenebria team. They didn't
100%,
wanna
right? Because it's not a
constantly
strong
counter.
artifact on its own if you just bring it in a general meta.
Yeah.
It was like tailor-made for this setup.
Also, keep in mind, if it had died earlier, then that Briar Witch's Area would have prevented the revive, so it was a bit of a risky pick there.
Man, the more we talk about this is Galaxy Brain planning.
It was so close that Belian
Yeah, it
had to take
was.
out the Briar Witch, and so many things could have gone wrong. Turn 1, there was no defense break, for instance, on the Belian, right? From the Briar-Witch's area. So many things could have changed in that match. It really could have gone either way.
Really close between the two players, but now on top. 1-0, Uigang is certainly leading this best of 3 as we go into round 2 real soon. Remember the pre-bans, as they will continue to be the extra pre-bans added in this post-game.
Well, let's see how Uigang adapts to the next one, though, because 2 really big characters are banned. There's no Emo Poeric, and there's no, what is it, Peira? So,
no Peira.
I would assume Hatsunemiku probably going to first pick some character like Emo Lilius or something like that. And then you have to think, well, what do I have to actually counter this unit now? Because 2 big characters that people like picking against them are gone.
But I actually think Hatsunemiku's in a tougher spot here, right? Because he does get the Silius, but as we saw in the last set, he's got to worry about round 3 as well.
Yeah, definitely. I will say it is a little funny to me that by the time the camera panned on there, he had already picked Emilius. He immediately slammed that pick. He's just like, no thinking.
Which we are not surprised. We're probably going to see a lot more in this tournament.
Immediately give me that. I don't even want to wait for the camera. Screw it.
And we might see a Eula pick, which is nice into the crowd. We do see that Luluka again, which we'd love to see.
Another Luluka pick. Last Star Crow, obviously always a really popular tank, but picking the Yoha here, and a lot of people might be like, oh, really? Yoha? Why is that? Because Yoha is actually a pretty good revenge killer to someone like Last Star Crow, right?
We talked about it with the blue crow, Yeah,
exactly.
That hits, gets that big skill 3.
Yeah, the moment that you take all that big AoE, you're like, okay, I get to return fire. But he's thinking hard about what this third pick is. Oh, Ops for the Apocalypse Robbie.
Some
a
more
strong
anchor
character into Last Rider Crow. Yeah, just really bulky team overall. MLS, as we said before, is a flexible character.
So versatile.
Oh, and some more control with Solitaria. ReTryEver's trying to control this game.
A Death Dealer Ray.
Oh, we do have the combo!
Here we go!
Yeah, this
is your favorite combo.
This is my team. I pick this in RT all the time.
You were actually teaching it to me, remember?
I'm a horrible person.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh, man.
Okay, we have the Lionheart 4th pick.
Yeah, just letting you guys
I'm the
know.
only person who's actually excited.
Yeah, just letting you guys know it is Uigang versus Hatsunemiku. We're working on the observer page on top. Just ignore the names you see on top for now.
Oh, I could talk about this team forever, but what's so good about it is Last Star Crowd gives so much bulk, especially against AoE. So if they pick someone like Edward, he protects your team so much just from all the shields you're getting, and he's just feeding the Last Star Crowd.
So Jenna, what does he need here in this 5th pick spot?
Well, you see, that's the thing. It can be anything if you're talking about left side. If you're talking about right side, you have to pick some sort of
the right
character
side
like
for
Edward or something.
Okay,
Yep,
Edward
there's
for the counter.
But I'll definitely say this. I think left side actually has like a really good draft in this situation. Right side does not have enough answers, I feel. And they pick the Pirate Captain Flan. They're like, you know what? Screw you, no cleansers, and I'm going to ban the Edward, right? They're going to take that Edward.
I would prefer a Roy, but yeah, Pirate Flan, very good.
Yeah, I
know
agree
you
with
like the Roy.
I'm a huge fan of the last pick, Roy Mustang.
But speaking of this comp, the Edward can be over, like, it's not a hard counter by any means, right? You might think it is on paper, but the left side control comp can actually overcome his passive.
You're absolutely right.
So Death Dealer Ray has to be banned.
You see right there, he just says, you know what? Edward's kind of scary, but I don't care that much. And he actually just takes it out. I wonder if he expected the Death Dealer Ray to be banned on his side.
Yeah, okay.
See, after the draft, we have our second round. Uigang is leading 1-0, best of 3.
Solitaria.
The Monarch.
This is a very healthy Solitaria. 16,000 health. It's not easy to get really high health on mage like that.
You're in trouble now.
And we do see the stun and pushback. Pirate Captain Flan might just say, I'm going to S3, or are they going to be a little more patient? Oh, they just go for the bomb.
Early S1 on Serbia.
I'm a little busy over here.
It doesn't do much damage, you can see, though. They do have a shield because this Yoha actually has the barrier set on, right? Giving it to the entire team.
Let's defy
We're
the
up
odds.
skill 3, defense buff, and ice cream
Shall
for
we
the
bring
team.
this to a close?
Look at this last Rider crowd. 32,000
Just
health.
going for
That
it.
is so tanky.
So much
It's
health.
gonna be big damage.
Does do a nice amount. This Edward, 23,000 health.
That was behind the barrier, remember, right? We outlined the protection.
True. That is true. He's not even able to break the barrier that's on this Pirate Captain Flan. The defense buff plus the mitigation, she's so tanky.
Stay away from me.
And now
So
we're back to
this is where
Solitaria.
that's supposed to get crazy,
We
right?
proc, but we have the
What's
plan follow-up, so we can... And I think we saw her on lower damage.
Oh wait, that's actually big that they dueled right there because the cleanse happens on Lionheart before she actually does this animation. So look, she gets nothing.
Wow.
That
That's
dual
huge.
attack, and then Ocean Breeze Lulika is coming right after to
That's very
debuff her
big.
even
I think he's
harder.
in an okay spot despite the dual attack. But,
I agree.
Very nice, regardless.
Yeah, there's Ocean Breeze Lulika coming right after, saying I'm gonna blind you, I'm gonna silence you. Does it hit the Edward though? It does hit the Edward, but it doesn't really matter. He's already procced. Pirate Captain Flan, even with mischance, she can still land bombs. She doesn't care.
Yeah, with that many
Almost Robbie,
debuffs.
you have no bar, like not able to do anything. He's able to just keep attacking. So what do you think about the current match state, Car?
I think Hudson is in a very, very tough spot here. Now, you never know. Uigang might mess up one key control turn and maybe could come back. But yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah, this is an injury Edward, which is definitely very helpful against like the Last Rider Crow, right?
Yeah.
But cheeky little dual attack doesn't do much. But as you can see, this is why people are scared of debuffs. That's why in the current meta, cleansers are so valued because if you don't have enough cleanse, this happens to you and you feel helpless.
Edward also, though, fueling that Crow on his cooldowns.
I'll be right with
Well, Edward's doing
Uigang
okay
is
by himself though.
Yeah, I mean, Edward's hanging out, but the thing about Edward
let's have
is
some fun.
he is a selfish unit, right? He doesn't really help the team, only himself, but like, can he really solo 4 people by himself?
It looks tough with that many debuffs on the other side.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky. I mean, Edward has made miracles happen in the past, but left side's just so healthy.
Stacking up that injury on this 32,000 Crow.
Yeah, but something you have to keep in mind, and this is definitely an important factor, is the frenzy in the current state of the game is much more powerful than previous metas. Immediately after Frenzy 1, on your tanks you're already losing like 2,000 health, right?
Yeah, not the biggest fan of that, but it is what it is.
Yeah, just Frenzy
it's
3
very
already.
powerful
You're
though.
in trouble now.
Yeah, this Yoha is just like constantly getting stunned, but the thing is you actually have to play it right, because if you play it wrong and the Yoha gets activated at the right moment, and she's
That's what I
able to
mentioned. When you
S3,
asked me what could happen, it's looking bad for Hatsunemiku, but one misplay on the side of
Wait.
Uigang could turn it around.
right here, I think they're not going to kill the Yoha, but she's going to... Oh, barely
Oh,
doesn't
she's
kill her, but this procs the Lulika. You see, he had that planned out. It procs the Lulika, giving her 2 more focus stacks, then she's able to just S3. They can strip the shield and stun possibly.
Have the ice cream truck again.
There's never
Or
enough
silence.
time.
Another ice cream truck. It does strip the shield.
Oh, no silence there. But still, look at the HP bars on the right.
Yeah, they're in dire straits. And Solitaire is fast enough. It looks like right side's about to lose half their team right here off of this Solitaire.
Nope.
We
and-
kind of predicted as much, unless something crazy happened that just would come down to Ed.
Yep, it's the Edward Elric show. Let's see.
You must think
He
you
is
have
actually
1v4?
doing a pretty sizable amount of damage.
I don't know.
I think he's just gonna get overwhelmed with debuffs, though.
A lot of you guys
Yeah,
are
look at
asking
the
where
fire
where the frenzy is. Whenever the frenzy changes, it pops up on the bottom right. Just keep an eye on it.
order.
The stage should be changing too, right, G-Club?
Yeah, it's frenzy 4. Not the stage. I think the stage. You mean the background? The background changes in the.
The background, yeah, that's...
Background will be changing in the main stages, not
Oh,
for the
only
qualifiers.
for the name. Okay,
Uh-huh.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Not right now, immediately.
How annoying.
So
Oh, this
notice
bomb
Edward
is still present.
already has a bomb, right? Like he already has one.
But
If
let's
she
see
shoots
here.
it at him, like just the S1, right? She
He
can
needs
land
something
another
crazy to
bomb.
happen right now. Maybe a
Oh, look
plans,
at
but
that.
another bomb was applied. He maybe needed to resist that.
Yeah, he would have needed to get a little lucky. So he gets stunned, but his passive is now down. And look at him on the turn bar. He's
Yeah, just getting
miles
overwhelmed.
away.
Which we mentioned at the start
Yeah,
of the draft. That
controlled
even though
again.
Edward looks good against these debuffs, it's not enough.
In
You just
theory,
overwhelm
Edward
it.
is a god versus it, but if the rest of your team is just helpless, you can't do anything. And that's the dangers of picking a team like what Hatsunemiku did. You need those cleanses.
That's right. At Uigang, it's going
Commanding
to take
2-0.
the best of 3 with a 2-0. As we did have some good tries from Hatsunemiku, but was not close. And will indeed have one of the big favorites from the Korean qualifiers, Uigang, moving up to that round of 8 now.
Yeah, Uigang, I mean, we said before, like, he's been in previous World Cups. He's a really strong, consistent player, and he showed it right here. He was just perfectly ready for everything.
He was ready. I would even say the last round was much closer, right? And which is crazy because now the hatsunemiku got the second pick this time around, but
poor Vocaloid.
We got the 2-0.
Yeah, DDR did not make it, but still that combo can always appear from the other side.
Yeah. Look at Crow. He took
Oh.
the damage, he healed the damage, he did the damage. He did everything. He's an all-in-one.
I mean, ever since
But
the
that's definitely one
buff,
of the dangers.
the Rider Crown has been one of the most solid tanks in the front.
So popular. I'll definitely say though, just that's one of the dangers to picking 3 units in a row, like how Hatsunemiku did it, where you don't have any cleanse or anything like that, and you're not a super aggressive team. So if the opponent just picks tons of debuffers like that, the Solitaria and Death Dealer Ray combo, you would have to scramble to draft units to beat that.
I think there was hints of that in his like picks and pre-bans, right? We were kind of speculating. It was interesting the way he picks his favorite units, and we saw it play out. Galaxy Brain plays from Uigang.
Yeah, he did a really good job, and he made it look easy in the second game. The first game was a really close nail-biter, but that second one, he just felt so in control.
It was totally controlled, and a solid 2-0. Didn't even have to go to the third round. And after those 2 games, what do you think about some meta and the picks coming from the Korean qualifiers? Anything out of strange? Looking strange to you guys at all?
I think like the standard, right? We see a lot of Conquer Lilius. They're going to alternate between the first and second pick. But the part I like, we did see the Mortelix kind of pop up. We saw Shuna. We saw Tempest Surin.
Oh, yes.
So even though there is the powerful picks, I think it's still, there's enough variety that it makes it exciting.
Yeah, we've already seen a little more variety than I expected, honestly. And hey, I've heard people say, "Oh, you'll never see Death Dealer Ray Solitaria like on the world stage or something. It doesn't work." Oh yeah, right there.
Yeah, right there. The control was perfect. Right?
Yeah, it just completely obliterated the right side. But yeah, like the T Surin, like Kara said, like definitely didn't really expect that so soon, right?
Yeah, that's right. The silence did help a lot. Of course, you have to rely on the basket if it procs or not sometimes. Just one step away from winning that game and still come up with a win with the Holy Sack on Bellion. So we got to see some cool tactics coming out from, especially the experienced players. It seems like they always have a backup plan when they draft. I think those are going to be kicking in really hot when we go through the qualifiers. And those are only 2 matches from the round of 16. I wonder what happened on the other side, because I always wish that we get to see every single match. Because I think we have some highlight matches of like Merit versus Komyangmi, the KJ. That was actually on the bottom of the list that we did not get to see on the screen. We'll only find out who the winner is. And
I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see his match because he is actually a fan favorite.
Yeah, he is.
I suppose we'll see.
We'll see who the winner is supposed to be later on. Yes, Jenna?
This is going to sound a bit like a boomer thing, but I think it's interesting characters like T Surin came back because in the first World Cup, T Surin was actually a pretty popular character, and so it's funny to see her finally come back in the third World Cup. She skipped the second one.
Isn't that refreshing? The units we knew a long time ago, man. We get to see them
every
on the big
once in a
stage.
while they come back. Last Rider Crow, I think. I mean, he was popular a long time
Golden
ago.
Boys,
he gets buffed, and now he's back in action.
Yeah, way too many. And those were the 2 matches that we have from round of 16. But we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have those round of 8 matches from the Korean qualifiers in E7WC.
murkiness of the oceans, stirring depths of the pure soul, to wrinkle like the dreams drawn into the stars, along with the words we have made over our hands. I have been looking forward to this whole new world. We are the dreamers casting down the shore. We are the conquerors facing the northern sun, and the winds that pick up, flying with the ocean wind. Till I get to the time, I'm not backing up. Nothing can stop me. Melody coming from afar, far away. All my fears are turning into the dreams. Dearly, we've made a promise over our hands toward the dreams. The past, the future has changed. We are the dreamers casting down the shore. We are the conquerors facing the northern sun, and the winds that pick up, flying with the ocean wind. Till I get to the time, I'm not backing
And welcome back, everyone. That intro title, man, every single time.
Yeah,
When-
that's really cool.
Yeah, when is that animation coming? But here we go.
New
We are
Western.
on to our round of 8. I believe we have some updates. As you have probably seen the names for the round of 8. It does seem like we have some matchups happening. As soon as we get all the updates from the other side, we'll have that bracket on the screen, I believe. And I have some bad news, guys, and the good news that the big match that we were all waiting for, we do have the result. It did seem like from the result that I have on my screen on the side is that Komyang-mi KJ did not make it, and Merit actually won that match with a 2-1. And here it is. Here's the updated tournament tree. And ReTryEver, Cryingleader. Some
Really
big names.
surprised actually. Look, it went 2-1 Merit, but that was definitely one of the, I would say, show matches. It's a bit of a shame that we didn't get to see it.
I would love to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they'll have that match. Of course, all the matches are recorded. Maybe we'll have that on YouTube later on. I hope so. But we do have the matchup. We'll be starting from round of 8. It's going to be the same for other regions as well, as we will have all the matches on our screen. So from here now on, we will not miss a single match. And I believe as they're ready, we will be going from top to bottom. ReTryEver versus Cryingleader. Cryingleader is aka Dangju from last year, very well known. Seems like we had a lot of 2-1 victories in the round of 16. No surprise. And Mr. Pong, another big name actually, did not make it from round of 16.
Yeah, that was a 2-0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's surprising actually. So maybe this xiaoye guy is actually really, really strong.
Yeah, I wonder what exactly happened there. But as I told you guys again, ReTryEver on the screen again versus Cryingleader. We'll see. Both very experienced player, veterans of E7WC, coming back again 2023. We'll see what they bring on the table.
Jenna,
this time.
that's my shirt on the left and your shirt on the right.
Wait a second, I think mine's a little bit nicer actually. Wait a minute.
What are you saying? Cryingleader looks great, man. Look at that polo.
Yeah,
He's quite the name though, Cryingleader.
Yeah, where's that from, G-Clef? Do we have any info on maybe where you got that nickname?
Yeah, Crying Dangju. I think that's like a literal translation off of his Korean Korean ID.
Yeah, it means Cryingleader literally, huh? Okay.
Well, we already saw these stats right here, but ReTryEver didn't really pick much of that Airwell or Aiden, but they definitely like the MO Lilius.
Yeah, but we could see that ReTryEver reacting against his opponent oftentimes. So
We just saw quite a few no-night drafts, especially from ReTryEver.
Yeah, he was actually playing surprisingly aggressive, so I think that he's pretty adaptable and ready to play multiple different styles, assuming he gets some of Lilius though. I do think it definitely matters a lot who gets the first pick,
yeah,
since it's completely random.
The first pick will be random throughout, so that will matter a lot, of course. And most freeban actually, Adin, I believe it's going to be the light Adin, not the regular.
Yeah, well actually, if you ban one Auden, it bans all of them, every type, so I guess he's a little cheeky, he likes to ban the grass one, but I'll definitely say I'm shocked that Lua is one of the most picked, because who let them pick Lua all the time? I'm actually very surprised by that.
Well, it came through, maybe because he also doesn't, pre-ban it himself.
I guess so, and maybe every time he's first pick he leaves it up and he seems to be getting it, but also a big fan of the Luluka, maybe against all those MO Lilius that he fights.
Yeah, she's definitely making a big impact, both in the meta and in this tournament already.
We're into our
she's made
first
an
draft.
impact in many games.
But a little too many. Actually, we're going to stick with that Adin ban and a Violet ban from the round of 16.
Right
Was he watching the matches?
He
saw.
I guess he had to
tired
be.
of evasion.
He saw
Honestly,
that Rune Violet pop out that third pick.
Respect,
I like
man.
that. He says, "Get the RNG out of here. I want an honest game. I want an honest and fair game. Get this out
honest
of here."
game. Let me pick Lua.
Yeah, true. Hey, she consistently makes you lose the game.
Yeah, I believe Cryingleader on the right side and ReTryEver on the left.
I'm actually really surprised by the first pick, Ebel Kawerik pick, because there are actually multiple counters to him. Angel of Light is pretty strong into him, but also characters like Sharoon and stuff, for instance, are just really good against him nowadays. What are we gonna see? The Amelia.
Wow, you don't see that too often.
Wow. So Amelia is actually a little bit better than people might think because there's not that many cleansers in the game, characters that can constantly cleanse your team that are also aggressive, right? Destina constantly cleanses, but she's really defensive. And ML
That's the
Cleric
trade-off,
does.
right? You trade off
Yeah.
the sustain and the ER for the attack up.
Exactly, but Amelia's kind of like the middle ground between ML Cleric and Destina.
Okay.
Where she does have some of that healing and the push-up, but then she has the attack buff too. And right side, going for the Peira, very flexible and aggressive.
Do not interfere.
Politis.
Politis.
Really
Okay,
quickly
wow.
picked up here.
So right side still hasn't really picked, I'm assuming this is probably a bulky Politis, but we'll kind of see. But right side might just be kind of going for a wait and see approach. Still kind of waiting on what left side is doing to pick their DPS units.
Yeah, both sides still haven't picked their DPS yet.
I'll
No knights.
Hey, Robbie.
There's an Apocalypse
There's the
Robbie.
Apocalypse Robbie. All right.
Edward
And
picked up
Edward?
along.
I would say that definitely makes a good amount of sense.
Yep.
Oh, Roy Mustang. Are we going to see him?
The Fire
A
Alchemist.
little bit risky into the Amelia. That's why. Okay, now we're hovering the Leafy.
Oh,
Whoa,
back to shoot.
We see another shoe.
And
And
Leafy.
Leafy.
So
We
quick
got
draft.
both. Was that no skin though? No skin.
It
on
has the
shoe.
skin.
Yeah, yes, skin.
It does.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
tell
You're
us-
right. You're right.
What do
I
you
see
think
those cat
about
balls.
Leafy card? Tell us about your thoughts.
I think you said it perfectly last night. I think Jenna said awooga, and that's all he said, respectfully. But no, I think she's great, especially in the current meta.
That wasn't very
She can
respectful.
potentially destroy this
Look at my
Edward, but I don't know if it's
Oh,
the best pick
Violet.
for right now.
The Violet
Yeah,
picked
now
up.
we have the two ice units, hard countered by the Violet last pick.
Yeah,
To be
exactly.
fair,
Probably
you kind of
needs to
have
be a
to
must-ban. She
have
could
to
kill.
expect the last pick to be banned, right? That's generally how it goes. So
Yeah. Remnant Violet banned, so you do have to have your perfect Earth unit, which is going to be banned from now
he
on.
just banned the only other evasion main character. So now all three evasion characters are gone. No fat cap though.
Yeah, that's right. Odin's gone too. So let's go into our first round.
Bans the Remnant Violet.
So the thing is, can this
dare stop
Leafy
me?
actually solo right or left side? Is Leafy able to actually do it? Because there's a lot of injury on left side. I would expect this. I think Edward is probably injury, and Apocalypse Ravi puts injury as well. So,
Here we go. Watch the animation. We still got the Edward proc.
wait, look at that. The Amelia's stunned.
Back and
That's
forth.
big.
You expect that? And there is no injury on the Edward. Look at Leafy's health bar. It is not red.
By our grade.
So that's actually a pretty big deal. If they can lock down this Apocalypse Ravi for
situation is
long enough, this
critical.
Leafy might actually be able to just come through and slowly pick them off.
Does have
13k
fair amount of
Politis.
control.
We'll see the damage.
Well,
Not at all.
left
That's a
Maybe
miss.
lack thereof.
on behalf of
Angel of Light just throwing out the S3. They're like, okay, well, I don't want your Peira having any buffs. I don't want Leafy to be able to use S3. Oh, but she actually 15% the silence. So she is actually able to just immediately use the S3. That's actually pretty huge.
Yeah, free Soulburn.
I'll take care of it myself.
And those Omen
They did.
stacks are
Yeah,
coming.
Went
two
for the
over
Amelia.
stacks. Yeah, so they're going for a control game essentially. They're,
Wants to knock that Emmy and then just controls the field with the Poly Parrot.
I definitely think that's a very smart idea because if they take this Amelia out, then the Peira can, and the Politis can probably start to control this Apocalypse Ravi.
A lot of damage though.
Much. This
Yeah, the-
Politis.
The mitigation was stripped right from the AOL, and that thing just did so much.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, they ignore mitigation too on the S3, so even if the Peira had escort, like that Politis was still taking that much damage. She is a death row. She's about to go away. Peira going for the stun. Yep, Soulburn.
She's gonna have to keep that locked down.
Yeah, but you notice that the Apocalypse Ravi, look at her bar, her red bar under her health bar. Once that's gone, you can hit her as much as you want, and she won't push forward. And she also has restrict, so even when that's gone, she's not taking turns.
Learn your place.
Yeah, here's Leafy.
So Leafy,
Ready for that
Should be a
stand.
down under.
You keep
28k health.
Call of the Abyss.
You'll only prolong
Yep.
pain.
the Kraken,
Extinction right there.
20,000
That
damage.
Amelia did nothing.
Yeah,
Use that as a limit test. We're gonna be hitting about that much, right, on the rest of the units here. One
Yeah.
stack of Call of Abyss on each Omen.
It probably will go down a little bit as the frenzy happens, but wow, the player's just going for the S3. Edward already has a buff, debuff on, so that one's going to be cleansed, and he gets stunned.
Oh
That's big.
my.
Oh my god, this Leafy is just chilling. She doesn't even care. She's in no danger, just having a
Another
great
stun?
vacation.
Giving me a headache.
Oh my god, why not? Just for good measure, just because they can. Oh
He's
my
going
god,
for the
this-
Apocalypse now.
I
Okay.
mean, this Apocalypse Ravi, she's completely disabled by everything. Look at the debuffs. She has no bars. She can't do
That
anything.
was 3,700 on the Quirk too. Now definitely in prime position to die to the Call of the Abyss.
Oh yeah, and can Edward really fight this Leafy by himself? He's not an injury.
Oh, another
Another
stun.
stun just to make it worse.
Stun Apocalypse.
Guaranteed.
And
Oh my.
Retry says, okay, you have it. You just win.
Yeah, wow.
Cryingleader.
Cryingleader just shattering ReTryEver's mental in that match. Just ReTryEver is just like, get me out of this match.
That
I don't
was
want to see this
brutal.
anymore. My
Edge is
poor
not having the
Apocalypse
best time this tournament. You see that often a lot on the ladder too. You think he's gonna just be a monster against debuffs, but a lot of times he gets overwhelmed.
Yeah, I mean, this meta, it's generally either people play really aggressive or people play a lot of debuffs. And since a lot of the Korea region plays a lot slower than some of the other regions might, then you're probably going to see a lot more debuffs. So you have to be really prepared. And I think that's why ReTryEver picked the Amelia. He's like, okay, I have another good cleanser, but then she just got stunned.
That's one of the weaknesses, right? On Ruel units like Amelia, typically, sometimes you sacrifice the effect resist that you see on a lot of other soul weavers.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit surprised. I wonder how much effect res it had, or maybe how much effectiveness this
The
Blizz
poly
had.
had,
That was
right?
surprising.
Yeah.
Leafy solo carrying, and a lot of people are, I think, underestimate Leafy. She's actually really good. She's a really solid character that counters a lot of popular picks in the meta.
100%, but you don't really expect her to fight units like Apocalypse Ravi, right? Even sometimes Ed, when he's above 20k health. Usually you want to see them in that Lionheart, Sirmia range, where she's guaranteed kill, but yeah, he made that work beautifully.
Yeah, definitely. He made it look easy. Like,
Yeah, that certainly worked
just
really well.
crushed.
Now there was some RNG, right? Some favorable RNG
Okay.
inside the Cryingleader,
Very
but
true.
it still looked very good, yeah.
Yeah, I think the stun on the Amelia, once that happened from the Politis S2, I think that just instantly
It
sealed
was
the
a
match.
snowball, yep.
Yeah, just little things like that for debuffs are just so huge. And it's surprising to see the Politis lock down the whole team. They were looking like Solitaria with how many debuffs they were putting out.
Yeah, that's right. If you can control the game just like that. What if Emilia did not get stunned? Would it be on the other side, ReTryEver controlling the debuff slightly more? Would Emilia cleansing pretty quickly?
It definitely could have changed a bit of it because they would have cleansed their team and then they would have started stacking a little bit of injury, from the Apocalypse Ravi on the Lethe. But I will say, even if she hadn't been stunned, it's possible that they could have gone locked down right after by someone like the Peyra, right? Because she couldn't have had that much effect resist, so maybe the Peyra can actually just debuff them.
Yeah, there were a lot of stun
And then you ask though, what if Peyra misses her stun? So even though it was a very strong start, it was still anyone's game depending on what happened in the beginning.
Well, when there's debuffs, there's so much RNG, you're not really sure how the opponent's character is built. You don't know how much FRES, you don't know where the stats are distributed, so you never know.
Yeah, that's tough now. And ReTryEver just in the middle of the game says, "Okay, you have all the percentages, you have all the RNG in the first game. I'm just gonna go out." I might be thinking about the second game. We just have a couple more seconds to talk about the game before we actually head into our second. So, do you think the Lethe is really strong right now? How fast do you actually have to build her?
I think usually the sweet spot is like 240. Where's yours
240?
at, Jenna? 240,
I'm
and
like
then
230, but
kind of high.
mine's not that good.
Well, guys, do I have the fastest Lethe here?
I think
Mine's
mine's about
240.
You
210.
should see the draft mode Lethe, it's 290.
290.
Yeah, it's a
290 with how
Lethe.
much health?
Yeah.
Less than 20k?
Only 22,000. I don't recommend that.
Oh, okay.
But Lethe is a very simple character, right? You build the meat on her. You give her a ton of health. You give her
Give
defense.
her
you give her
artifact.
speed.
That's right.
And then everything else is extra, right? You give her artifacts. She's just this super big tank, but she's able to take out those units like Lionheart Sirmia, ML Vivian, right? Like these really good carry units that are super bulky, but they have low health.
Apparently takes out Apocalypse Ravi's too, but she does have some counters that we were outlining before. I think Jenna mentioned units like Sharoon, who's super strong. We haven't seen her pop up just yet. So I expect to see some people, if you pick Lethe too early, they'll have counters ready.
Yeah, definitely. Injury is so good against them. So when you see like the Apocalypse Ravi, it's like, I mean, if they get too much injury, you might be in trouble. But if you just control them, they don't even get one turn.
So it seems like so far the name of the game has been control from a lot of the Korean qualifiers, and we might be looking into a few other potential cleansers. Just name a few. Who are the best right now in game?
ML Koeric is still one of the best,
And,
but but the thing is, now there's counters for him. That's the problem, right? His characters like Sharoon and stuff like that. He's not a super safe pick all the time. The best cleansers. I mean, what do you think, Car? It's like him and like what Destina. And, like,
now we did see, I think it was in some previous tournaments, sometimes you see rare scenarios where like a Momo will pop up against super hardcore debuffers.
Oh yeah, when someone's going really
like SASIMITEA. But another thing too, guys, the control's really strong right now, but I expect that to shift right when the ML Landy gets opened up again, because some units you have to build to fight against the Landy or you support the Landy. So we mentioned that prior to this, control was kind of popping off, like Genazad abusing the DD Ray every game. The Solitaria?
I admit that I'm a bad person. But yeah, characters like ML Landy, what they introduced is you're not as scared of debuffs because she's a DPS that doesn't just get stunned constantly like we saw that Apocalypse Robbie. They're safe, right? There's just not a ton of characters that feel safe. Like Edward, of course, does, right? But we saw what happened. Too many debuffs, and I mean, your whole team
the best time.
Yeah, your whole team got crushed, and then even he can't cleanse enough. So it's pretty rough out there with all the debuffs, and you really have to watch out for it. That's why a lot of people like to play aggressive, because if you play super aggressive, the opponent's on the back foot, and they can't just overwhelm you like that.
Yeah, maybe we need some more heroes to counter all those debuffs, like maybe like a rework on Champion Zerato to make him even more powerful.
Yeah. Champion Zerato is not a character.
Give him some damage. He's so bad right now.
That man is in the dumpster.
He needs a incredible, big buff on those counters. Like a long time ago when we thought about debuff counter, I think he was the only one. But now he's like in the lower tier, somewhere on the bottom.
I want to see some Designer Lilibet as well. I think prior to this Landy meta, right, Designer Lilibet was really strong too, alongside units like Edward.
Especially. Go ahead. Works really well. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that she works really well, but she's more of a aggressive kind of pick, right? Because she's
which
like
we aren't seeing a lot of just yet. But you said aggro is really strong.
Yeah, but you see, that's the thing. It's kind of a regional difference in a way, because a lot of the Korean players play a lot slower. So that's why we've been seeing a lot more of those, slower matches where we see the Amelia and the ML Koeric, right?
So we'll
Jenna, you just need the there's a Golden Rose penetration set Dilibet that can solo carry damage. But we'll see if that
tell me all about that later. I have a Dilibet setup, but I think we're getting we're getting ready for our second round here. Of course, round of 8 qualifiers. As we already started the draft with those post bans, Violet and Shoot, still sticking in the pre-bans now.
Cryingleader winning that first match, he is so confident that he says, if you remove all the RNG from the game, I will always win. And so he has 3 evasion units banned.
I know, dude. He hates violence. He hates evasion.
Oh, here we go.
We've been talking about her.
That's
and a very strong pick, right, Jenna, into the Mediator Koeric.
Yeah,
there's a lot of options you can do against
Sharoon. Ever since her recent buffs and like her EE and everything, she's actually such a powerful unit into ML Koeric, where he gets punished no matter what he does. It's like damned if you don't. If you use your S3, she strips it. If you don't, she just constantly increases your cooldowns.
Or a lot of times she can even just skill 3 overlap you, right? Because of the big combat readiness push, and then start locking you down.
Yeah, exactly. And not to mention, she also gives a lot of buffs to your DPS, which is, you cannot discount those. Like, she's giving attack buff, crit damage, immunity. Yeah, and constant barriers. She pairs so well with some other characters.
I'm surprised we haven't seen her until this game.
Yeah, ooh, wow. So we see left side is going for a really slow wait-and-see approach, right? And they're going to pick their DPS at the end. But right side, he's just going for that aggressive team that we saw earlier, where you pick the Peira and the Spectre Tenebria, and Sharoon's going to give so many buffs to her, too.
Yep, Sharoon with the buff. Now she actually feels like a really good Soul Weaver on the team. And looking with Peira, going very fast.
Immediately going for that. Going for the Belian. Belian's obviously great into Spectre Tenebria. Everybody knows that. But not very good into Last Rider Crow.
Yeah, we're going to fuel his skill.
And the first Zio.
Whoa.
Actually picked.
Zio.
Remember, he wasn't banned.
What a waste of time.
And the Lethe again.
I'm thinking that must be a full DPS Zio, and he's trying to disable the Peira.
Seems so.
And then try and push the advantage, but is he going to be able to do enough damage? Okay, so we see the Lethe gone, and we see the Belian gone.
But I don't... How are we going to take care of the Spectre Tenebria here? We just have Zio as our main DPS?
Well, he is going to be in back of the Ross, right? Yeah. And this Peira is going to be completely useless from the start, I would assume.
But we still have to cut through 3 units to get to that standing. I don't know. I guess we'll find out, but this doesn't look good to me.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of disappears.
What they'll do
The Zio has to go crazy. I've seen it before, but yeah, let's see.
Maybe Zio actually goes to the Last Rider Crow to do the damage and just leaves the pair up because Angel of Light can strip the buffs.
Of course, we start with Zio.
Right, this initial skill 3.
Round number 2.
Well, let's see.
Those who deny their fate
Here's bow down before me.
must suffer consequences.
And right after, 5% off.
I won't.
It is on the Para.
The door will remain closed. At least
Okay, they're just gonna
you
silence their whole team, and they've
If you're
unbuffable.
scared, run.
Landed everything but one unbuffable, and that's going great for him so far.
No cleanse. Those are brutal debuffs.
So you were saying,
So the question
Jenna,
is,
Yes, Jenna?
oh, I was just gonna say, like, is he gonna push his advantage with the S3 here into just immediate Ross S2 to try and defense break? But what were you gonna say, G-Club?
So you were saying ReTryEver has these first few turns, but he needs to break through all these defenses to get to S10A.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that this is, like, S10 is a hyper carry, right? You have to immediately remove them. Oh, barely.
Doesn't land the
lit.
kill though.
127!
Because of the miss from the Roz, the 50-50.
You aren't even fit to kiss my
Yeah, so Spectre Tenebria, she has 12,000 health, pretty bulky, and that tells you that her damage isn't insanely high, right? It's not a full damage Spectre Tenebria. And tankiness is pretty useless in this matchup if you think.
no escape.
So she's immediately soul burning, removing all those debuffs. Now she can get Sharoon buffs. See, Sharoon's coming around the bend.
Exactly, that's the big thing. If he can just kind of outlive this momentum from retry, he's gonna look so strong.
Ooh, a free attack buff, look at that.
Easy
Allow
peasy.
me to purify.
And the berries we talked about, just in case. Not very relevant, but
So how much damage is a Zio gonna do?
Okay,
Unlocked.
4K
He's
even
got
before disappear.
Careful.
Ooh, he does
good,
hit
that's
pretty
good.
hard. And Angel of Light has to silence her. Oh, they're soul
Okay,
burning?
silence?
Yep.
okay.
Let's have some
They did
fun.
not want to leave anything to chance. Last Rider Crow kind of doesn't want to S3 because that's just going to give skill nullifier to the left side, which makes it really difficult for him. Left side's actually doing a really good job just
That's right.
running
I
him
might be a
down.
believer in this Zio. He still has 2 turns on the DFI. He could do this.
Let's do
And did you
this.
see what artifact that Last Rider Crow was on as well? He was actually on the SASIMITEA artifact, giving the shield. I think Rise of a Monarch?
Rise of Monarch, yeah.
I believe the
We do
way
see that
through
cheeky
this
little
is
counterattack on Sharoon. She is on Celestine, which is a constant source of healing, so
that's a
she's
common
healing a
build.
nice amount.
Don't
That's very important, right? He needs to just stall out for this Stenny to do some work.
Yeah, but can he stall fast enough? Left side's doing a pretty good job rushing him down. The Angel of Light is so tanky, still not dead.
Yeah, that's
They
right.
silence the Sharoon again.
Yeah,
Oh, they're actually going for the crowd because... Oh, this is an Etika Scepter Zio. Did you see that? That means his S3 is going to be up permanently.
Oh,
Goes
and that's
down.
some massive damage. Extra 8K.
If I must fight,
And what's so huge about that kill there is it also makes it so Zio gets 50% combat readiness every time he kills with the S2.
This Zio is going
look
insane.
at
You're
that.
right. The DFI is just going to be reapplied. This
Yeah.
is huge. He has a game plan for the Zio, the solo Zio.
To protect the Zio team, and he
Yeah.
does land the silence.
Oh
There's
my
nothing this Crow
goodness.
can do. It's a solo Zio game.
salvation.
Left side
You
was
want
able
to
to
try
protect their team so well, even though they didn't strip anything off the Spectre Tenebria.
Could be
there, it doesn't
yeah.
matter.
Maybe relevant, but I doubt it.
Maybe too
finally-
far gone.
Finally, Angel of Light does come down the board, but still, just too late for Cryingleader.
I think so. This silence is also pretty big still.
Yeah, DFI plus the
Yeah,
pack
that
up.
Last Rider crowd.
And that's
Wow.
it.
Oh my
We're going
goodness.
to
Oh my god.
the third game. That's what we
Well,
wanted.
call me a
between the two.
believer, guys.
Uh-huh.
I did
Yeah.
not expect that solo Zio to do so well, but that Etika Scepter, really, really nice kind of tech.
Well, not only that, but like, it made the Payra completely useless. It made the Payra a waste of a pick because he went first and disabled her and then was the main DPS. He was the whole package right there. They should
Yeah.
just protect him.
But I think it had to be that kind of solo Zio game plan because, as you saw from his opponent, right, he was expecting that and he thought maybe Zio can't be enough versus my Spec Tenny, Last Rider Crow, etc.
Yeah, exactly. Like, honestly, maybe you would have had a better chance against Belian in that match because
Yeah, I think
the
so.
Zio just, like, just completely crushed him.
I think so.
Very
44k damage on that Zio.
I think
Double
few
the
people would have
Spectenny.
expected that. And notice that the Zio took 0 damage. He was in such a commanding lead that the only thing Cryingleader was able to do was try and take out the Angel of Light the whole match. It
And,
felt
and
like
you know
his
what's even
whole team was
crazier,
countered.
Jenna? Even if you wanted to kill that Zio, it's behind the Roz, and it has
Yeah.
DFI. It was going to be impossible to kill.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of damage
He's so bulky.
eliminated, and extra shield available from Ross. So ReTryEver had a solid plan against Cryingleader. 1-1 tied. And remember, Bellion was banned last time, and Leafy. You have those key cards from, I believe, Cryingleader in the first game.
Yeah, no, that was definitely really interesting, though. I'm definitely a believer. I think a lot of people probably didn't expect ReTryEver's team to work out that well.
I'm one of them, man. I'm a fan. Well played.
It just felt like every single pick was perfect, though. Oh, and we see Leafy and Belian are gone. Spectre Tenebria looking pretty good without the Belian.
Which of my powers would you like to see?
And we start with the hand guy, ML Koweri.
Wow, so notice ReTryEver, it just said there at the top, apparently Remnant Violet is one of his most picked units.
Number 1, right? It said.
Yeah, so Cryingleader immediately banned that at the start of the match. He was like, I am not letting you in your comfort zone. Immediately picking that Spectre Tenebria. When the Belian is gone, it just feels like she's unleashed, right? There's so much less to counter her.
And we potentially also have like 40 souls on deck already.
The Angel of Light not only good against Emil Quirk, but also, as we saw last match, the Last Rider Crow, if he has 3s, you get the skill nullifier.
So with the pair up pickup, Zio is still available.
Again. Let's see the Zio.
Now we're going to see another Zio pick?
But this team
Left side
certainly
might
looks
go
a little different now with Destiny picked up from ReTryEver.
Oh yeah, definitely. Is left side going to go for an aggressive team though, or is he just going to go protect the Spectre Tenebria kind of team?
I imagine with Angel, he wants to lean towards more aggression.
Well, last game he did make it look really defensive.
Oh,
there's
Zio.
Zio.
The king.
Well, unless he's got 2 Zios, we know what this thing looks like.
2 Zios.
Hey,
You
what
never
if
know.
you
A
have
lot of people do build multiple units. Yeah.
Oh, like 1-4, about 260, and one with just pure damage?
Or
I don't know. Look at effectiveness one. I don't know.
He was
Well,
thinking
he's
Destina.
going for a Destina here.
Yeah, some extra sustain available for retry now. But that's Soul Weaver.
So now right side has to pick 2 DPS units that are able to completely take out left side's team. Politis.
So we did see this, yeah, but we're lacking some damage. That I believe she was more of like a control style, right?
She only
Didn't
had
have much
14,000 health. She took a lot of damage from that Edward, remember? So
She did.
maybe she's really, really high effectiveness or something. Are they going to use it to try and control the Destina somehow?
For the
Something to
debuff.
keep in mind. Yeah, a lot of people have actually lowered the effect resistance on the Destina recently and built a ton of tankiness.
Let's go.
We said first in E7 World Cup, but we did see her earlier, actually.
Yeah, with the skin, it's the first time.
Well,
Hey, Momo? Really? Wow!
We just talked about this,
Yeah,
guys.
you mentioned
The
that.
G-Clef, you
Max
brought up the
Cleanse!
The Momo with the skin too. You love to see it.
Wow, okay, so
Okay.
the Tempest Surin could be kind of scary, but she does kind of die to Zio if he gets a good double attack there. Oh, we see the Tempest Surin and the
First
Angel of
and
Light
last.
going. Oh man. So does right side have enough damage to just immediately take out something like the Spectre Tenebria, or are they gonna...
I don't think so.
We'll see.
Unless it's a different Politis, yeah, I don't imagine just the Crow and her enough.
I think it's a good idea that left side picked the Montmorency just because they're scared of getting controlled like last time. They saw what happened.
We'll see.
Yeah, plus the Poly, very strong.
This is the final round between the two players. Best of 3. First match of round of 8.
Yep.
The
Zio
Zio
getting the first turn, unsurprisingly.
can't really lose the
Only
first
2%
turn.
faster.
Replay of last match.
Last Rider Crow is actually able to S3. He's finally riding on his bike. No longer revoked license.
Siegfried.
He's a mad lad.
Oh, the damage not so
Pretty good
bad.
damage.
1,000. If this Politis can push the
Okay,
damage and kill the Spectre, do they have enough?
We'll see the game plan for a Cryingleader, and
It's not, guys. Yeah, I saw from the last game. I didn't
you're
imagine it was
right.
going to be enough here.
If
And
that
that's
was
a really bad look now for Cryingleader.
Yeah, if that Politis actually hit really hard, it would be gone. But
Yeah, it would have been a good game plan, but now Retry's going to be able to sustain.
yeah, there's
I mean,
this.
we saw the Zio. We have a Spectre Tenebria.
That's right, Car.
Okay.
Whole lot of sustain and
God, look at the Spectre.
She's so
look at that. Just barely. If that was a crit, she was gone.
yes.
Heed my call.
And on top of that, Retry still has some backup plans. Hey, Momo, Destina.
It's taking more turns. Why not?
Oh,
okay,
alright
taking
now.
more
Oh my
turns.
God! Relax, Carol.
Why not? Breaking the rules.
All right now.
Second try here.
in the
She
light
missed
moon.
both.
That sucks though.
No
That's pretty
stun.
unlucky.
So I would imagine that the S3 here, but it would be funny if the Politis then immediately stunned. However,
Yeah.
they also have Montmorency.
He has the Momo following up though. Yep.
Oh, back to full health.
So maybe you skip a turn here. No crown.
Zero getting stunned, but Spectre Tenebria, I mean, she's just hanging out. She can throw everything at this Politis if she wants, because
Yeah.
the Politis didn't seem that tanky.
See on
Yeah, she
which
got
target?
chunked in the previous round.
Polly.
Yeah,
good.
half her health bar gone. But the thing is, right side, they lost their momentum, right? They
have
rode
nothing
the
left, yep.
bike, they
Uh-huh.
did the doll attack with Politis, but
Which
like
of
now
my
what? How do you...
powers would you like
Crow
to
has no
see
ways to
this?
get additional procs unless retry hits him
is
for
the
some weird
pain.
reason. Yeah, it's looking really bad.
Yeah, I think left side's game plan was just very secure, right? Just they kind of just adapted to whatever right side was thinking, and
Maybe
well,
some Spectenny random splashes in the crowd, but it's not enough. I don't think so.
I don't think it's going. This poor Zio is just permanently stunned. This guy, was that his fourth stun?
They have to stun him because of what he did last game.
Yeah, this is pure hate.
We have 2 cleansers though, so we're gonna unleash the beast, the Etika Scepter.
How much is he gonna do though? Is this dead?
Might kill.
Oh my!
Oh
Look
yeah,
at
even
that.
more this time.
In front of me.
I love it.
Through the barrier, 9k.
Erase them.
Is it my
And Cryingleader has no other source of damage. What do you need to do?
Yeah,
10 stuns in a row? RNL?
It's hard.
I mean, I would say like, if you RNL enough, then the opponent might lose connection at some point. Maybe there's a hidden bug we don't know about.
We stall, yeah. Anything's possible in Frenzy 10.
Yeah, he didn't cheat. He didn't cheat code from Peyra.
He needs so many RNLs that they somehow reach Frenzy 10 and then bike. Ride the bike.
Then bike for the biggest
Because
accident.
I mean, this is the thing with Spectre Tenebria, right? Like, you have to pick your whole team around reaching this character. And it's so difficult with some of those characters that were getting banned too. It's just like, how do I do it? And look, this Peyra somehow tanked a whole hit, which is kind of impressive, but Spectre Tenebria just free reign.
Oh.
We're not even getting any random hits into the Crow either. No chance for a faster bike.
Crow will be the last man standing, yeah. He's abiding by the rules.
Just surrender.
No wild bike riding.
I mean, after that revoke on his license, he's gotta be safe.
Yeah, he's playing it safe. But I just don't really see what Cryingleader can do here. I think that ReTryEver kind of just locked him into an unfavorable draft. And look, Zio's already using his S3 again. Yeah, the Etika Scepter is really popping off.
Yeah, even before the DFI goes off.
Should give up.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of free damage and gives him so much tankiness. You have to keep in mind he takes half damage while he's DFI.
Yeah, that's 3
I
turns
also have
too.
4 turns.
Radiant
This is impossible.
Yeah, so I'll definitely say last year Crow has not been having an amazing showing so far. Kind of surprising for such a popular, powerful unit too. And look at the Zio damage. So much.
Currently the animation.
There's the yield.
One of the best S1 animation in the game. Yeah, ReTryEver.
True.
Moving up to the round of 4. Congratulations. As defeating Cryingleader, one of the big opponents in round of 8. As soon we will be moving into the second match of round of 8. This is the first player that we have moving up. As ReTryEver, if he wins one more, he will be the 2 top Korean qualifying player that we have. And let's look at the
looking
damage.
so strong. He says, ban my Rylet, I'll show you the Zio.
Man, just banned all the evasion. He got rid of the RNG, but turns out maybe he would have wanted some of it on his side.
Yeah, no kidding.
ReTryEver has been having a pretty good showing, though. I mean, he's kind of a veteran of the game. He's always been around, and he's been in all the World Cups, I believe. So.
Yeah, and even though there's like both sets, right? It was 2-1, and the game he lost, and it looked pretty bad for him. The opponent pretty much controlled or just completely decimated him, but he always comes back, and then he doubles it. He looks so good in the following match to close out the set.
Yeah, he doesn't sweat. Like, he loses a match, he just immediately surrenders, says like, okay, fine, I lose that one, but the nerves don't get to him or anything. He's just ready for the next one.
Yeah,
That's the makings of a tournament player.
ReTryEver does seem to be handling his mentality pretty well. Not getting bothered by the
Interesting
results.
to see the Montmorency. That's, I mean, Carr brought that up before. Like, we're starting to run out of cleansers, right?
I mean, how many cleansers do we need in game? Even
I'm
having
going to be
Montmorency
real. I
coming
think
back.
we need an Edward of every element at this point.
Some more counter.
The exchange is definitely not equivalent right now because debuffers, like one debuffer, you need like 2 to 3 cleansers minimum to deal with that thing. Solitaria is a one-man army.
Is it because of Solitaria or DDR? You have to, if you have to pick one out of the two combo.
Well, I mean, the thing is, there's more than just that, right? Like, there's also characters like Sharon that can pile debuffs on you. Angel of Light piles debuffs. Like, even Emma Lilius, right? Like, if you don't have any cleansers, she can just control you. There's so many characters that are so popular and powerful with debuffs. And at the moment, it's like, well, if the cleansers are gone, like Emil Quirk got banned in the previous match and I can't pick them, I guess I'm down to Montmorency, right?
So what we're saying is buff champion Zerato.
Buff champion Zerato,
maybe.
or maybe add something along with the debuff line onto the frenzy. Maybe that could be the way.
Oh, okay.
Like remove one of the debuff as we go through the
All
later
cleansers
frenzy.
get 100 extra effect resist or something, some insane number.
Maybe.
I would love that.
maybe that could be the thing. Maybe we could have some more complexity to frenzy in the future. But just theory crafting here, as we have our second match of the round of 8. We have SASIMITEA. It's actually SASIMITEA. And xiaoye on the other side. Let's see who comes out on top in this best of 3. SASIMITEA did have a 2-1 victory against Raika in round of 16. xiaoye has a 2-0 victory against Mr. Pong. So that's already a pretty successful number there.
We talked about that one, right? We said maybe Xiao is really, really strong.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, did you see his shirt? He's wearing an E7 shirt. But let's talk about SASIMITEA here. They pick very defensively. Look at that. Karina and Summer Lulika all the time. And they do not want
waifu lineup.
even the bans, I guess. But look at the Lua pick all the time. We're seeing another player that likes to pick Lua all the time. I would expect them to be banned, though, right?
Yeah, very likely. We'll see as we have top 3, and then one to follow on the most pick was Light Adin and also C. Lilius for SASIMITEA. So certainly liking some more MLs.
Yeah, I'll definitely say Karina, very, very defensive character. So either a lot of people are playing aggressive or cleaving them, so that's why it's picked so much, or, oh, well, look at their most pre-banned. Karina, their natural enemy, natural predator out in the wild. And yeah, look at his shirt. It looks like I see a thief icon and like Leo icon or something.
You're right.
Oh, you're right.
The rest, it's hard to tell, but yeah, good.
So
eye.
something to note here is Zio is one of their most picked. Are they picking it like ReTryEver was, or are they a cleaver possibly?
With the Karina ban, it seems more like the latter, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we don't really see a lot of cleavers in the Korean region, but maybe this is a very aggressive player.
Along with that top 3, top 4, 5 was Sililius and a Robbie pick from xiaoye. So some more anchor playing whenever maybe Zio, very likely to be banned from the other side in the pre-bans. So those have
very
another
high win rate as well. 68% win rate. He's been trucking along pretty well, and he did win 2-0. So I guess we'll see.
Against one of the favorites, G-Class favorite.
Yeah, big Korean fan favorite actually. Mr. Pong and KJ, they're very close to each other, both streaming all the time. And it seems like Mr. Pong did not get to win at all. So we'll see what happens with this.
The buddy duo knocked out the
matchup.
favorites.
Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, right side. Oh man, you see that Aiden plus Zio? You already know what's coming, right? The Aiden Zio cleave combo is so powerful and popular. We might just see them pre-banned outright so that they can't use it.
And we go into our first round between SASIMITEA versus xiaoye. Let's see who gets the first turn. Selecting pre-bans for now.
Yeah, I really wonder, like, what do you want to pre-ban against xiaoye? Oh, wow.
Edward!
Okay, so
Edward
being
taken
Karina
out.
is available.
So a lot are available. Zio is also open.
That's
Notice that both sides banned Lua. think that speaks a lot about that character. She is pretty
Yeah, they
scary.
banned Luogen and they first picked Conquer Lilius. These
Okay,
two, I wonder.
Yeah.
Jenna already kind of spicy on the first day. Okay.
Hey, I can get spicier if you want.
Okay, well, I'm up for spiciness. Okay,
Oh,
Zio first pick.
There's
Yo.
the
No
Zio
surprise.
pick, but not. It's not being picked by the player that picks it all the time, though.
Second
They're
pick,
using
last
their
Rider
magic
Crow.
against them.
Yeah, you're
in a lot
right.
of
We
short
did
bouts.
say, right? He hasn't had the best showing either, just like Edward.
never
Some of
true.
his units haven't been too good.
Savior
This is
Auden.
the Aiden pick.
Oh, got a slight
they
pick
go
up
into
first.
He's slower mortality. Wow, you really like him, huh?
I do.
Oh, wow, the Airwell. So they're just going for a much slower match now, which makes sense because Zio is kind of a pain to play really aggressive against.
Probably just a trend, right, for these kind of formats. You do want to be a little safer. You want to feel out the opponent, see what they pick first.
So left side does pick Karina a lot. It is one of those most picked characters, so maybe they want to use it against this Aiden pick here?
Yeah, that's right. SASIMITEA. The most pick
I mean, as
was
long as she's on counter set, I think she can work in most drafts. It's just typically we would want her in a little bit more of an aggressive aggressive stance from our opponent.
That is true. I think the Airwell added so much tankiness, so it becomes a real pain. One thing you have to say about characters like Aiden and Remnant Violet, right, is the whole match is generally decided, do I hit them or not? Usually the match kind of boils down to that, where can I hit them with a big attack and kill them or not? And the whole match just comes down to that at the very end.
Stay away from me.
Let's 10 plus.
Oh,
Holy
wow.
Taria, lots of mages on the left.
Strong
So-
picks for sure.
I mean, Spectre Sneaver obviously really good against Aiden, right? Like doesn't
Very
proc
good,
the
yep.
counter and just doesn't care.
There's
and
no
Solitaria
reach.
pretty safe too, right?
No cleanse, yep. No cleanse
Yeah.
at least yet.
So Edward is also banned, so you really have to think like,
Ooh,
oh, okay,
full
Lionheart
light team.
Serbia. So the thing about Lionheart is she also procs off of Zio, but this Zio might hit really hard too.
Yeah, especially that first kill 3, right? It just does a chunk of damage regardless.
Right now, I think left side is kind of looking at trying to play so aggressive and maybe even banning something like the Airwell, right? And just trying to push the advantage, but
We
it
saw
really
that
depends.
I think in one of the other drafts, just ban the mitigation and kind of take over.
Yeah, definitely. What is right side? What can they pick
He's
to really...
hovering over a bunch of units here.
Scrolling
He's
through.
He's thinking really hard.
And we end up with
Oh no, this is a bad
Trash.
time. Lost in the
Strays. Now that
last second pick.
is a bit odd. I'm not sure if they wanted strays or if
It's really
if they ran out
risky
of
here,
time,
right?
But I mean, is it really fast? You guys remember
That's what I'm
that
saying, we
at
don't
one
know.
point people had like
The
290
sword
strays
knows no
on
mercy.
Tachi?
Yeah, but not only that, it could also maybe be like resist strays. I've seen that just to fight the Zeos, but who knows?
But how can this? I don't know. I'm not sure if they actually
Last-
wanted that pick here.
Look at that LPK last pick there. Corinne making her first appearance.
Could it be a tanky strays?
Was she
Been a
picked
long
before,
time.
guys, or was it a pre-ban? I thought I saw her.
It was a
somewhere in
pre-ban
one of the-
early on in the
It was a
very
pre-ban,
first
that's
match. And with the ZOC Lilius post-ban, we will go in.
We both
And starting
know
with
how this
Corinne.
ends.
Last piece Karin.
Oh,
Let's go.
9K.
Not very surprising that she gets the first turn, and
Man.
she hits
Those who wish
really
to
hard.
surpass themselves,
I think we all know who she's probably going to destroy right now.
my mission is my top
Probably.
priority.
Well, there's, there's some options here. There's two
Just
big
cut them
options.
down.
Just about a couple options. Okay, just
Oh,
doesn't
no.
actually take
That's-
them
it
out.
should be
Wait a
fine,
second. It should be fine,
we
but
go for
Airwell is
S1
going
or
to
do
get the
we,
shield. You don't want to proc the Lionheart Surmia, so I think they... Oh, they do go
He's
for
going to
the
soul in the
Soulbird.
skill 3.
All right. They're saying, I can't let this guy get a turn, but also, I want to take out your Aiden. I do not want it getting a turn. So, probably thinking about attacking to Airwell, I would assume.
No, we don't hit the Arwell. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the Arwell. I thought you meant the Auden. This should knock out the Auden, though. Yeah, debuffs landing. We do proc.
I made it in the nick of time.
Lionheart Surmia, definitely a scary character, but do they really have enough damage to actually come through here?
It'll take some time, it seems. So
Does land the stun. No 15% today.
16,000 health Lionheart, so it is pretty bulky. Let's see how much damage it can put out. Can knock the Karin out of stealth, for instance?
There's I am the victor.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
S10 dies.
There's no stealth on the Karin anymore. She got the shield from last star trial, but she is actually just exposed out in the open. Doing
Put
a
your
lot of
life
damage
on
to
the
her.
line.
Oh, Xiaoye. That right.
Wait a second here. Left side looks like they had the advantage with just that early lead, but that was a lot of damage out of that Lionheart.
He's actually opting to hit the Lionheart here.
And Karin still had the buff.
Suddenly left side. Yeah, suddenly looking on the back foot. I mean, they're gonna proc her again, right? And she gets pushed up again. No way to actually stun her or anything.
Getting started. I protect. That's what I
Oh
Straight.
man, this next skill 3 could be it.
Yeah, it might actually just completely wipe him out. And I mean, Straight's, he's just kind of hanging out. Honestly, he was basically just like cannon fodder.
He was bait. Yeah, it was a 3v4 scenario essentially.
Yeah, he really didn't do much. I would almost argue that it was like a 2v4 at this point.
Well, now he gets to
Here it
pretend
is.
he's part of the match, do a little damage, but this is the real game-ending skill.
I was
the
born
LHC.
to be a hero. By my destiny, I will cut you down.
And all crit.
And
Karin gone.
oh my god. Straight into the kill on Solitaria too, and that's all she wrote. Like, can't really do anything after that one.
He has a skill 3, but this is nowhere near enough.
And as GG called, Xiaoye will be leading 1-0 in the best of 3. A solid victory with some massive damage coming out from SASIMITEA, taking out S10 early on.
Yeah, wow. The Strays pick was questionable, and I was
so
thinking,
worried.
like,
It looked like he was flopping around, couldn't decide, but it ultimately didn't matter. That could have been anything in that spot.
yeah, definitely. I would also definitely say the fact that the Aiden survived was pretty big because it made it so he felt like he had to take it out right then with the Solitaria S1 with the
He
soul
did the
burn,
soul
right?
burn, procking the Lionheart,
But
yep.
then he just immediately died for doing that, right? It felt like he was kind of just locked into like, well, how do I actually do this? Can I take out the Aiden later? Like, do I have a chance? Like, do I have to kill it right now? And well, Lionheart soloed.
And that
Looks
was a
like
big
her buff-
thing though, right? The Lionheart buffs. If she didn't have that combat readiness buff, the Spectre Tenebra maybe had a chance to potentially stun her. Even
true.
after her buffs, right? Her base effectiveness is enough. It happens more often than you think. But yeah, after those buffs, it was over.
Yeah.
And we go into
So
the second
now
ban
we
pick.
see. Yeah, look at these. A lot of openers banned right now. We still have stuff like Payra, though, you have to keep in mind, but no more of this Zio or this Emilolius.
All right, SASIMITEA on the back foot.
What are we going to see as first pick, though? How do they want to, what do they want to take away from their opponent, too?
Don't worry.
We got 3 seconds on the
Oh,
clock.
that's a takeaway for sure.
The first pick.
Uh-huh. The
Another
favorite pick
trial
from
to
Xiaoye.
overcome.
Stolen away.
You can get my autograph.
It's a little
Oh,
bit
Bait
interesting.
Chloe.
Oh,
Okay.
wait a second. So generally people, I mean, you probably know about this a lot,
Yeah.
Art. Would you like to explain the whole Maid Chloe kind of draft?
Sure. It's
expect?
just the people that pick Maid, because we've been talking a lot about soul reavers, right, Jenna? Which ones are strongest? G-Clef asked us. Maid's specialty, of course, is stacking the effect resist typically, because if you don't stack effect resist, the other soul reavers bring more to the table. But her passive plus Shamadra, and you're all of a sudden looking at a lot of free stat boosts.
Yeah, and generally it means you build effect resist on all of your DPS too to also
Right.
combo with it, right?
Because she gives about a little under 60%. So even if you build like anywhere from 50 to 100 on your DPS, you're resisting a lot of debuffs that your opponents are expecting to land, because typically DPS have 0 effect resist.
Uh-huh.
Well, there's a combo that I would say is very good against that team. What do you think that is?
Jenna, you tell the people, man. I'm not trying to give the secrets of the Maid.
Solitaria Death Dealer Ray, maybe?
Oh,
That toxic combo.
That counters a lot of things.
It could come at the end though, because you stack so much effect resist, and look, Leafy is also pretty good against it, right? Because it ignores the
is.
revive and it
Yeah,
ignores
yeah.
the effect resist.
It's strong, but the problem is in the second pick spot. Now Xiaoye has 3 picks here, right, to maybe combat it. So it's not the best pick, I would say.
Definitely, I would agree with you, because right side just his pick of the litter for DPS right now. They're just like, I'll just take the Spectre, why not? And the Karina
There's
pick
that
is a little bit
Karina.
interesting.
Who was the is it Sashimi that loves the Karina, or was it Xiaoye that
yes,
bans
it's
it?
it actually
Sashimi.
is.
They're like
Yeah.
swapping these around.
Yeah, there's
Okay,
Right.
okay.
Were the stats swapped? They keep stealing each other's units over and over.
You take one of mine, I'll take one of yours.
Yeah. So how is he able to round out this draft? So Maid Chloe does have a good amount of effect resistance, but something like Pirate Captain Flan just kind of ignores that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Typically, what these flans are like 200 plus effectiveness. A lot of times, that's not. You don't have enough.
Yeah, the one thing is right side doesn't have any tricks, right? Like they don't have any. They're a pretty like honest team. It's like, okay, I have this character with high effect resist, and they have one cleanse, right? Or just I do a bunch of damage. But left side's doing a bunch more tricky things here.
Oh yeah,
Whole lot of bombs
But-
available.
a lot of control.
Yeah.
Both these units typically have a lot of effectiveness too, so Xiaoye needs to be careful.
I wonder if they're getting lost in the sauce, or if this is actually exactly what they want, though, because Leafy does proc the
Zahak.
AoE for Caesarea. Zahak
For
coming out.
Odin.
Wow.
Yeah, or even if they ban them for Lethe to reduce
Yeah, for
her
Lethe,
max
the
health.
big injury so that she's not able to kill
Yeah.
the
Oh,
important
we
units.
see Zahak gone, and we see the Pirate Captain gone. So I would expect left side to try and push the advantage with stunning the Maid Chloe and like maybe somebody else. Hopefully for them with the Caesarea.
Mhm.
Yeah, there.
We have to see how much F-res is on this maid.
Yeah, that's true. Also, is Shuna even going to be able to sleep anything? Generally, people don't build much effectiveness on Shuna, and right side probably has a lot of effect resist, so how useful is she really?
We'll get to see
Learn your
because
place.
no, Lethe actually starting off.
That's okay. I don't
Pretty
know how
fast.
fast that is, but it looks kind of fast with 29,000 health, so that's kind of scary.
Oh, the teams are pretty slow though, right? So she still
That's
might
true.
be like 240-ish.
You saw how slow that Summertime Asteria is, though, right? So that means since she's so slow, maybe she has a lot of effectiveness and a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So we see the bomb already on Spectre Tenebria, so she's not going to be doing a whole lot.
Yeah, that's somewhat
2 stacks.
worrisome for Xiaoye already on the right.
Something to keep in mind also is that Maid Chloe only cleanses 2 debuffs. If you overwhelm them, they're not going to know how to cleanse everything either.
Yeah, and we want to get that bomb out of there.
Yeah, definitely.
Soul.
So she goes to the Soul Burn, does land it. That's 1.
I'd like to return now.
Yep, they go for the S3. I do feel like they're a little bit disappointed they didn't land another bomb on the initial passive proc, though. They did attack down the Maid Chloe. It shows they have enough effectiveness.
That's right, yeah. It is showing at least she has a chance, right? It could be a
Yeah.
very small chance, but still.
The Spectre Tenebria already being gone, like they have to immediately revive them. But Leafy is still just kind of hanging out in the wings, and this Karina is looking a little bit in danger.
No doubt in my bones.
We'll see. We haven't seen the health on the Karina just yet, and she did resist the frostbite, so there's a chance she can live.
It is true with Airwell's buff and everything. Oh, she does actually proc and get that free shield too.
Big time.
Well, I think it's a pretty obvious Maid Chloe revive here, right? But at the same time,
Annoying troublemakers.
they're probably considering, is there anything else they can do? But I think it's that simple.
I think so too.
Yeah, that massive cleanse and the revive.
This is a 19,000 health Karina, essentially, and behind the
Escort.
Airwell.
She shouldn't die here, but
Yeah.
on this turn, I think we just pass it, essentially. We don't really want to proc yet. Okay, we're actually
Wow.
ripping.
They're doing this to do the damage to the Aiden, to try and push up just as much damage as possible so that they're able to kill the Spectre Tenebria. They want to just stem the bleeding, essentially. They're like, okay, if I take this thing out, like you're playing really aggressive, then you might not be able to push enough damage on my team because you don't have that much follow-up.
Not bad.
And with the Soul Burn, this will be enough. Yeah, great play.
Yeah, definitely just takes it out because, I mean, it's to protect the Spectre Tenebria comp, right? And left side doesn't have that
Kiss
much
my
reach for
feet.
her anymore after that bomb.
I will step on you.
Yeah, with Odin gone. Now Sashimi off to most of the damage, relying most of the damage in from Caesarea and Leafy.
So, does Shuna somehow have enough effectiveness to strip those buffs at all? Or...
I'll take care of it.
No
No,
shot
yeah.
with the Maid ER stack.
Of course.
I'm curious to see the damage here. I don't think it's going to be even close. We have a barrier on top.
Oh, not
So
even
yeah, we're not
go
even
for
gonna go for
Karina.
That's... I think that's actually very smart of them.
Yeah,
Just be
he
a little
knows.
patient because, yeah.
He knows it was not going to kill them.
And since there's no more cleanses, oh, look at that.
Their battles wisely.
That actually is pretty helpful too. Like, sure, this Summertime Asteria is probably going to die pretty soon, but she does land that bomb, which is going to help them. And since the Spectre Tenebra has also slept an attack down, she's not doing that much either yet.
Righteousness.
So
Is
Xiaoye,
this
you're going
enough
for the
to actually
stun.
And they do land it. Now, a lot of people do have effect resistance on their Lethies, so you can't ever be sure if you're actually going to land it or not.
I don't imagine though, unless it's like 100 plus, because Arlo gets the free 50, right? It'd have to be a lot.
I mean, then that just means it's a 50-50, right?
Hey, we take those odds. We're Riot players.
True. Okay,
Here
that
we go.
thing is
And those
gone.
punches hurt.
And Karina doesn't have any free-to-play artifacts. She immediately gets that kill. Now, the thing is, does Shuna, like, she wants to S2. Yeah, she does do it.
What a waste of time.
You have
And now
to.
Lethi's going to be able to take one out.
It should kill the RO here. 26k, yeah. Still might be closer. There's a big barrier. I didn't catch the RO health.
Such incompetence.
Showing Lethi
Damage.
a Kraken, 15,000.
Just enough. Just enough.
With the extinction, she's... Arwell's gone.
Ooh, wait.
That's
The free
unfortunate.
duel. But it really didn't do that much, and Lethi does heal every time that she actually executes somebody, so... Wait a second.
Oh!
Wait a second.
What?
What is happening? Now
That
it's
was-
adding up though.
Oh,
3%, 3%.
but she's not able to get a turn. So Lethi might be really hurt, but... I mean, this Karina doesn't seem like she's gonna
This is
doing
gonna be
too hot.
close. Yeah. I'm wondering if this one will kill. A little extra damage on top.
Okay, there's nothing
Little
else
bit
on
extra
her.
heal,
It
too.
shouldn't kill here. It shouldn't kill. It should be really close.
Is
but
this
I-
Lethi able to chain kill?
Oh, it does!
all of them?
17K!
was enough.
And she does heal back again.
Hold up.
Wait a
Giving
second.
me a headache.
Now hold on. There
Okay.
is a soul
Get out
burn.
of my sight.
We
And
have
she
soul
does
burn,
have
too, so we
that.
can knock out
Is
the
Lethi
maid.
going to solo the entire right side team here?
We're gonna get another heal too.
Yeah, with that soul burn extra turn. Third stack, here it is again, the Viz.
Does that kill?
You'll only
Did we catch the health of the maid? If it kills the Karina, I imagine
I
it's
think
gonna
it
be.
does.
Oh, wow!
Oh my god. Another. The extinction each time. The maid Chloe doesn't do anything.
Oh no. Now
Oh,
that's a lot
yes.
of damage. and We only have one stack of Omen.
Oh,
No
wait a
soul burn on the
second.
table yet for Lethe.
What a waste of
The Shuna's
time.
lapping though. Look at that.
Yeah. And she has everything.
Oh my god.
that's the second
If she
stack.
sleeps right here. It all comes down, like, if you use the S2, I think that you're gonna die. I think you S3. You have to hope you sleep.
There was a sleep last
Odds are
time.
good though, right?
You just have
The
to go
odds
for
are
it.
good, but...
Come on! What's it gonna be?
Oh, resistance! Oh
Wait,
my
wait.
goodness!
Yeah, attack break,
kill?
attack break, attack break.
Is that all
Wait a
you
second,
got?
do they... Oh my god, it's S3 though! Oh, no way!
Go for the stun. And that's
way.
enough. Oh my!
I shouldn't have said
Xiaoye.
anything. Why did I say that? Oh no.
What a match!
Oh my god. We almost saw Leafy literally kill the whole team.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I kept thinking it wasn't going to be enough, but it was just enough each time on the Karina on the maid, and she was about to execute that Spectre Tenebria too, but that unfortunate resist, or fortunate if you're Xiaoye.
I gotta say, I was really rooting for that Leafy to take out the whole team.
I was too, right?
We almost
wanted her
had
for the
that
underdog.
match.
That was a sweet comeback. Look at that damage done.
Oh my god. Look at, she
The
tanked the
healing-
damage, she healed the damage, she did the damage. She was everything. The whole package.
Yeah, I think she broke the system. Way too much, way too high of a number there. 3 kills, as you can see, from Lethe, but just not enough. Very close, actually, coming down to the second game. But Xiaoye does turn out to be the winner. We'll be going against ReTryEver in the round of 4.
That was a pretty good showcase for Leafy though. Like, they may have lost the battle, but like, you saw the power of them.
It was really good, yeah. Now, that being said, when I mentioned that they picked her in the second spot, I'm not sure if like the Karina was the best. It is good in the Auden, but as we saw there, right, it was a little risky because once we get rid of the Auden, the Lethe was able to almost come back.
Yeah, that was actually, if you just looked at the two teams, most people would think like, well, how are you going to kill a Spectre Tenebria? It's too tanky, right? But
We've said that a few times now, right? How do you kill X? And then it just...
yeah, and then the Zeo comes out, and this
Yes,
time the
the
Leafy
solo
came out, and
DPS.
it's like, wow, how are you actually getting away with this?
So do
That's exciting. I love it so far.
so do we actually need a buff on S10? That's what you guys are
Heck
leading
no,
to?
G-Class.
Heck no, right?
Oh my god.
Oh my
She's
god.
already too strong. She's been too strong for
thank
the
you.
longest time.
Are you on the bounce team? What's up? What's up?
I wish. I wish. I don't know anyone. I can't even get close to there.
Dealing with you.
But Letty certainly is
I love these
proving to be
highlights.
one of the strongest right now. With that extinction helping out.
Somewhere to look at too, right? Both summer units, big hits.
Oh, yes.
Really, really strong.
Certainly.
Yeah. Seeing a good amount of usage, but feeling like very fair. Like very fair characters.
Right,
Where they're
there's
not,
a
you don't
unit-
pick them all the time.
There's units that kind of go over the top that make it, they pass the threshold of being strong and they just almost become
You are
unfun.
even fit to kiss my feet.
Yeah.
That being said,
resist.
Letty, very fun unit. Oh my goodness.
I'm sure you like them almost as much as Millum.
Yeah.
Hey, let's stop the propaganda, guys. We gotta cut it out, all right?
Yeah, Letty,
This
one
joke's
of,
gone on too long.
oh man, Letty, one of the easier units to actually build in terms of your gear system, right? So certainly she was one of the highest, and of course she's gone now from the banner. But there's Landy available, so make sure you have enough Mystic. It's because Landy will be kicking in real soon, in just about a month,
Well,
and we'll see what happens.
If you think about it, do you really need Landy when she's banned in like every game that I play? I don't know.
Well, just in the
It
future.
depends though, right?
Depends.
She's banned if you're not first pick.
She's
but
a
then
very
the first,
good character.
The first pick player doesn't ban her.
Yeah, it depends. See, Lilias was banned
definitely
all the
recommended.
time last year. Well, now she's making it into play. Just if you think into the future, might be a good chance to grab her right now when there's a chance.
Oh, and she also, I think one of the coolest parts is they really put extra work into the character. Like she has special voice lines, for instance, against Pirate Captain Flan.
Oh, yes.
I think that's really cool. I'd like
Yeah,
to see
stuff
more
like
of that
that.
kind of stuff. I think
They
they're
always
testing it
elevate
out.
the gameplay, yeah.
Yeah, I like little touches like that. Just yeah, exactly what you said. Elevate the gameplay. It's just cool to have little interactions. I'd like to see more.
Yeah, those can always be extra addition that we would love to see from any type of characters. And those were the first two matches from Round of 8. We do have two more coming up very soon, but we'll take a short break before that. We'll see you real soon. And welcome back everyone to E7WC 2023. We are on our way to the Korean qualifiers and to find out the top 2 players from the server. Right now we just passed the half-line mark of round of 8. We're about to head into our 3rd match of round of 8. And it seems like we do have unluckyfgo versus Uigang, as known as Damdam, going to face against each other. So far from the Korean qualifiers we've been seeing, actually, unlike the Korean qualifiers, had some speed, had a lot of different heroes coming out. A total surprise for all of you, as Korean servers, as far as I know it, it's supposed to be the zero fun, the unfun server in terms of picks and bans.
I'll definitely say a lot of people are thinking like, oh, time to get your pillows out. But these matches have been a lot more interesting than I think a lot of people
really
expected.
excited.
Yes, compared to last year, certainly a lot more variety in picks. I'm loving it so far, and we do have the 2 players up here. unluckyfgo, who did have, let me look at, against Anubis 2-1 victory in the round of 16, and Uigang, as we have seen on screen, 2-0 victory against hatsunemiku. We'll see, that's going to be our 3rd match in the round of 8 qualifiers. And here is unluckyfgo.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait a second.
definitely
I remember him
Closer
from
Charles.
last year.
Yes, he was.
I remember him from
he was here last
He's
year.
a really aggressive player. Yeah.
He is.
And I resonate a little too much with his name as well. But look at those pre-bans. This guy's really aggressive, and he likes to cleave.
He
This
does
is
like
gonna
to
go
cleave.
quick, I think.
And it's
We
not
want
on the
some books,
screen,
some
but
souls.
4th most pick was actually the Requiem Roanna,
Oh, I hope
Really?
we
a
see
hero
her
that
today.
we did not
wow.
see yet. So maybe we'll get to see the hand girl actually making it to the play.
Well,
Nice.
Roanna is one of those characters, like she's really hard to use if you're not super speedy and aggressive all the
Okay.
time.
Mm-hmm.
But he kind of fits that bill, right? We were outlining his
Mhm.
strengths. He could
And we
make her look
see-
great.
Uigang here, I mean, we already know him. He's really defensive in his like most picked characters and stuff, but we also saw he had a good amount of flexibility in his match.
And some smart picks, right? I think this is when we were referencing the Galaxy Brain strategies coming out a little bit. Very, very dominant in both his games.
I mean, look how many games it took him to get into this tournament.
That win rate
Like-
is crazy.
He was just like, oh, I'll just play a few matches. All right, I'm in. And then he just kind of settled, right? He didn't really do anything crazy. He didn't want to be first seed. He's just like, yeah, that's good enough. And he kind of just crushed his opponents.
Yeah, that's pretty. Actually, the 2nd highest win rate was 76. The highest was actually Gomyangmi with 79.7%, who
He
lost
was
in
the
the round
highest
of
win
16.
rate, and we didn't get to see his game.
Yeah.
Too bad he
what a
lost
shame.
0-2.
What
That's it.
happened?
Well, now I'm eager to see, the opponent that beat him. But here we go, into the draft phase.
We'll see what happens here. Lucky FGO on the left, Uigang on the right. Looking for those pre-bans. Lua gone. Oh, A-Ravi
it's
ban.
Ravi. Actually.
yeah.
So one of his most picked is Closer Charles, which is crazy because you don't see much of him. But Last Rider Crow coming out instead. The
Still
thing
works in
about Last
aggro, though, right?
Yeah, he can still be really aggressive while adding some tankiness to your team. So
That's
he's making
right.
himself flexible, which I think is a very good idea. If you commit a little too hard too fast, then maybe your opponent can hard counter you.
Uh-huh. So a few other openers available here for Uigang to start off.
Well, it's definitely not Emilius or Lua. Both of them are banned out there. So some of the most
Thank
powerful
God.
openers.
Oh,
Blue
Blue Crow.
Crow's on the field.
Oh my God.
Afraid?
Crow v Crow, and the Destina just kind of bulking up and going kind of slow.
He picked this
But-
before right into the Last Rider Crow. We saw him
Yeah.
opt for the Blue Crow, takes the damage from the Last Rider Crow AoE, the bikes, and then hits that big horse riding skill 3.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly. Just a pretty safe pick into it. God, I want to see a
don't
Roy
tease us.
Mustang.
That's too early, though. It's too early, Jenna.
Always
Can't
getting
in
a
the second
tease.
spot.
So we see the Politis here.
Oh, Landy.
Wait a second.
Early Landy.
So left side, I think, is a lot more aggressive than it might look to some people. I'm pretty sure this is a damage Politis, and I'm pretty sure that is a full damage speedy Landy, probably.
Most definitely.
Now, they immediately pick Blind. They're like, I know what you're doing. All right, like, you can't fool me. And they're removing the book from him, which is definitely really strong. It makes it really hard to go super aggressive.
Yeah, we saw from Unlucky, right? His main pre-ban, I believe, was Bellion.
That's true. I'm a little bit surprised about the Apocalypse Ravi pre-ban. You don't generally ban them too much anymore.
Yeah, it could either be a personal pick, he knows Uigang, or just the fact that he wanted to first pick that Last Rider Crow. Yeah, take the APOC
guess
off the
so.
table, because he won't be able to pick her as an anchor. She's good in the Last Rider Crow, etc.
Yep, Unlucky
Yeah, I guess it's
FGO
true.
on the most pre-banned. It's not on the top 5 list, so it has to be somewhat of a snipe against Uigang. That's what we can predict from the pre-bans here. And a Milim pickup. Uigang.
So,
see
there's a
Charles!
closer Charles.
And
All
And
right,
the
here we
strays,
go.
all right.
somewhat of a style from FGO.
So something. Oh, and there's the pair which will probably get banned. But something that's interesting this term is we have not seen the classic strays and ML Leica picks, which is really popular among people who get their first turn, who are playing extremely
Maybe it's not a
fast.
popular pick in Korea.
Maybe it isn't, or maybe the person who's getting first pick, who's picking like MLS, is playing slow, so they're kind of blocking off their.
We have
opponent
seen
from
a lot
doing
of slower comps at safe, but we're full on aggression here.
it. All right, the strays and the pair are
Yeah,
getting
just ban
taken
the last
out.
picks.
Yep.
Happens a lot.
FGO seems to be looking for that first turn.
Yeah, so the Milim I would expect is probably really bulky and on counter set, or at least the counter artifact.
Here we go, and a
So
fast
it is
landing.
probably counter plus Taga Hells.
Yeah, this
But
attack
she's still-
cannot be countered, which is very good.
She's also still in danger of dying.
See how much it does? Doing not that much,
Yeah, okay.
realistically.
Not too bad.
And the problem is Landy can't soul burn either, which is kind of a problem.
you how I do things.
I mean, they're hitting pretty hard. They're doing a good amount of damage, but do they have enough damage to actually push this? The closer Charles is going to get a push, though.
There's Rider Crow.
Oh,
the counter.
And 2 counter-ins. Wait a second.
The situation is critical. You are
Okay,
So
some
this
exchange
Politis
on
has
both
to-
sides.
This could be big though. We predicted a ton of damage on this Politis.
Enough to kill.
It does take out the Milim and the crowd.
Yeah, and we have
Wait,
a
is
lap
this
on the
enough to
top.
kill the Destino? Wait a second.
That-
Does this just instantly clear it?
Is it?
Oh,
And it is!
God, this is the fastest match of the
gone.
night.
This will be
Yeah,
the
the match
fastest
is already
game.
over.
And there it is!
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, we have our first cleaver of the night. Unlucky
It's already
FGO.
over.
Jenny, you were mentioning, I don't know if he has enough damage, but before that you were saying the Politis is probably giga damage, right? So she hit the crowd, even though you're super
yeah.
low. It was enough to just completely cleave
I
the-
think
the
I
top.
underestimated the extra damage to the last rider crowd, which I can't believe I did. I use him all the time. He's so
Brought
good.
it
But
over the top. Wow, what a fast match.
wow,
6
that's weird.
turns
Their
only.
tank did the most damage. That's a little bit strange. Why did the tank do the most damage in the cleave team?
I just see a lot of bars on his name.
He has also 3 bars. This guy's got to be good.
Oh, yes, Rider Crow. Certainly one of the
Yeah,
best
wow.
right now. And that blue
I mean, we saw
crowd
the
died
closer
very
Charles.
early. Uh-huh.
Yeah, closer Charles also is just so great because not only does he push the team and give the attack buff, there was no counter attacks when he uses S3, which is really helpful.
Yeah.
And also he just wrapped around and instantly took out the Destina. He just finished them off. So like, I mean, it's his favorite character to pick apparently, and we can kind of see why. It set up his whole team.
Yep.
That
And
was so dominant from Unlucky, and Uigang was looking so strong. I think the Milim pick was a little bit too
Yeah.
confident. It was really risky. Even if you have a tanky Milim, the damage your opponent was showing, you know, even if it's good against Landy, she's not going to get a turn.
So he takes the last rider crowd in this match, but also something that is kind of interesting is look at the bans. Both bans are actually important this time. Like we've seen a lot of bans that were like not that important in the next match, like Violet and stuff like that. But taking out Payra from one side and Strays from the other, like they're both units that either side would want to pick against their opponent.
Sure. We have
And
a
look,
first pick Landy,
insta-picks.
Landy into the Politis again.
Yeah, look at left side too. Just not hiding anything, right? Just
He's not
immediately
phased.
like I am cleaving
I
you.
made it in the
I'm
nick
picking
of
the
time.
same units. Deal with it.
uh-huh. That message is certainly being crossed with Payra already banned. So Uigang.
We're showing more respect though for the damage, right? We steal the crown. Now we have ROL. Bellion's still on present. Gonna shut things down.
Right side is very, very bulky. So I'm gonna assume we're gonna see closer Charles. Oh, wait
Okay.
a second.
I like that.
So that's probably a full damage, 0 tankiness Lionheart Surmia.
Yeah, we've seen those pop up.
Want to get countered. You get countered, and she just pops off and completely obliterates the opponent.
Potentially like destruction plus golden rose. Or
Oh,
something like that, yeah.
first ran
Oh.
of the day.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. It's a great anti-cleave option in this setup, right? Like, it probably deals with Kozu Charles, also just lands the the stigma, so you get less push and everything.
Or
It's
just
very
forces a
strong.
ban, right? Because he has to respect the speed.
Yeah,
Cleave versus
exactly.
Cleave.
Generally a force ban, but what's the last character? I mean, Zio and stuff is still up too.
Yeah, if you really want
have
to
to
secure the first turn, I guess he's
Yeah,
the only one left.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, are you gonna?
Gang?
take it, or
Oh,
Rimuru?
Rimuru.
Interesting.
Oh, okay, so
Just steal the
Rimuru,
buffs.
For the Lionhearts, it has potential to Landy too, right? You might see some interesting. It could be also really threatening on the side of Unlucky, depending on how the Rimu plays out. But let's see the last pick here.
Yeah, I mean, it will proc the Lionheart, but it's probably just going to kill Landy or whoever attacks it if it's really high damage, or maybe it's full tankiness just to take those buffs.
Did you come to
Oh, and there she is.
There it
Now
is.
Roanna.
Wow, but
wow.
how is this going to go here? I'm not entirely sure how she's really going to function in this draft, though, because left side doesn't have many fast characters, right? They only have one really fast character, and then the other fast character is going to proc Rimuru, and if right side has a bunch of immunities, is Roanna really going to do that much?
Oh, openers banned on both sides.
I'm not entirely sure how the Roanna is really going to function here.
We also don't have
might
access
have
to
trouble.
Soul, so there's no like Soulburn Landy
Yeah, that's
shenanigans if she was
true.
tanky enough. But
Okay.
she's a fast one.
So she's starting with Landy, and unlucky
All right,
FGO did have a lot of use of Roanna, so he has to know.
Full S3 off the bat.
No attack buff or anything. I don't think she's going to hit that hard here. Look at this. Barely
I
broke
do a
the
decision.
shields. And he doesn't kill, but he does steal that. Now, how much damage is this Lionheart going to do, though?
Yeah, we predicted full damage, right? It would make sense for this kind of composition.
But what's Roanna doing here? Look, they have immunity on 3 of the 4 people. Is she really going to contribute enough?
Are you sure you
She
can
didn't really
handle
do
this?
much. She stunned the arrow,
Oh.
A
but
lion never relents.
Yeah, not at all with that immunity
No
on.
matter how small
14k health on this Lionheart.
yeah, Lionheart's not that full damage. I kind of expected that,
There's a counter.
I'll give you a taste
Ow.
of defeat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hurt a lot.
but... And one of the problems here is...
We have a bike and a
Landy's-
Bellion coming up.
Landy's in front, and once she's done, then Rowanna's never taking another turn. You could honestly take them out with like anything too. They're so squishy.
I don't even know if we're gonna get to that, Jen. I think after this onslaught, right?
Yeah,
We're
there's
about to
a
get
black
clapped back.
flame.
Look at that.
God.
Yeah,
It
the
started.
flame doing way too much.
The thing is, left side just had so little combo potential, essentially, right?
Okay.
Oh my god. It's
And that's a call.
fast matches. Very
Uigang
fast matches.
takes a second game. And unlucky FGO says, okay, I think I made some mistake during the draft.
But not
Yeah,
the worst spot for him, right? Because he won the first match. He said, I'm going to still do it second match, see if you can adapt. Uigang showed he could. So now let's see what he's going to change up, because he
Wait.
does have to change some things up here.
You know something that's really serious though is think about the characters that were banned too. He banned Ran and then Closer Charles was banned. That's basically 2 cleave characters that were banned.
Mhm.
for
He's going to have to
Unlucky
dig
FGO.
deep and show some
Yeah.
versatility.
So what does he have left to be able to actually cleave, or is he going to kind of change up into something
A
else?
little more standard. We could see that, yeah.
The Zio. Zio's still up.
Solo Zio on
the only
Etika.
Zio. Like Payra's banned, Ran, see Charles. Oh, lots of those openers
Yeah, I
banned now.
His favorite character. It is kind of hard to cleave in a tournament setting sometimes like this, especially with how these pre-bans work, where you don't get to actually pre-ban what you want the next match. You have to pre-ban what you
Why
banned
don't
last
you
time.
just surrender?
All right, and okay, they're just trading back and forth the bike guy.
If you're ready,
Mike, man, first pick.
And
Crowds
there's
again
the
on
crow.
field.
We've seen
Looking very
this,
familiar so far.
but
Oh,
now
yeah, I saw this episode.
Yeah.
Is this a rerun?
Yeah, but with the added pre-bans, so it's going to be a different
Let me guess.
episode.
The lion. Let me guess. They might
not?
actually hold off. Because left side could flex his draft.
Exactly.
into
I
a
don't
slower
think it'd be a
draft.
good choice to
Yeah.
pick it just.
That would be a little ballsy to just say, I already know you're cleaving me.
Yeah, FGO might
thinking about it.
might take a drift and go back to something like an S10A.
Oh, man.
Oh, Zio is
Whoa.
You got the Zio pick.
still
Another
available.
DPS Zio just saying you can't cleave and I have a DPS option on my team.
Leave it to me.
Well,
Still going with
Okay.
Landy.
no way he's trying to cleave this, right? Into just a second pick Zio with like half of the first turn characters gone?
Might be, and I respect it.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I respect forcing
Stay
it
true
back.
to
What
your
else do you
convictions,
have?
Jenna.
Stay true. Come on, Unlucky FGO. You
It's
have to
all-
have something else up to your sleeve.
It's all about this. You take this win, you move on to the next round. And along with Landy, what else? Like, What are we
Yeah, he's
missing?
debating now.
Some fast
I feel like the
soul
Landy
weavers?
already. There's a Briar Witch Iceria.
Okay, so this is a little bit different. They have 2 stealth units right
Oh,
here.
and Faithless Lyrica.
Wow, it looks like they swapped. Is right side cleaving now? What's happening?
Uigang feeling
Something a
confident
little
with
bit
Zio,
different.
having first turn.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how much damage Zio's been putting out in these matches too, so...
But he
The
does have the
Faithless
guiding lights, right? So at least the DPS will be safe.
The Faithless Lyrica is a really good pick here, though, because look at how many openers are banned. Basically all of them that can counter it.
Oh, she's always
Whoa!
Okay, we
Who
got a
is
Whoa.
this?
Cannot be
So,
avoided
you know
unless
what?
A
That's
mid.
actually kind of cool. Oh my god, instantly picks both of those. But wait, let's just
Oh
talk
my.
about Bihu real quick. It actually does take care of Landy and Briar Witch's area because it puts the unbuffable on them.
Yeah, he's a
It's
very
just the
strong
buffs.
unit.
The burn
Actually,
damage?
it's really good for stuff.
I predicted we would see Bihu, but not until the ML Landy was on the field.
Yeah, that's... Wow, he's already prepared with it, though.
I like
Let's
it.
set, let's set immediately taking Ahmed and... oh, wow. Sage Bells
Okay.
is on.
Sage Ball and Sesame.
Man,
A mid.
I don't know how this is really going to
They
work.
ban pretty fast.
So there's 3 stealth units on left side, I would
Uh-huh.
assume. So this Zio's not doing much, but the thing is the Faithless Lyrica faster than the Landy? That's kind of what it comes down to. Or the Bihu, right?
Right. I imagine it's going to be close.
At least
We'll see.
Are you going to
The final game between
Faithless
Unlucky
Lyrica
FGO.
is fast. Yeah, the Faithless Lyrica's pretty fast here. It's 15% slower than the Zio. But unless it was just speed RNG, no?
That resist? Maybe
Double
relevant?
resist.
Not really sure if you can actually survive this. Like, Bihu's going to come after, which is going to put the unbuffable, which really hurts them, and they get the reset here. If they were just faster on the Landy, maybe they could have
Yeah, it was an all-in play, and it just maybe didn't pan out.
Yeah.
It's important to know.
Does get the reset. We see Bihu's S3 animation for the first time in a
The
tournament,
Bihu show.
basically.
And forever, basically. And that's unbuffable.
Does
Get
land
those
it all.
debuffs, man.
Oh, looking good for Uigang right now.
Oh my. Gets that free pushback, gets the defense buff, so tanky.
Requesting approval.
And Landy's gonna do literally 0 damage.
Yeah, we got those skill nulls ready to go.
And the full burst, no damage.
By the odds.
Now the Crown not getting silenced, he's able to skill 3 here.
That
but-
definitely did help a lot.
Yeah.
And let's see how much it actually does overall. But
Is it my turn?
I mean, it does an alright amount, but they don't have much follow-up, right? Briar Witch's Saria just completely unable to S3. They could land a defense break into the oh, resistance. Never mind. Ignore what I
Commentator
said.
curse. Ops, I can imagine, not going to be too impactful either.
Yeah,
Received.
no buffs or anything like that. Not able to use their S2 on anything. It's gonna do a bit of damage, but defense buff out. Oh
Not
my.
enough.
True vessels.
Oh,
And this is the problem is just everyone was banned from the left
And
side, right? The well ran
disappear.
You're afraid.
Let's
And
go,
Slendy
Bihu.
gone.
This is
We're gonna see a Bihu S1 has to solve her. Oh my
Oh,
god.
look at that burn
goodbye.
damage.
All fade to ash.
And that
Wow.
GG called.
Oh, got beaten.
And Uigang will
We
be
got
moving
moving
up.
on.
Wow. As Unlucky FGO did have a run, but his tire did pop in that second game.
Yeah. That
Kind of
first
just is what we've been
match-
talking about, right? I guess that kind of showcases why a lot of times you don't see as much cleave. When especially in this kind of format, as Jenna was outlining, the farther you go, he just ran out of options. It's a lot of times better to play a little bit safer.
Yeah, definitely. No, that was a really good overall set though, because the first game he looked so dominant. He just completely obliterated Uigang. But then, you know, as more bans come out and he adapted a little bit, then he was totally fine. He was able to just counter that cleave.
That Faithless Lyrica being just a little faster.
That definitely shows the power of flexibility though too, right? Because left side, he played all 3 games. After the first game, if he slowed it down a little bit, he might have had a better chance. But
I actually
Uigang-
don't mind him trying again second game just to see.
That's
Because he has
true.
that backup
I-
on the third game, right? As we
the
mentioned.
second game, yeah.
But third game for sure, I think at that point you got to have a backup plan.
I will say though, Uigang, traditionally, he was kind of like the king of standard in a way, where like nobody ever wanted to play a fair standard versus standard match where you're both playing slow, because he generally would win all of those. So people would usually play really, really aggressive against him, because that's what he was a little bit more shaky on.
No matter how small it
But here, he's in his home.
Short
for
of
the
those
most part,
weaknesses,
right?
possibly.
Yeah, maybe he's actually doing really well in this meta versus the aggressive players too. Though.
Yeah, Uigang was at first, but after losing that first, he reverse sweep, the best of 3. Rimuru was a good touch for the second, and here comes the final. Again, Bihu, and you just have to bring out whatever you have, and it worked out fine.
So something that came to my attention is apparently 130,000 people are watching the E7 World Cup around the world with like all the streams and everything combined. So yeah, thanks everybody who's watching.
Oh
Really
wow,
appreciate it.
really? Thank you.
Yeah,
Much
across
love,
all
guys.
the broadcasts everywhere. Yeah,
Oh wow.
that's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people, and of course, thank you everyone for watching. It's a Korean qualifiers, and we're just getting started too. And I know you are also. Make sure to get all the Twitch drops and everything. You don't forget anything about the event, because I'm pretty sure if you remember back into last year, as we started with the Twitch drops, there were more events being added, and you don't want to miss anything, especially when you're down on leaves. I only have like 7 leaves right now. Make sure you do want to make sure grab everything,
Get the
everything
leaves,
that you
get the
have.
gold, get the charms, get all of it.
Look, at this point, I'm saving all my leaves for the next time the summer event comes around. And
So you're
for
waiting till
farming
next
at
summer?
this point. I don't know. Maybe they introduce another event like it though.
I mean, we can always have more events, more banners. I mean, more gold, more leaves, free leaves, and everything that we can get into game to have better gears. Potentially, I personally did not get any 20+ at all from the sub stories, so I was the
I
unlucky
haven't gotten one of those
Okay,
in a million years.
I
haven't
spent
gotten
weeks.
either.
And the best was actually 19, even after the upgrade. So
I didn't even get that.
I didn't get a 19 either.
Okay, we're popping right into our final match of round of 8. We do have Nonasis and Merit. Nonasis 2-0 against Aquadine in the round of 16, and Merit defeated KJ Komyang-mi with a 2-1 score. So let's see what these players are all made up of.
Yeah, I wonder if the KJ fans are either rooting for Merit because he beat their favorite, or if
now they're
rooting
putting all their
against
faith
him.
to carry the mantle. Yeah, but I'm expecting big things for him to beat KJ like that.
Yeah, it's
I
incredible.
don't know too much about either of these players, but look at
Destina
I almost
was
called him
picked.
Guess for a second there, but
Hey,
wow, Destina is like his favorite character. The middle character is their most picked, right? I think.
no, it's from the
makes sense
left.
with the-
It's from the left. So Audin
is it?
first,
Yeah.
Destina second, and then Esine third.
All right, I thought during the picks it was different, but never mind. So yeah, definitely looks like a slower player. They seem to go with the solo carry Spectre Tenebra and everything too. And Merit.
What in the heck?
Oh my god, it's that guy! They pre-ban those units all the time.
Oh yes!
It's like putting training weights on, where you pre-ban characters that
Yeah.
nobody picks, so you're ready for everything.
This guy's
right?
an anime
That's what he does.
protagonist.
Yeah,
he
he's
doesn't
ready for
need
every
pre-bans is what he's
situation.
saying, yeah.
Yeah. But on the flip side, it means that if you actually pre-ban real units, then maybe you're not prepared for what's going to happen. But I guess we'll see.
Yep, Merit had the
Shows no fear.
third highest win rate after Komyang-mi and after who do I believe? I believe it was Uigang actually. And the only 3 players up in the 70% win rate.
Well, I mean, he has a high win rate, and he seems to be incredibly confident, almost to the point of disrespecting his opponent. So we'll see how this goes.
And the 4th most pick is Lua, followed up with S7WC, because since he bans out those 2 all the time, Lua seems to be open sometimes. Maybe that's his game plan.
Yeah, I mean, he's ready for everything. He shows no fear. Let's see if he actually bans those in these matches too. Do you think they will, or do you think he's going to try and adapt and ban his opponent's like favorite picks?
We'll find
see.
out soon. I'm expecting so many things from Merit now, from his destruction of KJ to these crazy pre-bans.
We'll see. We saw that 3rd circle emptied.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, it is Serbia banned as well from Nonasis. Interesting.
Wow.
Blue a ban.
I'll take your life.
Look at that.
To ashes.
Hey, Robbie.
Oh, it seems like. Oh, look at that.
The
Their
power
third
of the
most
chosen.
picked apparently was Emma Laika.
Yeah, that was that's actually
Merit
from
is
the
really-
previous season. Those
Oh,
picks.
previous season.
Uh-huh.
I see. I see.
Just to
That makes
be
sense.
clear. Uh-huh.
Oh, that's
That
why it
makes
was
sense.
confusing. earlier.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So they seem to be a very aggressive player overall, though. And left side immediately on basically damage control, right? Just immediately like anti-cleave. I'm picking all the anti-cleave against
Uh-huh.
you. I am not going to let you do this to me.
So
Is Merritt gonna swap it up, or is he just gonna commit it and just keep going aggressive?
That's what I'd like to see. Stick to your guns, but of course, as we mentioned, sometimes you have to pivot. Sometimes you have to play a little safer.
So what's interesting too is their opponent in the first round is a
Right.
player that plays always aggressive every single
going
game.
in.
May I help?
So Merritt out aggressive the opponent that always plays aggressive. So this guy is really, really
yes.
aggro.
As we can tell from the picks, I mean,
Oh my god.
we're going to see
He's
some
going
speed.
in. Pick the two fastest units in the game right there.
So
Edward,
Nonasis
not surprised.
trying to counter. And the fifth
What's
pick.
so shocking to me, though, is Merritt is pre-banning those two random characters and then just full-on cleaving. Doesn't ban a single anti-cleave or anti-aggro unit.
Right. Typically, when you play like that, you need those
Yeah.
pre-bans, but he doesn't need them apparently.
If they win with this, then nobody can complain about these units, apparently. They picked every anti-cleave unit in the book, basically, against this guy.
Emma Ruana
And
again.
Moana.
Yeah, they did say first,
Oh
but we did see
my.
one before.
So
Well, let's see. This guy seems to know what he's doing.
We'd love
Oh.
to see that Rowana.
that's some style picks right there for Merit.
A lot of people
Getting the hypes
consider
up.
Rowana to basically be a whale character, where if you have really fast gear
Uh-huh.
and you're really strong, a really good setup, then she actually becomes a really powerful pick. But if you don't, then she's useless.
But
basically.
this guy screams that he can make Rowana look good, right? He's just showing that confidence.
Yeah, I can do it. And he might be able to. We see the Caesarea ban. And I think that is a good idea because that might have just completely locked down the Aiden and Karina just from the very start. And it also would have procced the Caesarea with the Rwanda too.
Just like the last round of matches, this is going to be a quick one.
If right side's able to win this, oh my.
We'll see the first round between the two
Your
players.
emperor?
Nonasis on the left, Merit on the right. Of course, starting with Dio.
I am a little bit surprised he banned the Sage Balances on. He didn't feel that confident that he could actually deal with it.
I am the rightful ruler of
Be worried about
So-
the sleep.
kneel before me.
Zio's going on.
Silence on Karina. Good. Good for Merit.
Requiem Rwanda.
Instant of pain.
And see how much damage she does too, because she's definitely built really high effectiveness, but does she actually chunk a good amount? Not too much, only like 3,000. Oh my!
Wow!
Oh my!
Accept.
What just
Odd
happened?
encounter just deleted the field.
The Apocalypse Robbie is probably going to S3 to try and instantly bring back the Rand, I would assume. But,
Is that game?
so the Rwanda was
We have to
actually
see
on
on this
Crown,
round.
I think, right? Is that what happened? They were on Crown, so they procced the Edward? They
Okay,
do
brings it
take
back.
the route. Okay, but,
Saran's back
oh my
here.
god. If he's able to hit the Aiden, that could be pretty huge. He does get the immunity, which is really helpful versus the C Liz.
So
He's
there's a
burning
soul
it.
burn.
He
And the
doesn't
cleave.
hit. That's really big.
Yeah, misses
Alright.
on
Oh my
that.
god! The RNL. Wait a second, is Edward just gone?
Yeah, he just kills Ed here, I believe.
Yeah, with
But
the
he's taking his
D-break.
time.
He's really thinking about his options.
Oh, oh!
Oh wait, it doesn't kill! I think
Unfortunate.
wait, if it didn't kill her, it might not have killed Edward? I'm not sure. Was that a little too greedy though? Oh my god.
Hey, Robbie is also alive.
I'm not sure if he panicked or
I think he
what,
would have
but-
killed the Ed right because of the bonus, but it was, yeah. It was
Yeah.
interesting play to say the least.
This is
I'm not
it.
sure if that really was the right idea here, because I think his team just kind of falls apart at this point, because Edward's taking out that Apocalypse Robbie. Probably with just the S1.
And you still have that full health.
Oh,
Oh,
burden on
even
the
through
field.
EFI.
I'll take
I
your
guess they
life.
do lap, so they just don't even care, and I mean, this is honestly overkill at this point, but Looks like right side maybe was a little too ambitious with their draft while not banning any characters.
Maybe the problem is being a little bit too confident, right? Sometimes it bites you.
Yeah, it can definitely bite you in the butt.
And first one goes to Nonasis. Rather a pretty quick one we knew from the draft. But a flip side with that Odin counter. Oh wow.
Yeah, I'll definitely say that, I mean, it almost felt like, hey, maybe he has this when he got that RNL proc on his artifact, the Rihanna Luciella, but wasn't quite enough to kill that Emma Lilius. The anti-cleave working out. It turns out when you can pick every single anti-cleave in the book on one team and your opponent doesn't ban any of them, you have a pretty good chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Merit maybe has to change things up now.
yeah, Carl, what do you think was the better ban? I mean, Merit did end up banning Bao Sage.
The Sage Balance doesn't, yeah, but I think like as we mentioned, it's kind of a sometimes you're not confident on that, but with how he plays with these pre-bans, I think he had to be confident.
Oh, he's taking the Emma Lilius this time.
I'll show you what the
Zio still in the way.
capable.
We're seeing a surprising amount of Zio in all of these games, I'll definitely say. Just like he's become a really popular character.
Different kind of Zeos too.
Yeah, even like solo carry Zeos apparently is being used for everything right now.
Certainly, to open up, you can pair it up with lots of combo.
Which of my powers would you like?
Ashes to
You
ashes.
get a Quirk into the pocket
Okay.
lobby for
So
Merit.
a lot of people call this the Exodia draft on right side, actually.
Oh, the
where you
warrior
pick these
team?
first three.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, those three characters together gives your team a lot of flexibility. against those
Jacko!
drafts, but-
Jacko makes
Wow.
an appearance.
Wait a second. Nonasis is flipping the book on him and saying, I'm the aggressor here. You
Don't
play
worry,
slow.
I'm here.
Look
Yeah.
at this.
The
The
Zio
Aiden's
combo
up,
is here.
Edward's up as well. That's going to be an Edward pick, it looks like. Yep, we're looking at the fire units. Wow, really flipped the script on the opponent. We're seeing a totally opposite game here.
I like it.
I kind of do too, actually. Still a lot of those anti-cleave options are up.
And if you're going to dodge, Zahak currently is one warrior to land those shots with maximum power.
Yeah, Zahak is definitely pretty scary when you have Aiden on the field, or even Apocalypse Robbie.
Resist as much
And
He's a lot
locked
of
in.
these units too, right? He's good in the APOC, Auden, even Ed.
Yeah, I mean, just injury is so powerful, right?
Full of damage on
But-
both sides.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see Zahak, I would expect, though.
We'll see. Still thinking about the post ban.
Yeah, right side is already banned,
Yeah.
which is maybe Zahak, but left side's really thinking, like, can I survive against the... Oh, they banned the Apocalypse Ravi. They're getting rid of the just, like, bulky,
anchor.
strong unit. Yeah, the anchor. But the
'Cause I
thing is, they
think-
kind of had 3 anchors here. Like, they have 3 just...
If he's predicting as a Hawkman, right? Yeah, maybe he imagines, you know, I may not have enough to take her out.
Man, I wonder how this is going to go, because you can't really throw your attacks willy-nilly at the Aiden or the Edward, right? Like, you don't want to get countered too early, so they're probably going to try and take out the other half of the team and then focus on them.
Win prediction 26 on the left. We'll see if AI is correct on those numbers. As we hop into our second round.
Some entertainment.
Here we go.
Zio start again. And that Jacko is now available. And she delivers a ton.
Judgment.
Yeah, this is a Guilty Gear advertisement, honestly.
Make sure you pull her. Number 1 pick.
If you want to cleave. So Payra not opting to S2, obviously. It would be a real load of crap if she
Be really
just
risky.
risky. I maybe even past that.
Jacko turn.
Immediately gonna take that out. Now the thing is, this Jacko is not actually able to debuff the Emo Kaweric, which means she can't stealth or anything either. She's not able to proc her secondary S1 attack, the Dust attack. So it just does a little bit of damage, but now she's just out there and she didn't really do too much damage to her.
Not the best spot for sure, but we do have the Karina still on the field, which is going to be tough for Merit to kind of overpass, especially if he wants to take out the Jacko. Might give her a proc.
Merit's kind of thinking like, well, if I S3, I give Edward immunity. That kind of sucks. Oh, didn't strip the attack buff, but at least landing the attack down is pretty important.
And a
Karina
D-break.
does land a defense break. That leaves him a little bit vulnerable, but Edward's going to be able to just completely clean out something like the Jacko if he wants, but that just procs the Karina then, which is a little dangerous.
Merit
He's
on the
debating.
back foot.
Yeah, they're definitely really thinking hard about their turns right here. But
Does go for the
you have to
Jacko.
get the
This will
Jacko,
proc
yeah.
our Karina. Get a
Can't
little
let
push
Jacko
up,
get another
defense
turn.
up.
Ooh, good damage.
So the bright side here for Merit, though, is he's able to get his 8 and S3 right in time.
Take note
So-
for future reference.
They're able to protect their team pretty nicely here.
Big damage on top of it.
Yep, Zio gets hit pretty hard, but he is pretty bulky and has the mitigation from
Yeah, the
Heir.
DFI cutting out a lot.
Yeah. 50% damage reduction and 30% damage transfer, like, jeez.
Now we saw in the past, right? So we have pair turn. Upcoming is going to be Karina. Last player opted to Karina S3 just to get the damage on the Auden, but I imagine here he may want to slow roll it.
Okay, it's a cheeky little duel, but it doesn't really do much. Yeah.
Right, under the invincibility, we're
Do you
big
just
chilling.
save it, though?
It's a tough call, but I think you save it. Oh, we're actually going.
Oh my god, this is gonna
Allows
hurt.
the counter.
Witness.
You see, the thing here is they technically don't really have a character that is he takes out. This is, ooh, so they actually do have the buff that Jacko gave her, the Chains of Chiron, but they weren't able to land a debuff on the first attack, fortunately for them. And Emil Kowarik, I mean, it's silly to have Edward with immunity, but
At this point,
case,
not
it
too
doesn't really
important.
matter. Yeah. Take out that Zio, they heal a bit.
We have the Karina upcoming after this para turn.
Is Karina able to take it all out? I mean, her S3 is going to hit really hard with the defense buff. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, we'll get rid of the Auden, and then it's going to be an Ed 2v2 situation.
Yeah.
He wants to hit there just to make sure that the splash has a better chance of killing her. Half health.
Let's
see the damage.
Good idea. Throws it on Edward because he has immunity.
Onto Edward.
And
We'll see the follow-up.
see how much it does.
It's definitely enough.
Yeah, 5,500 about.
Okay, we are critting,
He is injury.
but not
Alright.
too impactful, right, for Karina? She doesn't care as much as other units.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is Emil Kowarik really able to do enough? Because the thing is, this Peira is honestly not that useful.
Some soul available for Peira.
Yeah, she is able to S3 again. The Peira's kind of just hanging out because you're not really stunning the Emil Kowarik, and you definitely don't want to attack Edward to proc
I think
in,
she's
so-
she's fine here, right? Because we're relying on the Karina. We're forced to hit her. If she's on counter set, we have the mitigation. This is even worse.
That's true. It is the mitigation, but I just mean she's not really able to use her S2 that much, and she's not really able to.
Yeah, but that was kind of just from the overall match. Here we go. I haven't seen the Karina counter just yet.
I don't think
Taking
it
a
is
ton of
on
hits.
counter
Yeah,
set.
she may not be on counter, which is a better. It's a good sign for Merit.
They did soul burn that defense break, but the Emil Kowarik, he's just laughing around. He doesn't care. I mean, I suppose he might take damage from the Peira, but oh, 2,200.
Not bad. Every little bit helps here.
Yeah, restoration.
So he's soul burning it. So he's getting that 3-turn duration on it now because he's kind of like, I don't really need to deal with Edward having the, have his passive proc. It doesn't really matter. I just need to push the advantage and hopefully get some lucky hits on this Karina. It's a
Yeah, he needs
50-50 every
to.
time.
Merit needs to hit those 50-50 coin flips with the Edward onto the Karina.
You dare stop me?
Peira
So,
trying to just.
I mean, Peira has to S3 again.
Yeah, just going for extra sauce. It's mostly going to be about that Karina.
Powers would you like to
Frenzy
see?
4.
This is
The
the
soul's
I mean, this-
unfortunately not too helpful, but
Battle separation
here we
complete.
go.
Yeah, the silly part is Emil Kowarik is basically doing more damage than Ed at this point, honestly.
He is.
Like, he's kind of popping off. If this was a DPS...
If this hits,
Emil
this is
Kowarik,
really
this
bad.
Oh, miss!
Okay, we did a
He
miss.
would actually miss. He
Elemental
does have the soul burn.
disadvantage.
So he is going to lose his buffs. He misses again.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
The thing is, if this was a health scaling unit, it would be pretty huge, but defense scaling Karina doesn't really care that much about the injury. It's just a loss of stats for Edward.
It's fighting time.
Frenzy
Karina
5.
does have her S3. She's never going to get her defense buff again.
This is your grand finale. And
All right.
word.
Just going to use that rocket punch.
It should hit pretty hard. Oh,
Just the
resistance.
D-break.
That's actually really big for him. Takes a lot less damage.
Yeah.
Going for stun again.
He does lose a turn off that, so it's actually a good time to use it. A
Miss.
third miss in a row. This Edward, he
My
can't see
God, this is down to the
anything.
wire. This 2v2 is lasting so long.
What are you doing, Edward? They're just
D-break.
standing there.
This might kill. D-break
This is
activated.
Yeah, I think this takes them out.
Tremble with
Merit on the rope.
Yeah, they're going. Oh, wow. They're trying to overload him with debuffs, but he resisted actually.
You dare stop me?
He missed again, the millionth time.
And the extra turn.
So Ed has skill 3 here.
Yeah, and the soul burn.
He needs to hit.
Well, fire versus ice.
He's missed what, 2 or 3 in a row?
Oh, hit!
Oh,
That's a
he
crit!
hits. It ignores the damage sharing as well from Peyra. It's huge damage. Oh my god.
But if he
resisted.
Oh,
he resisted.
Incompetent.
Wait a second. Okay.
Peyra stunned.
Okay.
It missed,
Killed
but
him a
it's still
little. The last hit
alive.
was nothing though because of the miss.
But is this
It
enough?
actually provoked the Peyra. Does this...
It doesn't even kill.
Oh my god!
And it doesn't even matter. Nonasis is
She
going to
even
win this
crit on him.
2-0.
Oh my. Wow. That came down to the wall. If Edward had hit one more time throughout that entire match,
Yeah.
it was gone.
I mean, to be fair, there was a little bit
Oh.
RNG on both sides, right? Both sides were getting resisted, but the 3 or 4 in a row
Yeah,
was
that just
brutal.
sealed
That
the
really
deal.
sealed the deal for Merit.
Oh my god. Merit actually just getting 2-0'd.
We were expecting big things, and maybe, you know, like we kept saying, maybe those pre-bans, the
A
overconfidence,
little too confident.
bit them
Yeah.
in the butt.
And look at that. Another game where Edward is not able to carry against characters that debuff, right?
He's taking a ton of L's today.
Oh,
He's just-
yeah.
it's
Yeah,
not
Edward
enough.
is. This is not equivalent exchange. He's breaking every rule of alchemy here.
Well, it was supposed to be one of the stronger counter against those debuffs. But now
Yeah,
the
but
meta has way too many.
Him being on injury, guys, could have made a big factor too, right? We were outlining that Karina, being a defense scaler, it doesn't hurt her as much. If he instead had more stats over the injury, could have been a way
Yeah.
different story.
Edward is actually like. It sucks that he loses health as Frenzy goes on, so he's losing damage. But he does actually have all right attack scalings. So the Frenzy was kind of okay for him, but he just missed way too often. He just kept missing. He couldn't stop taking
And he just
Ls.
had way less stats being on injury.
Yeah. So many things could have been different, but we saw what happened. I mean, Merritt might want to change his pre-ban.
Yeah, it might be time, right? It cost him. I loved it though. The training weights, as you put it, that was what you want to see from these players, but it didn't
He never
pan
took
out.
him off.
It
He never
lost
took the
him.
training weights
It
off.
lost him his WC, chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't
The
take
man
it
who
through the
took out
qualifier.
AJ.
Yeah, that was big. Not even having a single game off of Nonasis.
You never stood
So
a
this
chance.
was the final
close.
game. Yeah, another.
Now what are the KJ fans thinking? Are they now putting their faith in Nonasis?
It's
I don't
moving.
know. I mean,
Yeah, it's moving to a
He's the
different
fan
player every
favorite right
time.
a lot of the big names that people were really rooting for got knocked out, so I wonder
Big
who people
upsets,
were.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
But that's exciting. I think that's exciting.
It definitely makes things more interesting. I wonder if a player like I wonder if people are rooting for Uigang or something because he has had really good performances in the past.
He's
so
the veteran,
maybe-
right?
He
Has
is a
some
veteran.
experience.
As we still do have, of course, a ReTryEver coming from the top to the third round, actually.
The first seed.
Now, the matchup we do have it, ReTryEver versus xiaoye on top. That's the first match of round 4, and the second match will be Uigang versus Nonasis. Two of those players will be moving up to the main stage. That's why we have the qualifiers and lots of exciting news. Oh, of course, you might have lost your favorite player already, but still root for the better player that's going to be making up to the top 2. Certainly, Korea is turning out to be quite a show today, boys. And,
Definitely a lot more interesting than I expected.
I don't even know if I can pick a favorite match. There was so many close games that went down to the wire.
Really
Exciting
close.
picks, unique, different units that we weren't seeing. That's not just the meta. It's been amazing so far.
Yep, and it's fun to watch as we go through different regions. We are going to be having some different meta picks. Certainly, Korea so far showing a lot of variety compared to last year, where Korea actually had about only 20-something heroes being picked the entire qualifiers.
Tank support.
Yeah.
Tank support, 1 DPS.
It was actually, I remember lots of just a whole lot of Bellions along with some pairing, and that was just it.
Yeah, there are definitely matches where you bring out the pillow, but these ones are definitely like we're seeing a lot of unique picks that you don't expect and some really close games with them and just stuff you wouldn't really expect to see in a normal match, like solo Zio and stuff like that.
Maybe that's my favorite, the solo Zio. I was a non-believer. Now I'm converted. I'm a fan.
Yep, and
I don't know. The Lethe one was almost one of my favorites.
Oh, we
Or
had,
this
we had,
last
we had
one, right?
too
This
many
last one with the
favorites.
Korean?
And
Yeah.
you might just have another favorite coming up soon because round of 4, the 2 players out of the top 4 right now will be moving up to that main stage. So stay tuned. We will be right back with that round of 4. And welcome back, everyone, to the Korean qualifiers of E7WC 2023. Of course, I'm your G-Clef with Xenojet and Car6, always getting left and the right mixed up. We're about to have the top 2 players in just a few matches to have them on the main stage real soon. Let's want to have some predictions here. Our first matchup. Just going to put you on the spot here. ReTryEver versus xiaoye. Let me put
Man,
you
we were
guys
just
on the
talking
spot.
though, right? That these top 4 look so strong. Even though we said there was upsets, all 4 of these players just looked really solid. They've played multiple matches that we've watched so far. I guess, yeah, let's make some predictions. Who was it, G-Clef? The ReTry versus xiaoye?
Yep.
I'm gonna say xiaoye.
I'm gonna go xiaoye too.
Okay,
He hasn't lost a
2-0-2-0. Oh, yes.
I think we were saying ReTry. ReTry was so strong because he would drop a game but wouldn't lose any focus, stayed strong, clutched it out. But you know what's better than that? Just winning your two matches in a row.
Yeah, never losing.
xiaoye, I think, yeah, my favorite there.
Never
I
losing.
believe it was some of the players from last World Cup, I believe, just basically never dropped a game ever, like Uigang and stuff like that, until like the very end, pretty much.
That did happen in the main stage, I believe. What about the other side? Uigang versus Nonasis.
I'm Uigang gang.
Uigang.
Nonasis has never lost a game too, but I'll definitely say I might be going for Uigang. I mean, I know that Nonasis has never lost one, but Uigang, I mean, he was kind of like the king of standard plays, so.
Yep.
Yeah, the name power, of course. And the first matchup we'll have, of course, will be ReTryEver versus xiaoye. We'll see what it comes down to. So all best of 3s, very important. As these players, we've seen some different type of playstyle, certainly, coming out. ReTryEver, a whole lot of experience. We didn't see him adjusting his drafting depending on the opponent. xiaoye also had some style points on his own.
Yeah, ReTry definitely, as you said, G-Clef, great at adapting. Even though some of his losses looked so bad, the follow-up match is where he looked really impressive. xiaoye, on the other hand, just clean throughout. I don't even know if the matches were close at all, from what I remember.
And the player data, of course, it's the same as we had before, but you could see the adjustments, the experience certainly kicking in really well. Always adapting after a loss, and still coming up with a 2-1 victory.
I don't think we're gonna see any Lua today. That's a little bit of an observation.
Might not be just for today.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to think this Lua unit might be pretty good.
Well, she's not limited, so...
She's not in any matches. Maybe she's not that good.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
like
don't
this
know.
Edward guy. He's seen so often.
I like
I'm
this,
a
I
huge
like
fan
the
of
Zio
Full
guy.
Metal.
He's a great character.
Yeah. xiaoye, I mean, I like that Zio pick and everything. He's actually bringing the aggression out of Korea server, which is kind of rare. I mean, I don't really like fighting it, but I think it's interesting that he has a little more flexibility.
Korea in general, right? Just making Zio look amazing, man.
Yeah, actually really interesting. A lot more Zio picks than I think anyone would have expected out of the region.
Yeah, it was...
I hope we notice more things like that, right? Like Korea's showcasing the Zio, and then as we look at the other regions, we see like their unique patterns come up. And so far, Korea's setting the standard.
And Zio actually not getting banned at all in the pre-bans. As here we go, the first match of round 4. ReTryEver on the left and xiaoye on the right. Let's see who gets the first pick. First, waiting for the pre-bans. We've had lots of Lua. Potentially the first match. Oh, she's banned.
Wow, Lua banned. Whoa.
Oh, both
Wait a
banning
second.
Aola.
A true
That's a match.
their battles.
Oh, the first pick Airwell. So both of the really big openers getting taken out. Is xiaoye just gonna immediately go super aggressive into this, or is he gonna slow it down a bit?
Well, Last Rider Crowd could do both or either, and I think
That's
that's
true.
probably going to be his pick.
He's
Maybe
such
just
a
debating
great
on a
unit.
second.
He
Yep.
can do anything.
Unlike Lua, just amazing.
Hello!
Make
Whoa!
Chloe, wow.
Okay,
Hello.
wait a second.
Let's
This
go.
is a little bit different. Now, this is the Korea that I know.
After the Arwell pick, right, we're expecting maybe a little bit of a slower play, made potentially really, really strong into those kind of drafts.
Corrupt
This is an Emerald Career. All right.
Oh, quick mill him.
There.
Oh, guys, my
Interesting.
favorite unit has just appeared.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, right, after the Maid pick, now that things are really slow, now is where Milim can definitely shine. Probably going to be on a counter set with Book or on Knuckles plus lifesteal.
Oh, yeah,
Gonna be hard
really
to take out.
Milim. And they're also picking it because they're like, yeah, you're not going to pick Briar, which is Saria. Like, you have made Chloe. That would be a stupid idea, right?
Could be,
so
yeah.
kinda,
Or maybe wants the extinction, expecting the Maid. I don't know if that's the best option, though.
I think she's just a secure, strong bruiser.
I think so,
kind
too.
of like
I think so, too.
Remnant Violet and stuff like that, but almost a little safer
You
in
want
some
to
ways
try
because she's
me?
a little tankier. Well, there's a Spectre Tenebria. Not too surprising since right side's draft is missing DPS and it's just protect the S10A kind of team. Are we gonna see the oh, Lethe?
Yeah, Lethe was the somewhat of a counter against Maid in round of 8. Scrolling
see
through
the
a
shoe
lot.
again.
I keep fighting.
Oh,
Belling's a great
taking
pick. Potentially
they're
taking away the Souls Rag, really strong in the Milim.
denying them, but also the one problem is most Milims aren't running Book right now.
Even if you're not on Book, though, you still have chances to strip, and she's not like a hard counter to
Yeah,
it.
but the
I think
thing
it's
is,
fine.
if she's on counter set, then it can actually work against
But
you.
here's the
That's
part, Jen. I think it's a good pick because it takes it away from retry.
I think that is actually like the big
Yeah.
reason, right?
You want the soul on S10A for sure.
So Strays is great, and most people would try to pick Emma Leica here as well, but because Valion's there, you can't pick Emma Leica
Red Charlotte.
as easily.
And
Oh,
now
and right side
there's
takes
the
Emma
Architect
Leica.
Leica.
Yeah, so Architect Leica Strays is normally the double pick people would take, but since right side has resistance and Valiant, so you don't get the book, they're like, okay, well, what if I just miss the target? I'm just gonna lose, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay, some swaps
they
back and
opted not to
forth.
take it.
2 tanky standard comps with a splash of Strays and Architect Leica for the big
Yeah.
nukes.
We're actually seeing the Charlotte pick. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Emma
We need a
Quirke
Quirke.
taken out. Wow, so Strays is just uncontested. He's just hanging out.
Which maybe isn't the worst scenario because we do have the maid ready to go depending on the turn order.
That's true, but he might just die again right after.
First game. We'll see Strays starting with
it's
the fast
not-
speed.
It's not on Tachi or anything, or did it not proc? I'm not entirely
There's a
sure.
free-to-play Tachi?
Yeah,
Not
free-to-play
maxed
Strays.
out.
Wait a second.
Oh, portrait.
Oh,
of
okay,
course.
37,000. He has the damage. Now, I'd assume you just attack the Milim, but there is a 20% chance that you miss. I shouldn't have said that.
Not only that, if it's super tanky by the escort, let's see the damage. Okay, that's a big chunk.
Unless they miss.
20%.
There's no
We've seen
Happened
worse. We
a
saw
million
50%
times.
lose
The
a match.
Dragon power.
Oh,
that's
and they
a crit.
actually do land. No curse.
Actually just barely killed, too.
Yeah,
with,
really tanky.
yeah, making things
The
3-3,
power
but
of escort adamant.
yeah, but made Chloe available for Xiaoye. So ReTryEver thinking about which target.
Don't ever ignore the power
I think they were
Elliot.
thinking maybe about saving it because it's just going to get
Could be resisted even.
cleansed.
Those.
But yeah, no, it's going to get cleansed here. We also bring back the Crow, which I believe...
He's dead again.
Is he too far back on the bar?
I'm pretty sure because Strays was right at the top, remember? So he's probably pretty far back. Oh,
too far
a little
back.
closer than I expected. Actually.
Definitely be
still-
getting taken out here.
Yeah, with the buff.
And the counterattack actually not really doing much at all, honestly. The attack down is also so good on that Spectre Tenebria.
You'll be so much
Because we already
more
used
pluses.
our maid skill 3.
once you're dead.
This skill 3 from Belling, though, is going to be pretty strong.
Oh, wait.
Unless you don't land...
Oh,
The 15% on the Strays does not get provoked. Oh no, this is looking really bad for Xiaoye. Wait a second.
You aren't even
Revive
fit to
comes
kiss
through.
my feet.
I mean, the Spectre Tenebria might kill these Strays,
but he dies. Yeah, he's going to get traded off by
Charlotte,
the Charlotte.
is pissed.
And this Charlotte doesn't care about the provoke at all.
That did no damage.
We need to get a stun here, maybe, on the Charlotte.
You're right. Yeah, that's the only play.
Oh.
No dice.
That's what I do.
Look for that chance.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. This Charlotte probably would have popped off here, kind of no matter what, even if Strays.
And here it is.
Oh my god, look at the damage.
Desire.
Yeah, no counters either from the Bellion.
Charlotte is like an OG E7 unit, and she's still actually working pretty well, especially into like Evo Landing and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. She might be making more of a comeback later on, but looking good here.
Yeah, she did a great job. Exactly the reach they needed and the tankiness.
Yeah, soul burns for for that extra attack.
Even with this blind, I think Xiaoye's just a little bit too far behind.
Gale wins!
It's time
For Symbol, look at that big damage.
to wipe out.
There we go.
And that's the first win for ReTryEver.
For the path I must take.
As the first loss for Xiaoye.
True.
Oh,
Gods
Wow.
can bleed.
we predicted
Wow.
we retry to not take this one.
Charlotte
Oh, did you look at that?
was certainly
Well, remember
out.
though, he's the best adaptation player, so he's not out of it.
Well, I think ReTryEver was the adapting player.
Oh,
and
I'm
he
sorry.
actually
Yeah, I
won,
got them mixed
so-
up. Xiaoye is the 2-0 player. Retry now the one being just taking the first game.
Yeah, so
Correct.
that's
Yeah,
pretty good for him.
that's
and
even better of a first game.
yeah, the pre-bans were Leica, Emil Leica, and Emil Kowarik as well. So that might change the dynamic of this because that's one really aggressive character getting taken out, and also one of the best cleansers versus debuffs. So this could actually be pretty big.
Yeah, makes sense. ReTryEver needs just one more game to make it its main stage. Xiaoye, though, might be a little bit shocked after that. And
Yeah, let's see how he adapts.
It was his first loss. Can he handle it as well as Retry?
We'll see after the
Another
loss.
trial
Picking first
to
pick, of
overcome.
course, starting with Arwell.
Oh, all right. Everybody's favorite. That I would say that's
Swapping the
probably
knights around.
that might be the most picked unit in Korea, probably. Just really strong, secure, amazing tank.
Yeah. I think she is the best knight. Even though a lot of people really like Last Rider Crow, if you don't know where you're going more aggressive or standard, Arwell's just really safe.
Very secure. So left side's probably thinking like, okay, how do I want to do this? Do I want to go aggressive? Do I want to go kind of slow? Like, what do I pick? Because some of the big openers are taken out, but also Emil Kowarik, so it's like maybe I go kind of aggressive with
Oh,
debuffs.
Crimson Armin!
Wow! Wait,
First
did I see a
pick!
maid Chloe? Oh my!
Made.
Oh my!
Okay, we're slowing down big time. That is extreme.
So
Both
lots
of these players are made Chloe pickers.
Yeah, they have made like we just see a lot of made.
Oh, Sharoon!
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Making
Is
it
this
come
really
back.
high effectiveness, Sharoon? It was so confidently picked, but they must have a lot of effectiveness. Wait, have we just seen a draft swap? What is this?
Like a whole lot of steel. Steel picks.
They're gonna
Well, like we mentioned, right? Milim is strong, especially in the slower units like the made Crimson Armin.
Yeah.
The third pick spot is always
Take
awkward when
it.
both players
Wow.
are hiding their picks.
Yeah,
So-
third pick, and that's why you need some sort of secure character that can survive. Wow, it's just a draft swap.
Yeah, like we said
That's literally
too,
what
the
it
Valiant's
is.
stronger than Milim.
Oh my god.
Quite
And the
tanky
win
on the
predictions
left.
are pretty much exactly even.
But what other damage? And Shu comes back.
There's the show. All right.
Alrighty. Nice
Oh
pick
my
there into the
God.
Milim. We saw how terrifying she can be from game one.
But she's not that amazing into Sharoon.
Sharoon is just such a strong unit.
Violet.
Oh, Violet actually
Invasion?
really good into both of the units. If he's able to pick another character that's strong into left side team, it might
If
lock
he gets
him
another
down.
must ban, this Violet could potentially just be
Yeah.
take
might
over.
lock him down completely.
Lethe.
They
They might be too tanky for her, yeah.
Yeah. She's not going to be able to debuff them, and also there's just no way that you can one-shot them. What's it going to be, though?
Xiaoye, think scrolling a
Could
few
pick another
more.
support, right? Both
They're
of
right
those
now
units-
thinking,
You want to go faster, more control?
oh,
Soli.
Soteria.
all right. Right side was thinking, man, I wish I could pick Violet a second time. But
What about-
Solitaria, really good, actually, because left side, we said this before, the main Chloe drafts, they have high effectiveness, right? But they don't have high enough to deal with Solitaria.
Especially on the DPS units, yeah. So the Soli's still going to be able to debuff, and it feels like you just have wasted effectiveness for nothing.
I think the bans are kind of obvious here. I mean, left side, how do you fight Violet, right?
Yeah, that's
Right
what we
side-
expected. We take out the Rana, we take
Yeah.
out the Violet. And,
Guaranteed.
I think this is going to come down to how well Solitaria can control.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
it's kinda-
Shu... Though, Jenna, we were saying the Shroom plus Solitaria, I think she might have a tough time here.
Yeah, that's true. That is actually a lot of debuffs going their way. So that is a Little Queen's Huge Crown artifact on the Shu as well. So she does extra damage against barrier units.
So we'll see how well Xiaoye controls, as he does need to come back with starting off with a stun on Shu.
So Sharon going for
No problem.
wow. Am I on
Okay.
the right side? That happens to me every time my Sharon S1s lands no debuff. She has to land the debuff to get the reset, I believe.
Really going strong.
Not bad damage. We get that evasion up.
I made it in the nick of time.
Airwall comes around the bend. I assume that they might just hold it because there's barriers on 3 people already. It almost feels like a waste, and if you try
And
and
not only
stun, it
that,
just
right? The
blends.
maid is following up here, so
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just going to
No
go for a
counter.
strip.
It could be on injury for all
yeah,
we
it
know,
could be
right?
injury Elbrus. We haven't seen it.
But Milim is looking kind of safe for the most part. I mean, Shu could hit them, but it's kind of unlikely, and Solitaire is just chilling.
Little awkward speed tuning here, though, right? We get the invincibility.
Yeah, right
But then
before.
the Billion shows up, and now we're gonna have a target to attack. And if it is indeed on Elbrus' injury, we just focus her down.
She only has 21,000 health. That's sort of a bit low, I would say.
Yeah, on that
The
speed,
APOC
that's more likely to be. Oh wait,
landing nothing.
Are we going to see the Sharunas 3, or are they just gonna... Oh, we do see it. Strip those buffs.
It's time to sate your hunger.
How many do they strip, though? Oh, there's the counterattack.
I just wanna go home.
it is counter Elbrus.
Oh, but then into the Solitaria, debuff City is coming. This is where it starts to get serious, and Maid can only cleanse 2 debuffs, right? So this is where you can start overloading them with so many debuffs possible that they don't actually get a chance to ever do anything ever again. Oh, we didn't see that many though. But Airwall can add another onto that shoot, potentially, making it so that even Maid can't cleanse them.
Right. She only cleanses 2 debuffs. Let's see if he wants to overload here.
Those who stray from the
Xiaoye
And things
locking
could have
down
gone
Shu.
differently.
shall be punished.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, things could have gone differently where more debuffs
resist.
are like,
There's that
oh,
resist, right? Because we do that may have some effect resist on the shoe, as we did pick
Yeah.
that maid.
that's possible actually. This Milim though just doesn't seem like she's threatened at all, right? Like there's nothing really challenging her other than getting a lucky hit on her. So she's just kind of hanging out.
Okay, 4K.
Shu does actually get a turn. She is able to S3, which does give immunity, which is super useful, but I would assume it just gets stripped off super easily.
Ignorance has its price.
Yeah, with the attack down, just going for that S3 early. Some crit reds now on the team.
Oh, Sharon actually does land the Venom and everything that time. But Maid Chloe might opt the S3, or are they gonna save it?
I think we
also,
have to save it just for a bigger Solia debuff.
I need
but
some
look at this Milim. Look at her buffs right here. Sharon is like, here's a speed buff, here's a crit damage buff. Like,
Attack. She already has the attack from those.
Yeah,
Oh
just-
my god, man.
just everything, right? Sharon is basically like a baby Emo Koeric in a way, just constantly buffing the team.
And we need some
So-
Bellion counters to hit so we can start stripping. But it's just tough.
Yeah, lots of
This
counters.
Airwell,
Mm-hmm.
or sorry, Crimson Arm not that useful. What were you gonna say, G-Cliff?
Yeah, the Shu has been quiet though. Not counter.
That's true, very quiet Shu.
Uh-huh. Doing close to nothing so far.
We did get the skill 3 up a little late, but yeah. Underperforming on these counter units, the Bellion plus the shoot.
This Milim is going to do so much damage next turn. Attack buff, crit damage buff. They're gonna hit like a truck next turn. Ooh, extra counter attack, and it
This
misses
is on the
again.
Milim though. No strips. We really need to hit one of these.
Yeah, the thing is, you can't dodge forever. At some point, you're going to get hit.
But at the same time,
not
she has
bad.
so many buffs, right? Even if you strip, you might not get a good one.
Oh, at least
Okay, we get to speed down into blind.
Hit.
okay, 50%.
That's actually really good timing. That's really good timing right before her S2 pops and everything.
Yeah, we definitely
too.
need that.
Might give them a bit of a chance here. Holy
Holy sack
sacrifice!
on the arm.
Wow.
cut your future.
These
Gives her more staying
players.
power. Yeah, they're running all sorts of different artifacts than you would expect on some of these
We've
units.
seen at least another Holy Sack in this tournament
Yeah,
so far.
I think it was ReTryEver's Bellion actually.
Yep.
Oh wait! Oh my God, you're right. It's probably in this match right now.
He might have changed. We never know.
That's a good call. Bellion is a unit people have multiples of sometimes. All right, do we... I think, is he still going to hold this? Both the Carmen and Maid, not the most effective here. He does hold no stun either. It's Celestine as
Yeah,
well, by the way.
0 stun so far from Chloe.
Yeah. the
Oh, this is
mischance-
intense.
might not matter because they're just gonna probably S1. Oh, they go for the S3. They're hoping for the stun.
Does it land?
No.
Yeah, I think
Another
it
trial
missed.
to overcome.
I was just gonna bop something, but not really do too much right here.
We need some. We need to get some counters going.
This Shu has not really contributed much to the fight so far.
This team is asleep, but I think G-Clef is right. That's good. But I think the Belling is not. It's on Holy Sack, so it can't even counter when it's not being hit.
That's true. You're right.
Oh.
That is a bit of a problem. That's why we haven't seen like too much coming out.
Right? The RNG just seems too lopsided.
Yeah,
Alright,
I mean-
Rune up to bat.
Oh,
Oh,
Elbrus!
it is
Elbrus!
It is Elbrus.
Are
He
we-
changed it up.
Maybe it wasn't. Okay.
Counter-
We're sure it was
maybe
the
it was-
Holy Sack? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it was
Yeah.
counter set plus Elbrus.
Wait a second. So is Milim gonna actually be able to hit people though? She can't hit Shu, so Shu is in the clear. But
No, she can, right? She has a small chance.
I believe if you miss chance, I think it's 0% against the water unit. I believe.
But with Milim's 20% built in.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Sorry about. You're
Yeah,
absolutely
so she
correct.
has a small chance, but I think she missed. So, not actually. Retry still in it. We still have the maid skill 3,
Uh-huh.
I mean, the thing is, all you have to do is hit Milim one time.
and she's been high rolling, right? So it's bound to happen sooner or later.
The Milim does not have evasion right now. Oh,
There's
counter.
some
Oh, wait,
counterattacks.
counter.
Now
Wait
they're
a
popping
second.
off.
Wait a
Big
second.
damage.
Finally! All this weight!
Okay, the secondary.
When it
What's gonna
rains,
happen?
it pours.
Oh, does land a stun there.
Okay, wait a second.
Oh, and there's a blind on Shu. Wait a
We
second.
have the skill
but they've
3
been
though. We have the
saving
skill
it.
3. We
50%.
saved it the entire game.
Yeah, they've been waiting so patiently.
Very
this whole
patient play by
match.
Retry.
ReTryEver.
Their patience completely paying off. This Milim has no blind or
Evasion.
right? She has nothing. She's just out in the open.
Yeah, we definitely hit her here.
And Shu is
Pretty good
right
damage.
here. She was angrier than ever.
Unless he gets 20%ed. This is dead.
Oh,
Oh, wait, a counterattack.
of course! And it pops off!
Push.
Gone.
Is that it?
Gone with the win.
Wow.
Is that it for Retry?
And now I think Retry just takes it. I don't think Zarya can actually do anything.
There wasn't a single trace of you.
Wow.
What a strange match. Now the counters are just going insane.
Okay, theoretically, Solitaria could stun them the rest of the. Oh wait, no, it's over.
Frenzy 5.
I've seen a
Oh, that's
Solitaria
the
basically
Bellion turn
solo
right
a whole
here.
team
But yeah,
before,
she could
you know?
potentially.
But no, I think it's over right here.
Yeah.
Gonna take him out.
Extra incursion here with the
GG.
soul burn. And it'll be a 2-0 victory for ReTryEver, the first player from Korea moving up to the main stage.
Congratulations to ReTryEver. Well, he wasn't first seed just for show.
We were wrong on our predictions, guys. The draft actually, I thought, was favored for Retry's opponent there, but
Hey guys,
he closed it out with those last minute counters.
Shu seems to be climbing up slowly, one at a time.
Well, I mean, they have to show her off a bunch because she's gonna get the next skin, so they have to really advertise.
Oh, is it already guaranteed? I guess so.
You guys gotta stop with these jokes.
I want every year World Cup to just be a Shu skin. It would be so funny.
No way. No way. The champion has to pick a different. Well, it's not in the rule book.
No,
but...
thank you.
It's not in the rule book, but we'll see. This is the highlight for the first round of 4. Xiaoye, who actually surprisingly never lost since this match, was not able to
That
win
takes
a
an
single.
0-2, right?
Uh-huh.
Man.
ReTryEver
Yeah, the
just...
Milim doing absolutely nothing, but doesn't even
So we were
matter.
saying like how Crimson Armin wasn't that effective, but the blind debuff and then the Crimson Armin just for passive, Aureus. He was able to just wait it out patiently with the maid, save the skill 3 for the big turn, and even though he was low rolling on the counters, his opponent wasn't doing enough. And
Yeah.
it just paid off at the end.
The two characters that people like to pick in those maid drafts are the Airwell or the Armin, right?
Yeah.
So he got the secondary option, and he just tanked it out slowly. Just patience.
Charlotte, Crimson Armin, ReTryEver. He's got quite a hero pool to work around with.
Yeah, he's showing a lot of versatility, a lot of adaptation. Just a really, really strong player.
Yeah, I mean, that's how he got the first seed. He was able to just beat everyone pretty decisively overall, I guess. And Shu definitely popping off. What a character.
I felt like she didn't pop up to the end though. She was sleeping.
Yeah, for the first 3-4 attacks.
She was useless,
Yeah,
and then
no
at the end she just went insane.
You can never count her out.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe the Sully and Shroon also low rolled a bit on their debuffs here and there.
Yeah,
At crucial times, right? Because their draft did feel really strong.
Yeah, the Solitaria kind of didn't do that much.
So Solitaria plus Sharoon is also a powerful combo. Is that what you're saying? Along with DDR?
It was just we were outlining the how powerful the debuffs are, especially when it's just Maid, because Maid, even if you have resist, she only cleanses 2. She has that long cooldown on the skill 3. So we were expecting that the Shroon Sully would kind of control the field long enough for the Milim to take over.
But of course, that didn't come through too well for Xiaoye, and that will be the first match. I believe we're getting ready to go into our second match now. Uigang versus Nonasis. Those will be the two players. Well, both of you actually chose Uigang, previously known as Damdam. Oh,
We might be wrong twice.
We'll see about that. The two predictions.
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
Uigang
that guy
does seem very strong, you have to say. But Nonasis is
I
coming up
kind of
top.
believe in him.
He's got the track record.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
does. He certainly does. But Nonasis, no losses so far. And
True,
he did
but
beat
I
one of
mean,
the highest
Xiaoye
win rate
did
players.
Yep.
Oh yeah, just learning from history. I think we're on the same page, but you never know. As certainly a lot of these players are bringing some lots of hot takes. Charlotte sometimes coming back, and I do like to see a lot of variety in the heroes. And I think Korea is a server that actually needed this type of a show on the stage, and they're certainly for now delivering it. We'll find out real soon what happens in the second match. As here we go, Uigang on the left, Nonasis on the right.
right.
Second
Here we
match
go.
to find out the second and the final player to be on this main stage from Korean server. Who's going to take this? We'll find out real soon.
Oh man, last match tonight. I'm excited. This is gonna be
Yeah.
so good.
Caster
It
favorite.
will be. Yeah, I will say if ReTryEver and Uigang make it out, then I would almost say that was like kind of the most expected result in a way, right?
Yeah, but I think we also outlining the crowd favorite of that. So maybe not like technically with the highest seeds, but by the player votes, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Player
look how many
favorites.
games that he played.
I know we keep saying that. It's just
56
so
games.
little.
It's so small. It was
That
such
win rate, man.
so consistent.
He's a machine.
He's consistent. He's got the tournament experience. I mean, what doesn't he have?
Yeah, just
The
played
resume looks good, huh?
56 games and said, I can handle this with that many games. And a whole lot
Now,
more.
Nonasis, though, he was the one that took out Merit, who took out KJ. Gomyoung, right? He looks super strong as well, so we can't count him out for sure. Really good
Indeed.
win rate, had to play more matches, but also really, really strong.
Yeah, I will say though, Merritt was playing a bit different. I think that Uigang, he knows his playstyle. He's like, I'm going to play a slow, methodical match. And I'm going to outpace you and win. And I think that if you play his game, if you get sucked into his game plan, I think that he generally has the advantage. So we'll see what Nonasis does to try and upset that.
Yep, now Nonasis will be having much more of a standard pre-ban against Uigang on the left, Nonasis on the right, and no Zio, no
gang.
Lua.
Wow, we haven't seen a single Lua today outside of the pre-ban
All
spot.
I have
Post.
is the power.
Dang, I want to see that Celine skin some more.
A whole lot of the
Well, then
openers
we'll wait a little
already
longer.
banned in this matchup.
I protect. That's what I do.
So we
So
go
it's
with the
interesting to
standard.
see the first pick Emil
In the
Kowarik. It
light
shows how
lane.
much he values Emil Kowarik just in the slow draft, right? We haven't been seeing a ton of Shrooms punishing that or anything. So, I mean, he's just like, I want this. It's mine.
Yeah, maybe sure not that popular in Korea, because yeah, the first pick Kowarik should be getting punished, I think.
At this point, maybe Lua should just be banned from the tournament since she's always gone anyway. Well,
Uigang
next
waiting
pick
here on his
here?
second and third picks.
yeah, is he gonna pick someone like Blastoise or Crow or oh?
I
Honestly,
like that in the
think-
ROL, right? And then he also has the Meteor Kowarik on his side.
I think it's a
Ambitious.
relatively good idea here because he has the Emil Quirk, right? So the right side doesn't have any immunity. Oh man, he's pushing the debuffs hard here. But what's also good is not only does he have Emil Quirk, but he also has Ambitious Tywin, who's another cleanser in a way, and even
I'm here.
Angel of Light cleanses in a way, right? So he's really safe against debuffs. He does not have to worry at all. Oh my god. Right side.
G-Clef, I need you to do me a favor. After this finishes, I want to know the win rate on Ed.
It's probably down
really low.
down
I
to
think-
20-something%.
Are we gonna see a last piece card or something here?
We did see it before.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Learn your
really
place.
safe.
Oh,
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 wow.
Leafy, very strong here too.
Oh, man.
Good into
Uigang,
the odd and potentially
he's just-
could kill Ed.
He's so tank-minded in his head that I feel like there's even other options he could pick, and he's just like, no, I'm gonna pick this. They're so tank.
Am I like a
Architect
final pick?
Leica.
Emalika, the classic force ban. You basically have to get rid of them. You don't have a choice. Classic.
Yeah, man, that's what Nonasis is thinking. Who do I ban on the left?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably like I don't think you have enough to rush down left side, do you? Yeah, so you have to just take out
He
something
did
like
respect
that.
the Lethe, which I'm surprised because there was a chance, right? Depending on like if the frostbite lands or not, that he couldn't kill. But yeah, he respects the Lethe ban. Last pick's banned out.
Yeah, it's because it makes the Destina useless too, right? Like she can't revive. Lethe doesn't really do much damage either.
If he lands the kill though, which he may.
True. True.
So here it is, first round
I will
of our
erase
second
them all.
round of 4. Winner goes up to the main stage.
Radiant light.
All right, Destina's gonna have a completely dead turn here, I would expect. I mean, she's not really contributing that much.
There's some bulky units, especially on the right.
I won't stand down. On behalf of the queen,
I love this AOL unit, man. So exciting.
I mean, they're exciting. They're so fun to use.
Well, Jenna,
I mean,
I know Jenna has a
barrel
lot to
full
say
of-
about this unit.
well, let's just say that I didn't see her for 800 games until Emma landed.
Okay.
I haven't seen her in a while either.
Okay.
Here we go,
800
Edward the
games
man. The equivalent exchange.
Not bad.
He's not on injuries, so he is actually just
Yeah, he can
full
pump.
damage attack. The thing is, this Spectre Chamber can actually
Look
just
into my
stun
eyes.
the Edward, right?
Say
See what his
my
debuff. They
name.
don't go for it though. They actually just go for the air wall. They're just
That's a
trying
lot
to
of damage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so much. 30,000 health.
Work with me.
We did
Loses
17k.
Yeah.
Which of my powers
Nice tank.
would you like to see?
They're just methodically trying to take
If I
apart
can end it
Nonasis'
all.
team, right? Nothing fancy, just like I'm gonna kill your tank, then I'm gonna start killing your DPS and support. Like, just real nice and slow.
Does he have enough gas in the tank though to get
Don't
through
be
this?
afraid.
Protect the standing comp?
Left side's so tanky. I mean, this is
Yeah.
kind of what I was saying before. Is like Uigang, like he knows how to play slow. If you play his game,
Another
he's like,
trial
I
to
will out
overcome.
tank you, and then you'll die. Like you.
Because Edward and Auden are great units, right? They do a lot of burst damage potentially, but not great at maybe just burning down tanks quick
Yeah.
enough.
Well, the thing is, I feel like right side almost trapped himself, or maybe you could say Uigang just fully trapped him, where as soon as he picked Airwall and Destina, and he had the Emil Quirk, because he valued that Emil Quirk pick so hard, right side had no way to deal with Ambitious Tywin and Angel of Light. There was just nothing he could pick that would actually deal with them, and so he felt forced to pick something like Edward and Aiden just because they can kind of survive against them. But then that forced him into a draft where it's like, okay, well now you're just fighting Spectre Sneaver and Lethe, and both of them hard counter your draft.
Okay.
That's why we're in the Uigang. Steady
yeah.
turn.
Uigang.
Oh, the damage is still there even without the attack buff.
Okay.
Oh,
Hey,
she's
Olivia
what?
Lund
Alive.
still
Doesn't
Where's the
even care.
HP bar?
has to waste an Ed attack on her. Feels
Yeah.
so bad.
That must have been like
horrible.
3 HP.
Yeah, shame we couldn't see, but Vicious Tywin just hanging out. Hasn't
At
been
least
touched
she's
yet.
out of the picture, right? So, Nonasis maybe feeling a little better. 4v3 situation. Arwell getting super low though. Destina opting to rip the skill 3 already.
Is this Ambitious Tywin actually on Aureus or anything? He hasn't taken any damage yet. Where's the shield taking everything?
Let's see on this hit.
I haven't really noticed.
It is, yeah.
All I have is the
Okay,
path
yeah.
in front
Oh,
of me.
he just, wow, the shield blocked all the damage that he took.
Offer yourself to the equilibrium.
Alright,
You are
attack buff
fit
is
to
back
kiss
on
my
S10A,
feet.
and she's gonna
Okay.
start hitting really hard. As Frenzy goes
And
in,
the
and
soul
the characters
burn.
die.
You want to try
Oh
me?
my god.
Yeah, I don't think this airwall is gonna be around for very long.
You burn one more?
Oh my
He did
god.
hit the poison on the edge, so we get a counterattack.
Oh.
The thing is, that's fine. That just makes Ambitious Tywin mad. He's just angry now. And Ambitious Tywin is actually a really good anti-Edward pick. At this point, we're starting to feel like Edward's not really contributing that much to these matches overall. because he just activated the Ambitious Tywin. And now he can even stun Destina. He can stun Destina, he can defense break the Edward, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Frenzy 4.
Aiden does not have her S2 up this turn either, which is definitely really big. So he can safely attack her.
Doing some damage onto the Destina there.
Are we going to see the S3 or are they just going to wait? Oh, he does just. Oh my god, he hit Aiden!
We hit her?
Oh, that's a stun.
Wait, Edward, what are you doing? You're gonna get debuff. What are you doing?
Edward!
Edward's a double agent. He's useless.
I know, he's trying to tank these win rates.
Certainly
Oh
not
my
today.
God. Equivalent exchange. I do
To
nothing.
kiss my feet.
Oh
Sacrificing all his arms and legs.
Oh.
Here we go, big
Oh my
damage.
They're
God.
gone.
And we're in
Shit,
Frenzy
he is.
5. The damage is out of control. No debuff dealt.
Yeah, we're not even
my
proccing
God.
still. Let's be real, he would have resisted it anyways.
Idiot. Oh my.
Might not kill, but he's so low.
Yeah,
It
that's
is
it.
enough, more
Okay.
than enough. My
And the clown is taken out. The Edward is dead.
wow.
What a clown unit.
Certainly not an
Wow.
equivalent exchange coming out. Uigang taking the first, and Nonasis first to drop the first game. And
Yeah, I mean, Uigang just trapped it so hard in that draft. There was like actually literally nothing Nonasis could do. He just was completely screwed, honestly, from the beginning. That Emil Koeric takeaway, like he valued it so hard because he was like, if I have this, you can't deal with Ambitious Tywin. Like the cleansers just aren't good enough. You're out in the open, and I know you aren't going to be aggressive against me.
Yeah. Look at the damage from the Savior Auden. He was holding that skill 3 so long, he did nothing almost as well.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I mean, this is just showing like the dominance, I think, over the standard draft of Uigang, though. It's kind of what I expected out of him. Nonasis has to really change it up. I think playing aggressive is probably the best way to fight him, but can he do that?
yeah,
It's one of the worst feelings too, right? When you think like you're just playing a standard match with your opponent, but they're just way better at it. It's almost hopeless. So yeah, maybe he needs to shift gears here and throw Uigang for a loop.
Is he going to take the Emil Koeric? He's looking at the
Which
dark
of my
units here.
powers would
Yep.
you like
He's
to
like,
see?
I am not letting this happen to me ever again. So, now that he doesn't have to deal with the debuffs, what is Uigang going to go for?
The machine. He's calculating. And it's
Maybe an
turned up
AOL.
AOL.
Okay. AOL Arrowell, maybe? To take away a premier tank?
I fight with the power of
Wow,
Auden taken
Auden's
away.
taken
Met Auden.
Auden the favorite pick from Nonasis, stolen.
I mean, Spectre Tenebra and stuff like that are still up, so we could just see like a Protect S10 team coming out of right side or something, maybe? I don't know.
Covering a Robbie, who hasn't been having much of a show today, some appearances.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I know a lot of people don't like Apocalypse
How
Robbie.
sensational.
Like, they hate fighting her, but she actually is pretty vulnerable in the current meta. She's bad against all these injury units, she's not good versus evasion units, she's not good versus stealth units, and there's plenty of all of those to
Yeah,
go
that's
around.
just the history of A. Robbie, right? At one point, she'll feel like the most powerful unit, and then the next, she has a lot of hard counters.
Yeah,
Depending on how
just
the
a
meta
year,
swings.
she's not that
Yeah,
powerful.
exactly.
Oh, and Zahak
And she's
against
bad versus
Auden.
debuffs. In standard drafts like this too, right? She's not very good, just in standard play. She says might be a sort of safe unit, but she's just not that powerful in this setup. And
Faithless Litica from the Uigang.
yeah, and into Zahak, they're picking some more aggressive units in this match. It's definitely a little bit more interesting than the last one was.
Curious what he's deciding on the 4th pick. He has to stay in line, right, with this more speedy, aggressive kind of lineup. Oh, actually, he's gonna opt for a knight now?
I made it in
Full
the
light
nick of
team for
time.
now. Extra
Oh.
shields.
Okay.
God, the solo Aiden.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he has
here.
enough gas in the tank here.
Well, I mean, Aiden beats Apocalypse Robbie, so he's not worried about that, but Zahak is just hanging out. But they are safe.
Because he does that last
From-
pick,
Would you
right?
try me?
So that's also
Yeah.
a big benefit here for this style of draft.
That's 10 more
Okay,
damage from
Spectre
Nonasis.
Tenebra. Even though left side looks strange, where you just have an early pick Aiden as your only DPS, his team protects him from most of the counters, right? like you have a counter to the Zahak here. You have a counter to you have 2 counters to like Railuch's area.
Oh,
I think this is our first fairy tale
Wow.
of the tourney.
Yeah, so Fairy Tail actually pretty decent versus Angel of Light because she does not cleanse the redirected provoke. This is pretty interesting actually. And it does beat the Faithless Litica as well.
Puts a Uigang in a little bit of a weird spot here.
Oh, the Tempest Serpent. We're gonna see another?
Such arrogance.
and the Exodia
Oh,
for the
I
full
win.
light team on the left.
I feel like I got catfished. Suddenly it's Ambitious Tywin. What happened? But
And what happens
does
when
have a lot of ways to deal with
Yeah.
them.
what happens when
What if we
Auden
just
is
ban
banned?
Auden?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but that means maybe the Tywin can grind down, but I don't know. We still have Queric. He's in a tough spot. I
5
think.
light units.
Oh, Faithless.
So he does ban the
ban.
Queric.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the thing is here is you might say like, where's the damage for left side?
We don't need it. We
Well,
have Tywin proc.
Yeah, Ambitious Tywin, when the engine gets going, he can just perma control your entire team.
This is
But it
Let's
needs
see
to
what
be
happens.
fired up. Round 2, Uigang leading 1-0.
You actually probably don't S3 here. I don't think you can, yeah.
Yep.
I think you lose if you do. So, how tanky is this Ada? I mean, she has a giant shield, there's Arrowell.
Okay, extra
and-
Why
turns.
not kill?
I think it might survive, honestly.
Oh, Stool
If anyone is gonna survive.
going for it.
Uigang. It's on simple, hasn't broken the shield yet. Oh my god. It's
Not even
so
close,
tanky.
dude.
Watch out for
So tanky. Oh wait.
Oh, we proc the Tywin now, though.
And
oh my
Aola.
god, and it's still wait a second, he's just sitting pretty, he doesn't even care. Oh my god,
This
wait,
is
he's
going
just
to be
gonna
such a brutal skill 3 if he goes for it.
Oh my god, wait.
Do you pop it? Yes, he does.
We're ripping it.
Uigang.
Look at that. And he
Oh,
lands.
and look at
my
that.
Oh
Goodness.
That's what I do.
I think it's like an 80% chance for like each debuff or something.
Yeah,
Lands
yeah,
all
yeah.
of them.
It's not 100 for sure.
I would be feeling a little bad if I was right side right now.
We get the strip
Oh,
as well
God,
into the
why
duel.
not?
One
Why not?
stab.
There's
Full
worse,
heal.
man. When it
Oh my
rains, it pours. This could be
Uigang.
it.
my bones.
Look at the injury, and she still has 8,000 health. Look at that.
Great.
No way. A Robbie's
It's
gone.
enough
Oh
to
my
kill.
god, nice proof of valor.
Dude.
Uigang is just disassembling Nonasis here. Just in both of the games, he just has his number. He knows exactly what to do, and he's just like completely crushing.
Yeah, Uigang just broke the code of Epic 7.
Fit to kiss
You saw
my
that fairy tale? He locked in the ambitious Tywin. It took us a second to see the vision, but it was there.
Not
Like
bad.
even
not
if he
going
kills at this point, how do you deal with these other 3?
Oh, this is it, I think.
Yeah, it's just
He's not giving it up, though. He's got the champion spirit.
If it lands,
he had an answer to everything that Nonasis tried. Like just complete answer.
one by one. And that's going to be GG
Wow.
called.
Hard work.
Uigang moving up as the second player to qualify the
Holy
main stage. That was
Oh
quick.
my god.
I mean,
That
we
was
predicted he was
too
going to win,
quick.
but I didn't think it was going to be like that, right? Like, so convincing.
Yeah, just he made it look so simple, just had the perfect answers to everything and just had no chance.
Oh god. Savior added.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Basically did all the damage. Ambitious
So,
Tywin, that
2
4
people moving
4 out of 4 stun was beautiful.
D breaks too, right?
Uh-huh.
Because this Auden wouldn't have killed there. He's still in a bad spot, but man, just makes
when
matters
last
worse.
when Last Rider Crow is gone, Ambitious Tywin becomes really dangerous. Remember, he was being used a lot until the Last Rider Crow buff came out, and then you start seeing less of him. But now, look at that.
Him, Tywin, Crow, and Arlo, right? Really, really strong knights in the current meta.
Yeah, just having a lot of the strong units. Ambitious Tywin. We did see a couple of ambitious Tywins today. Only 2 or 3, I believe. But this seems to be the strongest out of all.
Don't forget, G-Clef, I need to see this Edward Elric win rate, dude. I think
I will ask.
Oh
I will
my
for sure
God.
ask.
It,
So we have
it
the
doesn't
number for the
exist.
broadcast
There is
tomorrow.
no win rate.
Is it 0?
Fit to
I think
kiss
he won
my
like
feet.
1. I think there was
Okay, we'll see.
1 win.
If
Certainly
there
a
was
lot of
standout
appearance.
unit, it was like xiaoyeTT. If there was a unit that just failed miserably, it was our alchemist here.
Now's your chance.
Oh, now we have the
Oh
copy
my
pasta
God.
of Taiwan S3. Oh God.
Yeah, the weird Taiwan bug.
I love
Use
that
the
one.
strange bug. That's a classic right there.
Right, speaking of old school,
Oh man, that's from like before the first World Cup.
the Golden Boy era.
He's back. And he's strong.
The good old days. Feel strong, man.
You disgust me.
I mean, once you have these many pre-bans, snipe bans, sometimes you just have to go back and look for the perfect pick. And this is going to be the updated tournament tree. The two players on the right will be on the main stage next month. ReTryEver and Uigang from Korean server made it through the qualifiers. Congratulations.
I mean, what can I say? Congratulations to both of them. They're both really strong players. They've been in, I think, every World Cup so far. So, I mean, good
Par
work.
for the
They
course. Yeah, it
obviously-
showed that consistency, that experience.
Yeah, this is just another normal day for both of them. I think they've gotten to the top 8 every World Cup.
Yeah, every round they seem to be getting stronger. So we had some
All right,
2-1s.
Uigang, we expect big things on the main stage.
Yeah, Uigang, ReTryEver. Oh, the two named player from Korea making it out. Certainly, it seems like the experience helped them a lot. They're having a lot more hero pool. Had diverse picks going against the opponent. Certainly, it's been working okay.
Yeah, overall, G-Clef, right? Even though we saw a lot of the strong picks, of course, the meta picks, the problem units, we always saw like a splash here and there of like variety. It was fun. It was entertaining.
Yeah, we saw some of that variety actually pop up, which was really cool to see. I do wish we saw something like a Roy Mustang, maybe later.
maybe.
Yeah, we
need more
see-
Sharoons
wait,
with him.
Roy was
Yeah.
only hovered, right? Not picked.
Yeah,
they hovered him.
yeah.
They debated us.
So,
I want people to see him on the main stage, how much he can really do.
that
The superior
Ignite
alchemist unit, maybe?
True.
Yeah, once you flick, we might have some fire damage. We did get to see Bihu, which I was a
Yeah.
Big surprise.
That was, I mean, Bihu
100%
didn't really like do anything insane, like
100%
they didn't
win
win
rate.
because of him, but true. Bihu, even
Bihu.
before Landy.
Yeah.
He did the job, though, and maybe that's why he came out, because the player had them ready for inevitably when Landy's going to be on the field, Landy. And so Bihu was a fine pick there. He wasn't amazing, but he did the job.
Yep, and we will continue with Asia server qualifiers just at the same time tomorrow. So make sure you tune into that as we continue the road to qualifiers, Asia, global, and we do have Japan and Europe to be following all 5 servers. Maybe next year we'll have China on top of that. So it will be very exciting road ahead for Epic 7, as I'm pretty sure China server will catch every other server very quickly.
Once they join us, it's over. It's over for all of us.
Yeah,
it's over.
it's going to be fun. It's going to be even better of a time. So, any last words before we close? Starting with Car.
If this is what Korea is going to set the standard as, I'm so excited to see how this WC progresses. This was such a pleasure to cast. Thank you for having me, Jenna. This was just amazing. I had such a good time.
And Jenna, how was
Yeah,
day 1?
honestly, yeah, I had a great time. Expect some really faster matches tomorrow, but these matches were pretty fast already. Had a great time, and I hope to see you guys either tomorrow or maybe tonight.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for watching E7WC Korea qualifiers. We will be back tomorrow with Asia qualifiers. Thank you for tuning in.